Continue.
Go ahead.
What?
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I'm just being honest with you. I know that he's making Minnesota a sanctuary state for minors to get sex changes. That's
No,
what
I want you to give me a particular source that it's for that particular type of procedure. Okay. Because I'm not familiar with them having a policy that allows for that particular type of medical procedure.
Okay, I'm more concerned with it being a sanctuary state. That's what I'm hearing.
Because you earlier had an issue with there being like tampons for like trans people.
The tampons are for the axe wounds that are going to be between the kids.
No. You have no clue. So what you're not understanding is that being inclusive is completely and totally okay. If there's someone in that particular bathroom that has biology that could require them to use a tampon because they have female biology, right? That's good policy. That's not a bad thing. I don't know what you mean by axe wounds. I think what you're doing right there is actually kind of crazy, and you're trying to demonize this type of behavior when trans people haven't done anything bad.
No,
Tamisha, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 from Kamala Harris in the DNC.
I'm in favor
Kamala Harris in the DNC. Thank you so much.
I'm in favor of adults doing whatever they want, but not kids.
Okay, so what you're not understanding, by the way, Trump wants to restrict gender-affirming care for both adults and for kids. So that's one thing. Two,
can you give me a source on that?
Yeah, he said it on Agenda 47.
I'll have to take your word for that, but I will take your word for that. You don't need to look at it. So what about?
I want you to give me something that shows that they can get that particular type of procedure in Minnesota due to his policy.
I'm not looking to go that far, Parker.
I understand, but that's a crazy claim to make. Right,
no,
to say
it's a sanctuary state. It's a sanctuary state. That's what they're doing.
Darren, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
For minors to get sex
for gender affirming care. I appreciate the couch potato. Thank you so much. Which can include hormone blockers, right? And can include hormone replacement therapy, like puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy. My bad.
Yeah. So you're looking it up for me. I'd appreciate that. Yeah.
No, I don't see anything that indicates that they can get access to that particular type of. I see gender affirming care. I do not see someone can get access to that particular procedure.
So can they get that without the parents' consent? Whatever you're saying.
Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. I can try to find that specifically.
So are they making
that would be totally fine. I mean, there's plenty of other things that you would allow for kids to get access to, like contraception, like at school, right? A kid can get access to condoms without their parents' consent. Okay, Hazel, thank you for the $16. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Cash App. Thank you so much, Hazel. And thank you for the head mustache. Thank you so much. And the roses. Thank you so much, Keepin.
And actually, too, tampons were invented for packing wounds. So I'm actually not even that opposed to that.
Jesus Christ.
Well, just being honest.
No, you're just saying something that's irrelevant.
How am I?
Well, because why was that relevant? Tell me. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you.
Very relevant. People should know that. People should know that because it's life.
Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
If you had a wound, say you fell on a stick, wouldn't you want to be able to pack that? And you had the knowledge. I just gave people knowledge. That's what it's made for.
No, but typically speaking, this is not how people use it right now.
No, but you could. So it is useful in the boys' room.
Okay, all right. So again, we just told you there could be trans people, right, that could have female biology that are in the male restroom. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, because they're a trans man. They're a man.
Well, I mean, that's fine.
Thank you so much.
That's fine. And like I said, I just want adults to get that surgery. I want them to dress as a woman for a year like they used to do to make darn sure that's what they want to do.
Gavin, you're just saying dumb shit. Like, Gavin, why do you just want to like spread hate towards people? Why don't you want to spread love?
That's not spreading hate. I want to spread love.
It is. It absolutely no. That's bullshit.
How is that spreading hate?
That's a straight front. Because you are not spreading love. You're not spreading love by demonizing people who are trans. You're not spreading love for saying that policy that effectively helps people in certain conditions in which are harmful is a bad thing. That's what you're sitting there and saying. You're obsessed with trans people. You're obsessed with GAY people. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. You're obsessed with what women do. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. You are. You literally came on my live in the past and argued that women's body count matters more than men's for the same amount. That's fucking misogyny. Let's be totally real here. That's a double standard applied to women for no reason.
Because they can't get away with it like guys can, because they'll have to have
No, you think that. It's because of people like you who stigmatize women for actions that you do not stigmatize men for. Trump can literally cheat on every single one of his wives, the last one with a corn star when his wife is pregnant, and you won't care.
That's not true.
But if a woman did the exact same thing, that's all you'd say about her.
What do you think Heels Up Harris did with Willie Brown? He's 90 years old.
You see what I mean? You fucking see what I mean? They literally just dated. Okay, that's it.
What do you mean?
What's the issue?
Gave her a counsel. He at 29.
They just dated. Trump literally cheated on every single one of his wives. Last one with the corn star when she was pregnant. Still denies it on national television today in front of a debate stage. Still says it's false when criminally he was convicted, and that was a relevant fact in it. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay. How
well is that going for him?
Parker, has Trump
Kowser, thank you so much for the gift box. Thank you so much. I appreciate the dinosaur.
Parker,
thank you.
Has Trump stated more than 3 times that he did not sleep with Stormy Daniels?
Thank you. Yes, multiple times.
Then it becomes the truth, silly.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No, you're actually delusional because you fucking idiots believe it. Appreciate the box up. Thank you so much. Let's be totally fucking frank. Let's be totally fucking frank.
Okay, well, I'd say anybody that would vote for the border czar, heels up Kamala Harris, is also the same word you use, but I'm not going to try to be that insulting, because she has no experience. She has never done anything. Name one policy that went well. The border, for example? No.
I'll give wait, she when you say border czar, right? I don't even know what you're referencing. What actually she had authority over was going to other countries and diplomatically engaging with them so they could increase their economic conditions to reduce the likelihood of people coming to this country in the very first place. That's what she had authority over. This whole border czar idea, you need to specifically tell me what authority you think that she had. Thank you for the meteor shower. Thank you so much, Siddharth.
She would have authority over Alejandro, whatever his name is, who
what are
was
you saying?
There's a guy, Alejandro Mayorkas. Do you know who he is? The little Hispanic guy that's actually
Why
Jewish.
Why did you say it like that, bro? You're so weird. This guy, honestly, I'm not engaging with this guy, dude. He's so fucking weird. So fucking weird. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I don't want to specifically say who I'm voting for because of my platform.
What? Well, you're voting for Trump then. If you're up here, if you're not voting for Trump, I do have to go into the next person. So what do you mean for your platform?
No, I just have a large following that I don't want to. I don't. You don't have to say who you're voting for, but I definitely am not voting for Kamala Harris.
Arvin, I appreciate the $4.20. Thank you so much. Are you voting for someone?
Absolutely.
Are you voting for a third party?
I don't have to say. It's a free country.
No, I'm just asking, are you voting for... I understand, but like, I'll kick you from my live if you don't answer the question.
Very, very democratic of you.
No shit. It's a debate live. I'm debating specific people. If I just let anyone come up who's not talking about the live, of course I would kick them off. Use your brain, please. Megan, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Now, would you like to respond? Or would you like to go into the next person?
Well, I'll give you about 5 reasons why I absolutely am not voting for
why are you voting for Trump?
And the reason I'm not voting for the current administration is
okay, so you have about 3 seconds to answer the question. Are you voting for Trump?
I don't have to answer that question.
Okay, well, you do because it's my live. And otherwise, you don't want to. Why are you on my live?
Because I actually want to debate the subject.
You can debate it if you answer the question. No, otherwise, I'll go on to the next person who will debate it and will tell me, you know?
Well, I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm not voting for Trump.
Are you voting Trump? Are you ashamed that you're voting Trump?
No, I'm not ashamed of anything. I just don't have... You don't have to make me tell you who I'm voting for. But I'll give you 3 reasons exactly why
I do, because it's my life. So just answer the question. If you're voting for Trump, just say it. Stand on your words. Stand on what you believe in. Stand on what you're voting for. Who cares? You have a bigger platform.
The reason I'm not voting for Kamala Harris is the fact that
why are you voting? Are you voting for Trump?
Kamala Harris has lied to the American people for the past...
Trump has lied for the American people. Do you want to answer the question? Now, you can answer the question or you cannot.
You actually...
Are you voting for Trump?
You actually have no intention of actually having a legitimate debate. You just want semantics to kick people off.
No, I'm making sure that people are disagreeing with me for me to engage with them in the first place, because that's the basis of the live. Answer the question. Why are you voting Trump? It's not why are you not voting Trump and not voting for Kamala Harris. I'm asking, why are you voting for Trump? So would you like to answer the question?
The reason that I'm not voting for the current administration...
Sam, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much from the DNC and Kamala Harris. Now, can you answer the question?
I'm answering the question.
I will literally cut you off until you answer the question. I'm not trolling. Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
I want to give you legitimate reasons why I'm not voting for the current administration. You can do whatever you want with that information, but
no. You can answer the question. Actually, I'll give you literally 10 seconds, or I'm going to kick you off my live.
No, you don't need to kick me off. You don't even want to let me speak.
Well, if you answer the question, I'm just asking why are you voting Trump, and you won't do it because you think that you have this huge platform, and if you say that you're voting Trump, it's going to look bad on your brand image. Stand up for what you believe in.
That's exactly the reason I'm not saying it. I don't care about my brand image. I care about myself.
Okay, then say it.
I don't have to
say it. You don't lose your self-respect by answering the question.
So the reason I'm not voting for the current administration.
Dude, no, answer the question, bro.
Well, dude, I'm answering the question. You won't let me speak.
No. Are you voting for Trump? It's a yes or no question.
The reason I'm not voting for the current administration.
Are you voting for Trump? Yes or no?
Because Kamala Harris.
Okay, future self. If you can answer the question, why are you voting Trump? Are you voting Trump?
You've asked me now 3 different questions. You asked me why.
No, are you voting Trump? That's what I'm asking you. Sorry, my bad. Are you voting Trump?
So I'm answering the first question.
Answer. Why are you voting Trump? Or not? Are you voting Trump? My bad. Sorry.
The reason that I'm not voting for the current administration.
We can keep doing this.
Dude, just let me speak.
No, because until you answer the question, dude. Are you voting Trump?
Dude, just everyone in your life is telling you to let me talk. So just let me answer.
No, they're telling me to kick you.
No, just let me answer. The reason I'm not voting for the current administration is because Kamala Harris has lied to the American people stating that Joe Biden is capably.
Are you gonna answer the question? I'm gonna give you one more try. Oh, he left himself. Okay, that was fun. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only said a guest request if he will be voting for Trump. Why wouldn't he answer the question, dude? It's like, he really thinks it's good? No, that was the brand image thing was definitely what he was thinking, bro. He got caught. Busted, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, dude, I'm 21. How are you?
Are you voting Trump? Robert,
yes.
thank you for the future encounters. Thank you so much. Why are you voting Trump?
I'm voting Trump simply due to the fact that right now, when I'm looking at everything involved, for me, this is my first time voting. My birthday, I was 18, but I turned 18 7 days after the election last time. The reason I'm voting for Trump now is just because with the policies that it sounds like he wants to enforce, just seem a whole lot better than any of the policies I've heard. Well, actually, that's incorrect because I haven't heard a single policy from the Harris administration yet. Like I tried to do my own research as far as like which one to pick. Like I don't mean to interrupt you, but I went on her own website to try to see, okay, what policies specifically is she backing? And I tried to research, what is she doing in these interviews? What is she saying? What is she going to enforce? And my number one thing is when I'm choosing a candidate, I'm not choosing it off of identity or off of personality. I'm choosing it strictly based off of policy. And for right now, things could change. But right now, with the policies that I've seen from Trump, I've really, really liked. It's just I haven't heard or seen a policy that Harris has said that she is going to enforce yet.
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get past that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people? Ennis, thank you so much.
So as far as the way that I've always looked at it, whenever you're talking about, lowering the tax rate, for the upper class, in the grand scheme of things, just from what I've seen economically, is typically, the less money that the people at the top are spending, the more money that trickles all the way down the middle class to the lower class. That's just from what I've seen.
So then why, since that we have adopted trickle-down economics in the 1980s, why have wages stopped increasing with productivity when prior they did? Also, are you driving?
No.
I think the boss
I'm in an Uber.
I was just making sure. Jaden, thank you for the $5 as well. Zayam, thank you for the $10 from the DNC. Thank you. And also thank you for the hand darts. Go for it.
But also, so I would
So what I'm saying, can you name me one time in history trickle-down economics worked?
I cannot be specific on that, no.
No. So in the same way that you would be like, oh, I'm not going to be a socialist because there's not one point in history I can mention where socialism particularly worked, right? You could say the same thing about the ideology that you believe in as it relates to trickle-down economics. And I have various types of economies I could show you that work today that have particular models that I think are more beneficial than the United States and within certain respects, right? And they have freer economies than the United States. So if you care about economic freedom, you should prefer the Nordic European models comparative to the U.S. model because they have more economic freedom.
That sounds awesome. Well, but to be more back on track on specifics as far as like with policy, I've always wanted to ask somebody, and you've been like the first person that's actually been concise, clear, and not using emotion to back their argument. I just want to know, like, coming from your point of view, why are you voting? Like, I'm just assuming. I just joined the live as soon as the other guy got mad and left. What is your reasoning for voting for Harris, if that's where you're leaning?
Yeah, so there's a few things. There's one, how bad Trump of a candidate is. I appreciate the handout, thank you so much. And the different policies that she's influenced to get passed that I think are beneficial. Also, are the things that are bad specifically about Donald Trump, right? He's been held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman, all right, for defamation, for fraud. He's been convicted of 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow our government by trying to get his vice president to not certify the election results, and tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. So plenty of different things to try to undermine the American democracy. He still to this day believes that it was stolen with no sufficient evidence, when over 60 courts indicated no sufficient evidence that he won, 17 of which had appointed judges specifically by Trump, right, that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Plenty of audits around all of these states. He's also called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He's restricted women's access to abortion by putting multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
So I just have one thing to say. So when you're talking about specific Muslims, from my research and what I've seen, it's not specific. Hey, if you register or if you say you're a part of the Muslim religion, I heard that in some countries in the Middle East, you could get a passport without getting a full cleared background check, and that's why they had a hold on those specific countries. That's just from research I've seen. I didn't know, like, they're like walking through the door and they're like, oh, hey, you're Muslim.
Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
So he couldn't do the policy in that particular way because it is the case that it would be shot down by the Constitution, right? Because it's, not in support of religious freedoms, but because it's literally religious persecution. But that's what he called for. He called for religious persecution. And that's the intention behind the policy, because they said it. When they tell you who they are, you should believe it. They're saying they're so for religious freedom. No, they're for limiting religious freedom. That's a limit to religious freedom. This is how it starts. And is that not disrespectful to Muslims?
No. From that clip of audio, I would definitely say, no matter if you say Muslim, Jewish, Christian, in any shape, way, or form, I would say that specific comment, yes, that would be an offensive comment.
Yeah, so why do we want someone who's advocating for that, who's trying to restrict women's access to abortion, who has a history of sexualizing women against their consent, right, and specifically violating them against their consent, right? Like, he's legally responsible for sexual abuse. He said he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't even have to ask, right? He says he walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. He said he has sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf. Said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Calls his daughter voluptuous.
I got you. And my thing is when we're pointing at specific character as well, I also believe I did some research when it came to, I know Biden's not in anymore. He decided to drop out just due to, Democratic backlash and, worries about his, entire, and his well-being. And from when it comes to that specific character stuff, for me, I completely understand. If you are voting particularly based on personality and character, which I completely understand. If you feel like he's going to take away your freedoms, which realistically, from my understanding, when it comes to abortion, that you can neither ban it nor can you say it's legal across all 50 states, because that power is reserved to the state.
For abortion? So why should it be up to the states?
So that's what I have to do more research upon. But as far as from my understanding...
Is it because it's more representative of the people? Because what's most representative of the people is leaving it up to the individual person.
That's a great point.
Thank you. Like, it seems like we really have no good reason to leave it up to the states. And actually, leaving it up to the states leads to one-third of women having restricted access to abortion, right? And plenty of women in plenty of states having restricted access to abortion if they're raped. Girls having restricted access when they're raped, right? And in plenty of states, it's like you literally have to be actively dying for you to be able to get access to an abortion.
Which
crazy.
states would that be?
Yeah, so there's about 12 states. They're mostly Republican states. Various states like Iowa and Texas have passed very like harsh abortion laws. That one centered around like a heartbeat bill, and the other one centered around one that just recently got passed. And I'm pretty sure that Iowa also joined them in terms of not having access to abortion in terms of rape. Right. Fern, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Fern in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. But Idaho, I know, is like one of the harshest restrictions as it relates to the context of abortion, which I think is a various. It goes against people's individual rights in the same way that you probably were like, oh, I don't like the vaccine mandates. Well, then why do you think that they should have bodily autonomy there, but not bodily autonomy here? Fern, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much, W. Fern. Okay, all right. Well, we're going to get the next person. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. We are just trying to get some people up here. If you want to debate, y'all. Oh, are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm still here.
For sure. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So would you vote for someone who has this history of sexual violence against women, who's a violent sexual offender?
So personally, when it like I said before, my vote is not casted upon character, but casted upon policy that I feel like will affect me most. Which again, I feel like what's really going to influence my vote, because it is, I would say it's still relatively early. We're about 90 days out. They're about to have I think 3 debates in September, if I'm not mistaken, which I feel like that's probably going to heavily influence, my decision as far as which way I'm going. Because for me, I'm a registered Republican, but, me being younger, me being 21, me being Gen Z, clearly, I'm more open to ideas of like, I'm pro-abortion. I'm not anti-abortion in any asset or any shape, form, or way.
Then why would you want to vote for Trump? Because then that just tells me that women's rights aren't a big enough issue for you. Appreciate the time, Gun. Thank you so much.
But my understanding is, like I said earlier, whenever we were just discussing as far as like taking away women's rights as far as abortion, and you said that those specific states do not allow abortion, I was asking you, so does it not give more power to the people by leaving it up to the state? Or would you say no matter what, it should be a federal
leaving
law?
It up to the individual person protected by Roe v. Wade, having federal protections for that, leaves it up to the individual in the most scenarios. That's actually what creates a greater sense of freedom.
So
it was
what do you
protected
think,
for like around 50 years.
What do you think Harris is going to do to reverse Roe v. Wade? Because she's had the opportunity to in the last 4 years, right?
Actually, who does that is Congress, so she can influence Congress to do this. But we have to win in governmental affairs as it relates to the legislative branch. Appreciate this, guys. Thank you so much. And the executive branch, if we want it to be signed into law, right? So we have to do both. That's what we're saying. We're not saying she can do it by herself. And she's not even saying that herself. She's saying that she can influence people and she can get it done if she's in the position. Whereas if Trump's in the position, even if it passes through Congress, he might not sign it. Appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much. He probably won't. He wouldn't sign. You think he'd sign codification of Roe versus Wade after he tried to get judges in office to specifically influence it to be taken down? No. She can put in new judges in the Supreme Court if it were brought up to her. Right, there are plenty of things. There's so many reasons to vote for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump, what he's going to do if he loses, he's going to claim the election was rigged and try to run again in 2028. Is that what you want to deal with again? Do you want to keep having him run every election?
Truthfully,
how many more times is he going to claim
he's
election
not my
fraud?
favorite. Like, I'm not saying like I'm not MAGA in any way, shape, or form. I'm personally from the South. I'm from Florida, which Florida, it's weird because I believe we have more registered Democrats than we do Republicans. But in certain parts of Florida, like for me, I live in Jacksonville, and I would say Jacksonville, it's very divided right down the middle. So when it comes to, as far as which candidate.
I think Florida's pretty rad. I don't know. The polls seem to indicate it's red. I can't hear you right now, by the way, but the polls seem to say it's red. Appreciate the Garland. Thank you so much. Okay, he left. All right, we're going to go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. You want to support me as always. Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. I do appreciate the community. Some W Ferns in the comment section. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. I can pull up 538, but I don't know. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
How old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
To me personally, it's just if you look at everything that Trump has done, past, present, and just for the country as a whole, he overall is the better choice.
Can you name me one policy that he's influenced to get passed?
What the fuck was it? Hold on. I literally just had it. I literally just looked at it. Abortion. No, I'm not gonna say abortion. That's kind of weird. No. God damn it. What the fuck? Oh, just the overall processes of him trying to actually make the company better. I mean, not the company, the country. Like when Trump was in office, everybody have noticed that gas prices were lower? Do you know why gas prices were lower? Where does America...
So not only was that not a policy, but I can tell you why gas prices are lower than and not.
Wait a minute, let me finish before you interrupt me. Let me finish,
Sorry,
please.
I apologize.
Gracias. Why was the country's gas prices and economy lower when Trump was in office? There weren't many taxes. Why do you think that is? And how much debt is America? Wait, I'm not done.
Are you driving, by the way?
No, I was.
Okay. So, yeah. So, can you were naming the policy, or are you just going to say gas prices? Because I can respond to that. I can tell you why gas prices are higher now. If you let me speak.
Oh, go for it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so gas prices are higher now because of global supply chains. We actually produce more oil in the United States now than any point in American history. So the reason why gas prices are higher is because other countries around the world are exporting less oil into the United States. So we're importing less from other countries. Does that make sense? We're getting less from Russia. We're getting less from OPEC because they signed a deal with Trump in 2020 to cut oil production.
And this is my thing.
Nicole, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
When Trump was in office, we had a deal going with Russia, and then when Biden passed a bill to give Ukraine, when Russia was at war with them, he gave them $1.6 billion. When America does not really necessarily have the funds for that. Think about how much debt
we gave them $100 billion Ukraine, by the way, and that's because of the Budapest Memorandum. And yes, we do have the money. We actually spent less debt-related spending under the Biden-Harris administration than comparative to the Trump administration. The Trump administration was 8.4 trillion, 4.8 non-COVID related. Under the Biden-Harris administration, it was 4.3, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Okay, then what was the other 4.3 billion towards for Trump?
So 4.3 was Biden, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related spending under Trump's administration.
Right. So what was the extra spending that Trump did that you're saying, where did that come from?
Do you want me to tell you the individual bills?
Yes.
Yeah, so specifically, there under Trump's administration, I'll just name off everything. There was the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, the Bipartisan Budget Acts of 2018 and 2019, the ACA tax delays and repeals, the health executive actions, other legislation, new and increased tariffs, the CARES Act, Response and Relief Act, and then other COVID relief, which sums up to 8.4 trillion, which is around 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, and then the rest would be COVID related.
So it would be a fair assumption to say that technically they both spent basically about the same amount of money.
Nowhere near. Nowhere near.
Wait.
Nowhere near.
Wait. Let me actually finish because let me cook. Because I swear this everything I'm saying is about to have a point. So just because when Trump was in office, the entire COVID thing happened, correct? Which made him have to spend more money, correct? You literally just said that.
Yeah.
So that's my point. So let's say COVID never happened.
Denise, think of this as 6 cents. Yeah, I already addressed this. So when I addressed this, I said non-COVID related spending for Trump was higher. 4.8 trillion non-COVID related spending, debt related spending for Trump, and
Right.
2.2 non-COVID related debt spending under the Biden-Harris administration.
But also, when Trump was in office, wasn't that when COVID was at its highest? By the time Biden even got into office, COVID had already died down, and the mass hysteria from that specifically was already gone. Was it not?
Yeah. So the non-COVID.
So why was there that much spending on COVID when it was already 2-3 years after the fact?
Yeah. So that
doesn't really make sense.
So the non-COVID related debt spending was more than 2 times higher under Trump comparative to Biden.
Because when Trump was in office, that's when COVID was at its highest. That's when COVID really hit. It was 2020. I literally just got back from deployment. That's when COVID was at its highest. When Trump was in office, you can't equate that to the fact of, oh, well, Trump spent more money. Well, because when he was in office, that's when the country was in its most highest deficit, was it not?
Yeah, that's why I said non-COVID related spending.
That's my point. That's the point I'm making. So
really?
You're saying
I don't know what point you're making.
You quite literally just said that when Trump was in office,
Denise, thank you for the $6.66 twice. Thank you so much.
The overall thing is Trump spent more money than Biden, correct?
More debt related spending, yes. And I'm referencing to non-COVID related spending, so it's not related to COVID.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, in the same interim, they both spent about the same amount of money.
Nope, not even close.
So what was
Nadia, I
Biden's
appreciate it.
total?
Thank you so much. 2.2 trillion non-COVID related spending.
And what was Trump's?
4.8 trillion.
Okay, which is on it. Okay, cool.
That's more than 2 times more.
Right.
So that's a lot more. That's not just like barely more. That's a lot more.
Okay, cool. I forgot what I was about to say. God damn it.
Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much. Is 350,000 a lot more than like?
Yeah, obviously.
150,000.
Yeah. But then also, what was that?
Thank you.
What was that money coming? What was that money that Trump was spending going towards? Do you know that? And then versus
the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which most of the taxes went to the rich people of this country, right? That's what his policy went towards, benefiting large businesses. Appreciate the lip crown. Thank you.
No, it didn't. It also helped the little people. Trump did more helping the little people than actually Biden did. What are you talking about?
Way less. And the Harris administration wants to keep all of the tax cuts that were particularly applicable to people who are in the middle class and to people who make under $400,000 a year. And they want to increase taxes on people on their income over $400,000 to bring back the 2021 child tax credit, which reduced child poverty by 50% by increasing the child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600 by increasing it by more than, or almost 2 times, which to specifically decrease taxes on the middle class and the working class who have children, who are raising family. Early families.
So large businesses, right? You just said that. Okay, why would you not invest more money into large businesses? Wouldn't large businesses be the whole reason? Wouldn't large businesses hire more people, therefore causing more jobs? Wouldn't that make more sense for them to get more resources? Yes or no?
So actually, what we've seen since we've adopted trickle-down economics in the 80s is that wages have not increased with productivity, which means that they're not paying workers as much as fast as they were, right? Comparative to prior,
right.
when it's either you pay taxes or you give your money to your workers. So you have to give them like an incentive to give money to their workers. With trickle-down economics, there's no incentive to give money to the workers to the same degree.
Right. Okay. Also, when Biden started in office,
would you rather kids have food or billionaires pay less in taxes?
Obviously, the first option.
Okay. So Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much.
Marijuana,
So-
marijuana, 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 marijuana.
So vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who advocated for that. Advocate for the child tax credit to be increased. Who specifically Tim Walz got universal school lunches and breakfast for kids. Universal. They fed the kids. What is Donald Trump doing? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Giving tax cuts to billionaires. He's going to help his businesses and his friends, right? She's going to help the children of this country. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much.
So when Donald Trump was in office, you're saying that he did nothing for middle. Only thing he did was just support the higher ups, the high class, right?
He did things to benefit the middle class, but significantly less than rich people. And you know who predominantly does it for rich people, not for the, or not, sorry, thank you so much. You know, predominantly doesn't do it for the rich people, but does it for the middle class?
Yeah.
So who do you care about? Do you care about the middle class, or do you care about rich people?
I would think I would care about everybody, but more so in this case, the middle class.
The middle class. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because when, like I just said earlier, when he was in, we suffered less and less economic blows to our economy.
Does that mean that it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration? How did the Biden-Harris administration cause us to be worse?
There's a specific incident that, damn, I literally just had it. Oh, fucking, oh, like I said earlier, when he gave one, I forgot how much, I think it was either actual money and or weapons that they gave to Ukraine when they was in a fight that we had no business being in. That was not literally had nothing to do with us.
So we reallocated our military spending, right? And it had something to do with us because we signed the Budapest Memorandum. We signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them, right? And they gave up their nuclear weapons, so it's our turn to defend them. We're defending them insofar as that it doesn't cause World War III. Because a full-on direct war, sending U.S. troops there, would cause World War III. So we're funding them insofar that it doesn't, because we've engaged in many proxy wars with Russia, right? And that doesn't cause World War III. But is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
Nah, I'm good.
All right, appreciate you coming out. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yeah, Ennis, thank you so much for the hand art. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me?
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Yep. 40.
Why so?
Well, because I don't like the idea of funding Iran to fund ISIS and Hamas.
We didn't fund Iran. Appreciate
You did. You got
this thing. Thank you. No, we didn't.
Biden and Harris.
They did not give U.S. money to them.
They released $16 billion to Iran. They released it. They removed sanctions from Iran.
Yeah,
which in turn,
so again, what were, I appreciate the
Hamas.
Thank you so much. No, what specifically that does is that gets them to engage in future agreements related to nuclear-based agreements, because him specifically doing that, and by assassinating a top military general in Iran, right, reduce the likelihood of us having peace, because it doesn't allow for us to create a nuclear peace agreement, and it increased the likelihood of them having access to nuclear weapons. Appreciate that message.
You gave them money. You gave them money. And they fund Hamas, and they fund ISIS.
Did you even listen to anything I said? Not only do they not have access to that now, and this was their money, but it is the case that quite literally it limited our ability to increase peace in the region related to nuclear-based agreements. So if you're involving yourself in the region, that makes no sense to do. There was peace in the region. That's a lie. That's a complete total
Biden he made the region unstable. He destabilized it.
I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. How did Biden destabilize it?
By removing sanctions on Iran and on Russia. He removed sanctions from both of them.
So, so when Trump, he assassinated top military general in Iran, did that not provoke conflict in the region? Did Trump, when he moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, did that not cause conflict in the region? When Trump increased military drone strikes in the Middle East, when Trump supported a weapons deal to Saudi Arabia where they committed a genocide in Yemen, did that increase conflict in the Middle East?
No.
No.
It solved the conflict.
Dude, that's fucking unbelievable.
It is unbelievable that you support
all of that is conflict,
funding Iran. You
all of
support
that is
funding Iran.
I don't.
You
right?
support
I'm not
funding
advocating
Iran.
that. No, I'm not advocating
You
that.
are.
No, I'm not.
You are, because that's what happened.
Okay,
That's
so
what
if you
happened.
don't support a sanction on a particular country, does that mean you support funding them?
You did support them. Biden supported
do you support
Iran.
sanctions? Do you support sanctions on Russia?
We should have sanctions on Russia, and Biden removed them.
So do you think we should have sanctions on China?
It depends on what the case is. What are we talking
sanctions
about?
on China
Be more specific.
right now? Do you think we should put sanctions on China?
I guess it's in what aspect? Because you're not really giving a whole lot of details.
Just in general, do you think we should put sanctions on China right now?
You're trying.
Should we put
to
economic
change the
sanctions on
subject.
China right now? And if you're saying no, then you're saying we should fund China? Do you think we should put economic sanctions on North Korea?
We have a relationship with China.
Answer the question. Do you think that we should put economic sanctions on North Korea?
Have relationship. Should we have sanctions on North Korea?
Yes.
With Biden, yes. With Trump, no.
So we shouldn't. Okay. So if we
Under
shouldn't
the
have
Biden-
sanctions. Listen. So if we shouldn't have sanctions on North Korea, you're telling me we should fund North Korea? That's what you're advocating for?
We're not funding North Korea.
Wait, but you said if you don't put a sanction on them, that means you're funding them.
No.
So you're in
because
support of funding North
I
Korea?
love how you're trying to twist things because
No, it's literally what you said. It's what you said.
How are we funding North Korea?
Because we don't
How?
have sanctions on them.
Explain
You said if
to
we
me
don't have
how.
sanctions on them, that means we're funding them.
No.
Oh, okay. So us not having
That's not what I
sanctions on
said.
us not
That's
having
not what I
sanctions.
said.
So us not having sanctions on Iran means we're not funding them?
Do you even understand what I said? Clearly
No,
not.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Well, maybe I don't understand
Okay,
what
so
you're saying,
us
but
not
I
having
can tell you
sanctions
what I
on
know.
Iran, under your view, means that we don't fund them. So why are you saying that we're funding Iran? Why are you saying that I'm in support of funding Iran?
Biden and Harris released $16 billion to Iran. Iran
Wait,
is known for funding Hamas.
Wait. Listen.
Iran
you're
is
saying,
known for.
You're saying.
Stop trying to change this fucking subject.
No.
Stop
You're not
trying to
understanding.
change the subject.
You're saying
Stop
that
trying to
funds.
change the subject.
Listen. You're saying that funds
Stop.
them. Listen, you're saying that's us funding them. So us not having a sanction on North Korea means we're funding them?
We did by allowing them to have access to money.
He doesn't understand
knowing
the point. Yeah, listen. You think not
you don't
having
understand
a sanction,
the point.
You think not having a sanction on Iran means that we're funding them. So not having a sanction on North Korea would mean we're funding them as well, right? You can unmute, by the way. I gave you the ability to unmute. Jesus Christ, dude. Logan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You know that you're wrong.
Push the hand hard.
And you're trying to change the subject. You're trying to change the subject because you know you're wrong.
Appreciate
You
the hand
are.
hard. Thank you. How am I trying to change the subject? He muted again. I didn't mute you. You just muted yourself. Hello?
I didn't mute myself.
Yes, you did. I promise you I did not
I'm
mute
here. Okay, well, I'm not muted.
You muted yourself, though.
Oh, okay.
I figured you were in here trying to scare me.
No.
Yeah, so are you going to engage, or are you just going to say that, oh, you changed the topic and never tell me how I'm changing the topic or ever engage with my point?
You did change the topic because you want to talk about China and you want to talk about other things. You don't want to talk how Biden
you're not understanding.
released sanctions
You said
on Iran.
Yeah, you said not
Biden's
having.
a war criminal.
I specifically addressed this. You said not having sanctions on a country means we're funding them. Us not having sanctions on Iran means we're funding Iran. So if we don't have sanctions on another country, that means we're funding them?
That's not what was said, but I
That's
appreciate
exactly
you trying to twist the words.
That's exactly what you said. You said if we do not have sanctions on Iran, a foreign country, then it is the case that we're funding them. Okay? So if we do not have sanctions on North Korea, a foreign country, that means that we're funding them?
Stop
using a reason.
Because
Stop using facts.
You're not using reason or
Janelle,
facts.
thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank
because
you.
You're not using reason or facts.
I am. I'm using only reason and facts. And you're getting mad.
Biden released $16 billion to Iran. Iran is known terrorist company that a country that will freaking fund
Jesus Christ.
Hamas
you
and
said,
ISIS.
oh my God, Tint.
That's what they do.
Tint. You said not having a sanction on a country, on a foreign country, Iran, means that we're funding them. So us
That's not
having
what I
a sanction, that is exactly
It's not what I said.
Christian, thank you for the
Not what I
$10.
said.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
It's not what I said.
Tell me what you said
but
then.
I appreciate you. I said that Biden and Harris released $16 billion to Iran. Iran is known for funding Hamas.
Dude, that was a sanction.
And
That was a
ISIS.
sanction. Tint, that was a sanction.
Yes.
So they
was a
reduced.
sanction.
So they
They
reduced a
removed
sanction,
that
which
sanction.
limited them from having peace agreements. You're saying that funds them, but it doesn't fund them because it wasn't our money. Okay, that doesn't make sense to call it a fund because then us not having a sanction on North Korea would then mean we're funding North Korea. That makes no fucking sense at all. Okay.
North Korea is not known for funding ISIS or
Kenna,
Hamas.
thank you so much for the $1. Thank you.
They are not known for funding Hamas or ISIS. They destabilized the area. But you clearly...
Do you support sanctions on
live in a
Afghanistan?
different world.
Do you support sanctions on Afghanistan?
I love how you just keep changing the subject and you don't want to live to
I'm
what you
not
have.
changing the subject. I'm applying your reasoning. So listen, do you support sanctions on Afghanistan?
It depends on what the terms are. Why would we sanction them? What do we need to sanction them for?
So you don't support economic sanctions on the Taliban?
Do you know who they're funded by? Who are they funded by? Who are they funded by?
They're the acting government in Afghanistan.
Okay. We're not on the same page here, so
What?
I think that's pretty clear. We're not on the same page here.
You mean
You're not
facts?
getting what I said. You're not getting what I say, and you keep trying to change the subject. So that's great.
So I'm on facts, and you're on
You're not on
trust me,
facts.
bros.
I'm not on trust me, bros. I'm on facts. And you keep trying to change the subject, and you just want to keep talking about other countries. You're not talking about the
Since
actual
how many
problem.
continents are there?
Are you serious?
Yes.
7.
And what are they?
We're not going there.
What
I
are they?
appreciate you.
What are they, Tint?
We don't need to talk about that.
Can you just tell me what they are, please?
Can you just please...
Please tell me what they are.
Can you please answer the question?
Tell me what they are.
Bro, you're a joke.
You know you can do it, Tint. You got this.
Do you also want to talk?
You got it. You got it. You got this, man.
I'm going to tell you why.
What are the 7 continents, man?
Do you want to know why they can't tax billionaires?
What
Do
are
you
the
wanna
7
know?
continents, Tint?
Oh, man, this guy. It's funny. Just a little internet tool.
What are the 7 continents?
What are they? Anyways, on my last
You don't
note, the reason you can't tax billionaires is because if you tax them, you will crush every small business in America.
No, it's not,
Why?
because you're taxing their personal income, not their business income.
They don't have fucking income, you moron.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They don't.
You understand
They don't.
still have yes, they do.
They don't.
Yes, they do. You can get it through either capital gains or you can get it through personal income. You can tax either of them.
You don't get it because you don't make enough money to get it.
So how do they get money?
Through the business.
Yeah, so they take money from that's personal income.
No, it's not. It's called
Yes, it is.
distribution. It's called distributions.
Distribution?
Yes, it's called distributions with the company.
What do you mean?
You should probably check out how an S corporation works before you go and tell people that they don't know how to be taxed.
Yeah, I told you the two ways they can take it out. Personal income or capital gains, right?
They don't have personal income like you think they do. You don't.
So how do they
it.
get the money?
It is a distribution through the business. It doesn't.
So how do they get? How is the money distributed to them?
It is removed from the company and given to them. It's not.
That's personal income.
It's not.
It literally is.
Go open an LLC and you'll see how it works.
That's literally taxable.
It's not.
Yes, it is. You have no clue what you're talking about.
I could show you my tax returns and you could see.
Well, you should show them to the IRS too, because
They get sent
FBI, open up.
Let them come. Let them come. Because you don't understand, just like the rest of you people don't understand how taxes work.
Okay, yeah, dude. That's hilarious, dude. That's fucking hilarious. If you take it out to your personal self, that's personal income. You're just not reporting it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32. What's up, man?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I don't. I want to. I don't know.
Would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman?
No, of course not.
Okay, so then you wouldn't vote for Trump because he's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. All right, appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you so much. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Again, Christian, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you're MAGA and you're proud, type it in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Most likely.
Why so?
Well, I want to go back to what you canceled the last guy for saying. Who did Trump sexually assault?
E. Jean Carroll.
He was convicted of sexually assaulting her?
He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury.
Of what?
Sexual abuse, which means forceful penetration
Are
against
you
her
sure
will.
about that?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, I'm voting for Trump because I like.
So why would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
Because I think you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
I don't think he was criminally charged for it.
I said he was held civilly liable.
Civilly liable is different than criminally charged.
Wow, genius. Thank you for telling me.
Well, thanks. I'm glad you think I'm genius. Anyway, why am I voting for Trump? Can we go one for one on this?
Yeah, go for it.
You want me to just list it all off and you spew something totally irrelevant?
I didn't. You brought it up, and then I just showed you how you're still voting for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. So would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a child?
Yes.
You would?
So
you said yes? You said you would vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a child?
If I don't think that his civil and criminal and legal process was due, then I would probably weigh that against other issues. So back to your question, why am I voting for Trump? Is that fair? You want to go there?
Mm-hmm.
Can we go one for one, or do you want me to list them all off and then you spew something totally different?
Go for it.
Let's go one for one. Secure borders. That's one reason.
Okay. Do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then there's the same level of border crossings right now as there was at the end of Trump's administration. So why didn't he get rid of the border crisis?
That's totally wrong.
No, look up.
No, don't tell me what to look up. I know the facts, and the border was more secure under Trump than it is right now under the last 3 years of Biden Harris. There's no doubt about that. You can't even argue that. There's no way.
Due to a recent executive order,
listen,
it decreased border crossings decreased by due to a recent executive order, border crossings decreased by 40%, which has the same.
But listen to what you're saying.
Can I please finish?
What's that?
Can I please finish?
Yes.
Yeah. So specifically, right, it went down 40% due to this recent executive order.
What did?
Border crossings. Right, which puts us at the same levels of border crossings.
What do you consider a border crossing?
Can I please finish real quick?
Yeah, but you're not. You're going.
I'm explaining it right now, and you're not letting me talk.
Go ahead.
I can mute you.
You can mute me. You could. It's your prerogative.
Yeah, I don't want to have to, but you're kind of like acting like a child right now and need a baby bottle.
No,
so I think I might need a. I think I might need to put the baby bottle right in your mouth. There you go. There's the baby bottle. Sip, sip. There you go. Like that baby bottle, there it goes. So we're at the same level of border crossings right now as we were at the end of Trump's administration. So if there was a border crisis right now, then there's the border crisis at the end of Trump's administration as well, right? So why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis?
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
That was a good bottle there.
I know, right?
A bunch of pussy juice. So, listen, you're referring to data that has nothing to do with the people that come across undocumented. You're referring to, we documented, or we caught these many people and Trump caught these many. We got more people than Trump did. You've got so many. You got millions and millions of people.
Wallace is right. You guys are fucking weird.
What? What's weird about that? It's truth.
No, it's what you said earlier. But like you guys are just fucking weird. I don't know what to tell you.
What's weird about that? What's weird about it?
Go for it. Just go for it. Sidar, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you.
Okay, next reason. Veterans health.
No. Go back to what you just said.
Oh, what? We're still on the border? You still want to defend the border? Do you think the border is more secure now than it was under Trump? Yes or no?
The coffee. Thank you so much. I think it's just as secure right now as it was under Trump.
So you think Trump had as many illegals, undocumented?
Right now, there's the same level of border crossings right now as the end of Trump's administration.
But the data you pull that from is so skewed. It's not even true. It's not even right.
How is it skewed? I'll tell you the source.
How many go to the Border Patrol executive.
So specifically, the title is "Guess How Much Border Crossing Numbers Plummeted After Biden Put in a New Policy."
You want me to guess now, or you want me to stop?
No, I gave you the title of the source.
What, I didn't even hear what you said because I was.
I gave you a title of the source.
What's the title? Where'd you give it to me? In my bottle?
The title is "Guess How Much Border Crossing Numbers Plummeted After Biden Put in a New Policy."
How much they plummeted? Maybe that first day they plummeted because they didn't know what was going on, but over the last 3 years they've skyrocketed.
Okay, you can say in the past that they've gone up. I'm not disputing that. What I'm telling you is right now they're the same levels as under Trump's administration.
You mean right before the election, or you mean over the last 3 years?
So this is comparing to.
There's a lot of things that are going to don't mute me now. There's a lot of things that are going to be close to equal now. The price of gas might even come down in the next month. But if you think it's going to stay, if you think it's going to stay down next June, you're fucking. You need a bottle.
You have no evidence for your position. I'm telling you where it's at right now.
You know what?
Maybe, if you want to give me any reason it's gonna be that way, tell me what immigration policy led to that. Please, I'd love to hear it.
What immigration policy led to what? The increased
more people coming.
The Biden's executive orders that he signed day one.
Which one?
Canceling all of the border wall for one.
The border wall. How much of the border wall did Trump build?
More than you think. How much? What do you think? More than 10 miles or less than 10 miles?
10 miles out of 1900. Wow, that sounds incredible.
No, I'm asking you, how much did he build?
It was a
Did he
bit
build
more than 10, and it was
It was more.
and it was like
And then let me
49
ask-
or 52,
And then
something like
let me
that.
ask you another question.
Right,
After-
49 or
after
52 new miles
after-
built.
after
Right, which
Biden-
is 3.7% of the overall border. So he did 3.7% of the border, and you're like, oh my God, Daddy Trump,
All right.
thank you so much.
I know,
you
right?
were really doing something for immigration.
right?
3.7%.
So if you had a big balloon of water, if you had a big balloon of water and it was leaking in 4 spots massively, in like 100 spots, just little
Jesus
pinholes.
Christ, 3.7%.
Where would you? Where
Oh
would
my
you put,
God,
Where would you
dude.
put your bubble gum? Where would you put your little
Jesus
bottle? In the
Christ.
4 holes or in the 100 holes?
Fuck, dude.
You can't even hear me, can you?
I can't hear you. Oh, dude, it's.
You don't
brain
think the
rot's
border
already
is a problem?
affecting me.
Do you not think the border is a problem right now? Regardless of
If it's a problem right now, then it was a problem at the end of Trump's.
Regardless of which party is responsible, do you think the
Did you
border
hear
is
me?
a problem?
Did you hear me?
You said it was more of a problem.
I said if it's a
asking you-
problem right
I'm
now, then it
asking
was
you
a problem at the
straight-
end of Trump. Do I think
I'm
there's a
asking you a
problem?
straight-up
Yes.
question.
The problem that
You know,
I
Trump
think
won his last. You know,
I'll
Trump
tell
won the
you.
last.
I was
one.
going to answer the question.
Do you think it's a problem right now? Period. End of story. Regardless of whose problem it is.
Yes.
Okay. It is a problem.
What I think the problem is.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
I don't care. Put the baby butter right back in the mouth. Suck, suck. Right. So what I think is that yes, the border is a problem, but the problem specifically lies in the fact that it takes so long for people to get to this country legally. 5 to 7 years on average to get in this country legally. That is the problem. I think we should document people. I think everyone that's in this country currently that's not committing crimes, violent crimes, should be able to be allowed in the country, and we should document them. Legal documentation, right? And then we can enforce the border, right, as we do, right, with legitimate determinations of how long it takes people to get here. Instead of it taking 5 to 7 years, 6 months. More judges. You can have more border patrol. I don't care if we do border security. I think that's a good thing. Actually, no, I don't care. I think we should do border security. But once the system is set up in a beneficial way for people who are immigrating to the country so that people are not left behind.
You just verbatim said what a lot of Trump supporters are believing right now. Exactly what you just said, man. Exactly.
Okay, sure.
But the problem is
that's not what Republicans say. That's what Democrats say, by the way.
Hang on. The problem is we're not there yet. So what do you do? What do you do when you don't have an immigration system that does exactly what you just said? What do you do when people cross it illegally?
So you're telling me.
Time out. No. Hang on.
No, you're telling me that you want something to be changed about the border, but I can't get what I want changed. What would I do if I can't get what I want changed? What am I supposed to describe what I want to you again, or what am I supposed to describe to you? Like, I told you what I want. This is what I would do if I can get what I want. What are you talking about? Like, what do I think is actually effective to get passed? You have to clarify your question more than that. That's why I'm meeting you.
Oh, you meet me? So you said exactly what we all believe. But the problem is right now, without that in place, without people agreeing on how you come across or what we need to do to change how you come across, we have laws in place right now that apply and deal to people that come across illegally. And all the liberals don't want to apply those laws, and they don't want to change the laws, or else they would have.
I've advocated to change the law.
I know.
I just told you what I wanted to change to, and you said, "What would I want if it don't get what I want?" Which doesn't make any sense.
And I'm wait a minute. I'm totally with you.
Chad, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
I agree with you 100%. But the problem is we have current laws, which as a Republican, I'm good with, right? I don't know if I'm still muted or not. Probably am.
Yeah, muted.
I agree with the current laws, and I also agree that we need to change
them. It takes so long for people to get into the country.
But the problem is, do you think you should be able to drive 70 in a 55? Yeah. We should in sometimes they change.
You just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
Push that mustache. Thank you so much. Yes, you did.
Sometimes.
Ed, thank you so much for the golden party. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You said punish people who violate the law in all instances as it relates to them being here undocumented. But as it relates to you speeding, you're like, oh, don't apply it to me.
No, I
What?
didn't say that. You didn't even hear the rest of what I was saying.
What?
You didn't hear the rest of what I was saying. I said there's a highway that's 55 and you want to drive 75, and it's probably suited for 75, but the speed limit's 55. If I get pulled over for driving 75, I'm going to get a ticket, and I'm fine with that. That's the law. And you all want to just bypass existing laws like it's inequity or in whatever you call it, DEI or whatever. It's like, oh, that shouldn't be right. We should be able to come across the border because our system's fucked up. Well, fix the fucking system.
That's what I'm advocating for. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you so much.
But if you're advocating
you know who
for that,
didn't vote for the border bill? Wait, hold up. You know who didn't vote for the border bill?
You are voting for the wrong person.
You know who didn't vote for the border bill?
There's oodles of people on both sides that didn't
Republicans
vote for
that got calls from Donald Trump.
Bill?
That's who.
Which border bill?
The
Are you
Secure
talking
the
about
Border
border
Act.
bill?
The Secure the
What?
Border Act.
Oh, fuck you. You just muted me again?
No. The Secure the Border Act.
Are you talking about
I'm
the border
answering your
bill that
questions
Trump
and you're
had?
not listening. That's
you
why I'm
talking
muting you, is because you're not fucking listening. You're just speaking.
But you're interrupting me like you're getting pissed off.
You
at
asked me a question and I answered it.
Which border bill?
I told you the Secure the Border Act like 3 times, dude.
Is that the one that you claim that Trump said don't vote for that? I'm not even
Yes,
in office.
he didn't want them to vote for that bill.
Was there another bill on the floor before that that was just as good, if not better? That's on Schumer's desk, or no?
So what bill?
HR 2, I think.
HR 2. I'll pull up HR 2.
It might not be HR 2. There's one sitting on Schumer's desk that.
Which one are you referencing?
You know what?
Yeah, HR 2 is the Secure the Border Act, by the way.
All right. Hey, how about that? I was right.
Kenneth, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. No, it was the one I was referencing.
Same one?
Yes.
Are you sure
That's the
about
bill.
that?
That's the one that Trump didn't want.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Literally, dude. And it was sponsored by a Republican, dude. I can't. Actually wild. Crazy things. Are you there? Hello?
I'm here. Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Later. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. He just stopped engaging with reality. By the way, yes, I know there is a Kamala Harris rally. Honestly, I should have gone. It's in Arizona. Fuck, dude. I should have gone. Yo, Carmela, thank you so much. I appreciate the hand arts. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you. Yo, we need to get Kamala Harris on my live. You know how fucking fun that would be? To get Kamala Harris on the live? That would be so fun. Yo, what's up? How old are you? We need to find somehow to do that, chat. We need to find somehow to do that. I don't know if I could, but that would be so fun. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Reach out to our team. That'd be fun. Hit up Kamala HQ. Yeah, see, I follow them. They should follow me back. You know? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, man, I'm 34. What's going on?
You voting Trump?
Well, I would be. It's a tricky situation.
They're at almost 50K on the stream, chat. They have 50K viewers almost. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I just believe that he has more of my core values in his.
Like what values?
Well, it has to do with mostly supporting the middle class, supporting businesses. I know you disagree with that. That's okay.
Christy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I don't disagree with supporting the middle class.
I'm not saying you disagree with that. I'm saying you disagree he supports that.
Oh, okay, sure. So under Trump's administration, there were a bunch of tax cuts specifically given to rich people. Most of the tax cuts and the policy went to people who are rich in this country, whereas under the Harris administration, they're going to keep all the taxes that were applicable to people who make under $400,000 a year, and they're going to increase taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year, right, to bring back the 2021 child tax credit, which decreases taxes on the middle class.
Okay. I don't disagree with taxing rich people, though. That's a thing that we're not on the same page about. I do agree that we should increase taxes for people that do receive more money and do earn more pay. That is not something I disagree with. But I feel like what I'm getting at more is that he does support tax cuts for businesses, and that does support more middle and lower class businesses, especially local businesses, in my opinion, at least.
Can you name me one point in history where trickle-down economics has worked?
But that's not just trickle-down economics, though. That's not just supporting the rich. No, it's not. You're using a broad term that supports local and small businesses and also supports medium businesses, and it does, of course, affect all businesses at all scales. So it'll affect Walmart just as much as it'll affect a small business. That's scaling. That's a separate.
Yeah, but you said trickle down, like it's going to go to their workers, it's going to create jobs. That's what you were arguing.
You just said trickle down. I never said.
I'm referencing the concept of you saying that the money that we give to businesses is going to be passed down to the workers.
Yes, because it works with.
Okay, so that's what trickle down is. So I was disputing that, and I was saying that. Can you name me one point in history where trickle down worked?
But that's not what trickle down economics is, though.
That's exactly what it is. That the idea that it will go from businesses to the wealthy down to people in the working class, and they'll build jobs. Think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Fern.
But we're talking at a medium and smaller scale. I'm not looking at the big businesses as much because I understand
Walmart is a big business.
Yeah, of course. I know. I'm saying like local, more smaller businesses, medium scale businesses, not necessarily the chains like, Kohl's, Walmart, Kmart, whatever you want to say, all those chains. Like, I think that there should be separate tax brackets based on business scale as well. I think that these big businesses should not be getting the same kind of tax cuts that medium and smaller businesses are. How we're going to determine that's going to be difficult, of course, to understand and how to figure out.
That's clearly not what Republicans are advocating for.
But that's the thing, though, is because you have to cover under one large scale. You can't just say, oh, this guy gets this tax cut, this guy gets this tax cut. You can't say, oh, just this and this. That's why it's in a broader term. Everything is in a broader term when you're talking like a political level like that. So everything is going to be applied that way.
Yeah, so you say everything is going to be applied that way, but that's not what happens specifically in terms of policy, right? Like I just said, for Kamala Harris, we're going to be applying the tax cuts to the people who are making under $400,000 a year, but we're going to be specifically increasing them on people's income over $400,000. So that's exactly what we mean.
Tax cuts? Like, what changes are they making? Are they making
They're retaining all of the ones that are applicable to people who make under $400,000 a year, and they're increasing taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year to be able to bring back the child tax credit in 2021 that increased the child tax credit specifically from $2,000 to $3,600 for children under the age of 5.
I do agree that does make sense to a degree, but for me, it's like, I'm more of a moderate person personally, so I always try to understand both sides when I have these discussions. I do lean more right on many things, like the Second Amendment, like the border crisis, like businesses, but it.
Okay, all right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
I mean, I would like to go back to the border thing.
Okay.
So I was also just checking because I thought that I was a little.
Thank you for the happy Friday. Thank you so much, Claudia. Oh, you cut out. I can't hear you right now, by the way.
Oh, sorry. So the thing is, though, is that what he was doing with the border, for example, was not just adding more wall. He was also replacing existing structures upon going about it. There was about
so they refurbished, and then they also, specifically, not only did they refurbish, but they built new wall. Building new wall was around 52 miles. The refurbishment was like 450. So the refurbishment was about 23% of the wall. The building of new wall was about 3.7%. Leave the corky. Thank you so much. So why the hell would you think that it's good and effective policy for him to be like, oh, I'm going to build a wall, Mexico's going to pay for it, but he only builds 3.7% of the wall and refurbishes 23%, which even if he were in office again for another 4 years, he wouldn't even get halfway through.
But that's
saying Kamala raid. Yeah, Kamala raid. Yeah.
But the thing is, though, is what I'm saying. That's 23% of the wall built. So he's essentially had to replace 20% of it that was already underpaid. It obviously wasn't paid for, and then he had to continue. And then at that point, he only got 3% done. So even if it was only 23% more in his next term, it's going to have to keep going because we can't just cut it off and stop the funding. That doesn't complete anything.
Wait, stop the funding for what specifically?
It's not continuing to be built. At this point, they're only making repairs in
Yeah,
existing.
so you're saying stop the funding for the wall. Yeah, I don't see any reason why the wall is beneficial, right? If you think that there should be a wall on the southern border, do you think there should also be a wall on the northern border?
I actually do, yes.
So you think there
Because
should be a
just as
wall on
many-
it? How
as many
politically
immigrants are coming through
how
the
politically
north.
effective do you think that's going to be?
Dude, you're not understanding though, is it's not just from the southern border that they're approaching. There's so many back roads and other things that they can cross through from Canada very easily. There's people coming from all the Middle Eastern countries, all the European countries, all the Asian countries. They're coming from everywhere. They're not coming.
Is that
just
not a waste of money? Can't people just fly here and overstay visas?
Yeah, of course they can. But guess what?
Okay, so then, like, why is the wall effective?
At least we know who they are because they had to fly into this country. They had to use documentation. How are you going to track people without any documents?
Oh, okay. So if you want to get people to get documents, why don't you incentivize people to go through the legal process by making it
Yes,
faster?
of course. I would actually like to make it faster. I do agree that it should be faster. I think that 7 years is too long. That's kind of crazy. I was thinking more like around 3 to 5 years. I think that's more
that's
reasonable.
still insane. So again,
That's
the
not
point
insane, though, because how are
it
you
should be
going to
6 months max.
6 months max is insane. How are you going to know that person? You can't find
You
documentation.
can find documentation in 6 months if you have enough judges.
So how
to
are
do
you
the
going to
process.
find documentation on somebody who's about 18 to 19 years old that was born in a smaller country that may not even have computers in some of their countries?
How is the extra time going to allow you to find documentation?
But how is it going to prove that they're who they are? You're not understanding what I'm saying.
How are you going to prove? Wait, why does it take so long to prove who they are?
What do you mean? If they don't have any kind of documentation,
Tell me, why should it? Why do you think it's going to take? What reason do you have to believe that it's going to take 3 to 5 years to find the
You're going
information?
to keep talking.
I'm asking you a direct question. You're not answering.
Dude, I'm answering the question and you're cutting me off. I'm literally saying, how are we going to get? So we're going to give them documentation. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they're from. I don't think we should allow them into the country if we don't know who they are. How are we going to know if they have a criminal history? How are we going to know if they're actually going to be a helpful person in society, whether they are a carpenter or they're a mechanic, whatever, you know what I mean? How are we going to know these things about this person? For all we know, we could be adding an undocumented person that could be a criminal, that could be a murderer. I'm not saying they all are. I think a majority of people that come to this country are very good people. My wife is an immigrant herself. What I'm getting at, though, is that she went about it the legal process. It took a very long time to get here. And it does suck, obviously. There are easier ways to get in by having family or whatnot. But the problem is that there's not enough documentation on some of these people. The process should be faster.
I agree there should be documentation, but what you're not understanding is 3 to 5 years does not incentivize it to the degree that's necessary. Not only that specifically, but it is the case that you're not giving me anything that disputes what I just said.
But
Wait, why do you need the extra time? Please tell me.
You need the extra time to be able to
There's no
see.
manpower to do it within
Like,
6 months.
They don't have the manpower. That's why I'm saying fund the manpower. That's the point I'm saying. That if you have enough people, you can absolutely make the system go faster. And that's my point.
This money to other places that doesn't make
That's
sense.
what the border bill was trying to get. And Trump didn't want to support the border bill because he didn't want Democrats to look good.
Listen, I did look at the border bill and it did seem like it. I don't know all the parts of it though, because I did only read a brief summary of it. So I'm not going to say I know the entire thing. But there are, like, I think there should be a border on both sides. And that's my personal opinion. I don't think it's fair to have a border on one side and not the other because there's just as many immigrants coming in from the north that we don't know about. I'm saying that we strictly don't know about because you're saying that it decreased by 40% with this new bill that Biden pushed through. But this new bill, all it did was stop asylum seekers. But the problem is that it's just not supporting asylum seekers. It's stopping the process, which is good because we are letting in too many asylum seekers. But the problem with it is that it's not doing anything else. It doesn't add any other security to the border. From what I've read on it, it doesn't
Are you
add
talking about the executive order or the border bill?
the executive order specifically.
The executive order limits how many people has come into the country by 40%. So it clearly has limited people who came to the country, and it's brought us to the same levels that we were under Trump's administration. So if you think it's an issue right now, then why don't you think it was an issue back then?
I'm not saying it wasn't an issue back then. It should be continuing.
So, okay, so then if it's continually an issue, why are you specifically only blaming it on the Biden-Harris administration?
But I'm not.
Why can't you acknowledge that it was likely due to other causes?
It's been a problem since under Obama. We've had a constant issue with our border. It's never.
Oh,
been.
okay. So then I don't see how that's specifically going to be the Biden-Harris administration.
But I'm not saying that it's specifically their problem. What you're not understanding is that I'm saying
hotels and housing.
what I'm
So
saying.
you're talking asylum seekers who are here through a legal process. So why do you have an issue with a legal process of asylum?
The issue is that we're using the government's funding to promote people coming to this country because we're giving them things like, for example, in my personal area, we're putting them into hotels, we're putting them into places. But the problem is that some of them are overstaying that.
Wait, you just said that you're pro-immigration because your wife is an immigrant, but you're advocating against legal immigration?
Through the legal process.
Wait, but now you're advocating, asylum is legal.
Versus illegally.
So why are you against legal immigration in some scenarios but not the other?
I'm against illegal immigration.
This is legal. This is legal.
Asylum seeking
is legal.
The problem is that it's too easy to get in. You don't understand.
Okay, so then you disagree with the legal process. That doesn't mean that they're not legal.
But I'm not saying that they're illegal, though. I'm saying that we need to strengthen our border, and we also need to stop the asylum seeking because we accept too many people. We've accepted so many people in this asylum. We're essentially flooding areas of people that should I'm going to stop myself and repeat what I'm trying to say. But we're supporting these people that are coming here. But the problem is that where is this money coming from?
Why don't we incentivize people to go towards dying cities around the entire United States that need people, right?
But that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening at all.
Okay, so that's what I'm advocating to do, right? Is that you can incentivize people to go through these types of processes rather than just going directly to big cities.
Why are we
can specifically address that?
But why are we paying for it?
Because it creates a larger economy long term.
So we're allowing more people into the country.
Yes, because it benefits our economy.
Areas that are already.
It allows for us to deal with the debt in the future. It allows us to pay for things like Social Security and Medicare, and it grows our economy long term. We have a population crisis right now because we have not had fertility rates at replacement rates since the 70s. So that is an issue that's going to plague our ability to be able to pay for Social Security, for Medicare, and other types of social services that we have had for so long. Now, if you care about that, if you care about dealing with the debt, then you would be pro-immigration because it benefits our economy. Okay? We need faster processes to get people in, but you sitting there and saying that legal migration is a bad thing not only sounds hypocritical, but seems utterly ridiculous if you care about the economy.
So I didn't say that legal immigration was a bad thing. I agreed that we should shorten it.
Asylum is legal.
But again, I said that we should stop accepting asylum seekers at this point.
Yes, but it's still a legal process. You said that you like the current laws.
Finish, or are you going to keep cutting me off like you did before? I let you finish. So what I'm saying is we need to limit asylum seekers and we need to cut back on it. Should we stop it completely? No. We should only be accepting people that are coming from countries that are actually seeking asylum. The problem is we're accepting people that are calling themselves asylum seekers that are not coming from a place that's war-torn.
You need the process to determine that, by the way. And there are plenty of all of these places. We have a percentage that we accept people. I hope you know. So it's about them determining it. So how do you think that they should determine the asylum claims? Should people not be able to get allowed to get into the country?
But that's the thing is that we're already over flooded by it. You're not understanding that we're already at our maximum for people we are accepting. We're
not. We are not at a maximum.
Yeah. Okay. We can agree to disagree on that.
That is a ridiculous statement.
That's not a ridiculous statement. We're accepting people and we're putting them into hotels. We're not putting them in. We're not putting them into affordable housing. We're putting them into hotels. We're putting them into apartments. We're putting them into places and the taxpayers are paying.
Yeah, because the Republicans don't want to advocate for affordable housing. You know what I mean? Like if we had a baseline for housing in this country already established, there wouldn't have to be this need to have states have determined policy to put people in particular hotels, right? We would have already had housing projects that existed, but Republicans for decades have not funded affordable housing programs to ensure that people have access to housing across the board. There are people who are homeless in this country. Right? We spend more money on people who are rapists and murderers, right, in prison than we'll spend on people in this country as it relates to housing, as it relates to healthcare, as it relates to basic amenities, right? Saying that other people in this country, right, are getting this and other Americans are not is not a reason to not give it to Americans and to not give it to immigrants.
Why would we not?
It's a reason to make sure that we provide this standard of quality for every American in this country. Stop cutting me off when you said that you wouldn't.
You cut me off multiple times.
You cut me off after saying I didn't cut you off after you said not to do it, and now you're doing the same fucking shit again. It's so hypocritical, dude.
No, you're being hypocritical because you're not letting me address one point. You're talking about
you're cutting me off
back to back to back, and when I start to address one, you move on to the next. So
I literally addressed a few in one statement after you were able to do that.
All right, I'll let it be. So What I'm going to say is we should be putting Americans first. We're not putting Americans into affordable housing. We're putting in migrants and asylum seekers into affordable housing. Why are we not going to put Americans into that first? And not to mention, on top of that, it's not just because of affordable housing not being active throughout every single in the country. It is everywhere already. But the problem is that we're giving it to everyone. So if we're giving it to everyone right now, then the only people...
Talia, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
They're getting the checks, they're getting Section 8, they're getting whatever, and they're getting thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. For example, there's one Section 8 apartment near me that pays $2,600 a month if you are not in Section 8. That is insane. But the problem is that the government, that means, is paying, say they have to pay $1,000 for that, and that's what they have to pay for it to get covered. That means that the government is paying that $1,600 of rent because they're covering the rest of that, whether it be discounted or not. You know what I'm saying? They're paying at least half or more. That's what I'm getting at. We're not giving that to Americans. We're giving that to illegal immigrants or asylum seekers, and that's the problem. We need to limit asylum seekers. We need to limit illegal immigrants, but we're not doing that by not closing our borders and by not at least stopping them and giving us more of a chance for more Americans to get these opportunities. Like, I just don't understand how that is going to be solved by you giving it away to asylum seekers. Like, you're giving people a chance in this country. And I understand that that is a good and moral compass thing. But the problem is we already have people in this country that are struggling. Why are we not supporting them first by doing that? We're not giving them these things. We're giving it to people that are asylum seekers. Like, that's what I don't understand.
I like how you address a million things there, right? Secondly, it is the case that what you're not acknowledging is that I just addressed this. We can provide these standards for both sides. And if you don't want to talk about states, what's happening in different states as it relates to the context of the new abortion laws that particularly exist due to Donald Trump putting people in the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade, why are you bringing up state policy now? You're bringing up straight state policy as it relates to immigration that funds people who are here through asylum. They're naming one federal policy that funds asylum. There's not one, okay? So are you going to reference what's happening in the states, or are you not going to?
Are you saying specifically for the abortion, or are you talking about that thing that we were been talking about this entire time?
I addressed both.
Okay. If we're going to talk
Did
about...
you listen to me?
I'm obviously listening to you.
It doesn't sound like it.
All right. So are you going to bully me, or are you just going to talk?
I'm bullying you now.
You are bullying me because
you're a
attacking
snowflake,
me.
bro.
You literally just asked
You're
me,
a literal
are you gonna talk, or
snowflake.
Dude, you're coming at me. What do you mean? How is that being a snowflake? You literally just... Whatever. I'm trying to be polite and be friendly because I'm trying to just have a conversation. Because that's what this should be. This should be a conversation that we discuss.
I gave you a legitimate response. You're not engaging with anything that I said, and you're just acting like a snowflake. You just said, don't bully me. I'm not bullying you by arguing against you in a debate.
That's bullying. What do you mean calling somebody?
How is arguing against someone in a debate bullying?
You just called me a snowflake. That's what's bullying. Are you not understanding?
I called you a snowflake after you called me a bully, genius. So what'd you call me a bully for? That's a lie. No, I did not. No, I didn't. I called you a snowflake for you calling me a bully. Now, why did you call me a bully?
I'm calling you a bully because you're not you're bringing up multiple things at once. I'm trying to address them and understand them.
I'm a bully because I brought up multiple things. You just brought up multiple things, and I acknowledged that in my statement. Where am I bullying you?
Goodness. Let's just get back to the talk, because at this point we're just going back and forth with something.
Dude,
stupid.
what are you talking about, bro?
What are you talking about? You're literally just attacking me. Like,
dude, you're just saying I'm bullying, and I didn't do anything. Kylie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for putting up with the MAGA BS. Thank you. Appreciate that, mustache. Thank you so much. So
Sorry,
I literally was just debating against you, and you called me a bully for no reason. Didn't respond to any of my arguments. Good job.
So, what do you want to talk about now? Because at this point,
thank you. Like, hey,
what would you like to talk about? What would you like to address next?
Maybe the things that I brought up. If you're going to talk about what's happening in the states, why don't you reference what's happening in the states as it relates to the context of abortion?
Okay.
The fact that there's states that don't allow women to get access to abortion if they're raped. Appreciate Tom Sugg. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's another thing, though, that is also a general topic, too, because it's a gray area. Because I do think that it sucks, obviously, if you think about it in the way that these people are being raped, they're being abused, they're being, forced to have these children because they are not allowed to get access to abortion. The problem is that also falls within a gray area, because that's also, if you allow abortion for them, you allow abortion for everybody. So that's the thing. You can't say, oh, only these specific people get it, only this time frame. It's either everybody gets it or nobody gets it. And that's the issue.
That's not how it works. So I think that people should be able to get access to abortion prior to sentience in terms of elective reasons. So that's a policy that in certain circumstances doesn't allow it late term. Right?
How would you determine sentience?
Sentience is determined by neuroscience, right? By papers in neuroscience. They indicate that it's most likely to occur between 18 through 26 range. Most of the research indicates 20 through 26. 18 is extraordinarily conservative.
So where would the cutoff point be then? How would you determine the cutoff point? Would you put it at 18 weeks, or would this have to be something that has to be?
I would put it at 18 or 20 as it relates to the context of lethal abortions. The rest of the ones that happen after that would just be the context of induction of labor.
Okay.
Those are the types of ones.
So if that's where you're going to put that number, that's fine. I get that. But how are we going to determine if that person was, say, raped? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they disagree with everyone.
If someone claims that they've gotten raped, I think they should be able to get access to an abortion.
Okay.
What? Like, you think that they shouldn't be able to get? You think there should be conditions that they have to prove to be able to get access to it? That's ridiculous.
But there's ways to report it. There should be at least police reports upon the incident, within reason. Of course, I understand it's not possible for everybody to come through right away.
Because most people do not come out as it relates to abortion. So not abortion as it relates to rape. So I don't think that's a good reasoning.
I think that they should have to come forward, at least a law enforcement board.
Yeah, I don't think that we would have to do that, and I don't know why we should force people.
I think that should be a requirement, because if you think about it, it's like that means that anybody can just walk into a clinic and say they got raped. That's what that means. So that means anybody can take advantage of it.
Yes, the likelihood of false report is 2 to 10%. It's unlikely.
But what you're not understanding is that anybody can do that.
Yeah.
Anybody can come forward and say that.
Absolutely.
So say you're at 26 weeks, you can say that. So that means you're abusing the system.
Yeah, I think it's better. I think it's better to say that, right, than to specifically leave it up to a system where people have to prove it, right? Where it is the case that there are going to be plenty of rape victims that don't get access to this.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So what I'm saying is that there should at least be some form of documentation and not necessarily proof. I don't
think there needs to be.
Okay,
Emily, thank you for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Emily. Can we get some W's for Emily in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Say blue.
I think it's okay to disagree on that between me and you. But in my opinion, they should at least have to put forward some kind of evidence, whether it be the bare minimum police report. They doesn't have to get a rape test or any of that there, but there should at least be some evidence of them stating it towards the event happening within a reasonable time.
Can't they just say it in that scenario anyway?
But I think that it should happen around the time of the event.
I don't see as there needs to be. So.
Okay, so we can disagree on that. That's fine.
Yeah, so you want to restrict certain great victims from being able to get access to abortion, and I don't.
If you're going to come in at 7 or 8 months pregnant, and you're going to say that you were raped at that time frame,
that would be induction of labor. You're not going to have a lethal abortion at that point. You have no clue what you're talking about, Rodrigo.
Okay, that's fine. So, but like I just don't know how to say it in a way, because I'm not trying to come off as like super against, because I'm not completely against it. I do think that the problem is that we don't have enough people that can be parents. Sometimes people make mistakes, obviously. But the problem is that when it comes to specific events where it becomes rape and other things like that, where we're coming forward and we're saying, hey, we want this abortion for this reason, there has to be something in place of that, in my opinion, at least.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person? All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Let me get this next person up here. Please, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here, everyone. Do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. All right. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Elena, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As well as Jenna, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you, Brandon?
Oh, shit.
How old are you?
Oops. Excuse me. No, I'm 27 years old.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
He's the better pick, man. We all know it's going to be Democrat versus Republican. He's the better pick.
Why is he the better pick?
Just like so far what he's already pitched to the Americans. Like his policies and stuff, platinum plan, border control, everything. We're going through kind of like a crisis right now. All Americans are.
Okay, so can you name me one policy that Donald Trump is proposing to get passed that's going to like benefit us as it relates to inflation? Emily, thank you so much for the $50 again for Stay Blue. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. W's in the comment section for Emily. Thank you so much.
Well, for one, I would say probably like border control or something, because a lot of immigrants are coming in and the rate for the rent is going up because they're flooding a lot of major cities.
Oh, okay.
Which
so
I could be wrong about that. I'm not going to lie to you. I could be wrong about that because I didn't do research on it, but that's going based off of like what I see. You know what I'm saying?
So then why is rent increasing in countries, or not countries, in states, or countries around the world, and in states that are not on the border?
What do you mean?
In states that haven't seen massive increases in the influx of people because they're in various states around the United States, they still have seen increases in rent.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about like everywhere here. It's just like, even like, dude, I live in like one of the most populated states. I live in Florida, and like the rent, the housing market, everything is like, really
that's happening around the entire United States. So how is that specific to immigration? How is it affecting almost everywhere around the United States if it's specifically related to that? Because there's been global inflation. Did you know that there was inflation in Europe? There was inflation in Africa. There was inflation in Indonesia. There was inflation in Asia. Everywhere around the world.
Okay, so then can you tell me why there's inflation?
Yeah, so there's inflation due to COVID and supply chain issues, and related to energy pricing globally. So the global markets as it relates to inflation, or global markets as it relates to gas has been impacted, right? Oil,
right.
And that negatively impacts us in the United States. So we produce more oil in the United States now than any point in American history. We've invested more in renewable energies now than any point in American history, or of any country ever, for both those things. So it's not a U.S. issue; it's a global markets issue. And Emily, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much again. Thank you so much, Emily. W's for Emily in the chat.
Another thing too, he's also like accomplished a lot in his last 4 years that he was president.
Say that one more time.
He's also accomplished a lot since his last 4 years as president.
Like what specifically?
Oh, I'm looking at it here. Give me a second. Like it says, gain 7 million new jobs, middle class families' income increased.
If you look at Trump's administration, net lost jobs. If you're just looking at his administration.
Yeah, because he had to deal with COVID, bro.
Oh, okay. So in the same way that you look at jobs as it relates to that, there were 15 million jobs brought back under the Biden-Harris administration. Do you count that towards Biden? Because it sounds like Biden created more jobs.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying he didn't like do a bad job. I'm just telling you, like, even with the economy getting it as it was after Obama, he
Biden
still offered more.
So Biden caused 2 times more jobs to be created. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, yes, because after COVID, it makes sense, right? After COVID, I mean, we kind of recovered a little bit.
$5. So why do you want to vote for someone who caused 2 times less jobs?
What do you, bro? Okay. What I'm saying is our economy was doing much better. He created 7 million jobs on top of what Obama gave him the economy for.
And Biden brought back 15 million. Emily, thank you for the $20 again. Thank you so much, Emily.
He bought back 15 million after we went through a literal American crisis after COVID.
Yeah, so he inherited a really bad economy and has led a recovery. The fastest recovery as it relates to inflation in the G7.
Mm-hmm. But now we have like inflation, higher gas prices, things like that.
Yeah, inflation happened globally with the fastest recovery inflation in the G7. Gas prices were in the U.S. We're producing most oil out of any country ever to exist, along with ever, by the way. And we're also doing the same thing for renewable energy, the most investments in renewable energy ever. Okay, of any country. So obviously speaking, we are doing a lot for that. It's global markets that are negatively impacting this. So why do you blame why do you blame Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for global inflation, but you do not blame Donald Trump for a global pandemic?
Why are we going to blame Donald Trump for a global pandemic?
Why would you blame Biden and Harris for global inflation? There you go.
I'm not okay. Don't get me wrong. I was probably wrong about the global inflation thing. I'm just talking about America because I don't look into the other countries. But I'm just saying that, like, inflation wise, like you can't even lie, dude. Like the last 4 years we've been dealing with has been hell, man. Ever since COVID. Talking from like a real life perspective. I work in the housing market, and I was making like 10 times more money. The housing market is shit now because nobody's really buying. You have like higher rates, which probably, I don't know why.
That relates to the Federal Reserve.
Okay. Well, either way.
That has nothing
like,
to do with the president.
Okay. Either way, like they got rid of a lot of executive orders that this guy put in that was actually really good.
Like what?
Didn't he make one for like the insulin prices and like medical stuff as well?
That had no effect. The $35 cap on insulin had no effect. It actually got passed through the Inflation Reduction Act under the Biden-Harris administration and had an effect.
I thought he canceled it the minute he got in because he started signing an executive ordinance.
No. He made it so that it was actually applicable. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much for seeing
Okay. And okay, so then moving on. All right. Unless you don't want to. What do you think of the platinum plan that Donald Trump is offering?
He could have influenced to get it passed when he was in office, and he didn't do so.
He tried. No, he tried. Okay, at least for his
elephant. Thank you so much. He was hanging it over black voters. Secondly, what would the platinum plan have done that wasn't done under the Biden-Harris administration? That was beneficial.
Well, I have it in front of me. Well, didn't he got rid of Obamacare, right? To introduce this.
Obamacare positively impacts people, right? More than it negatively impacts people.
Well, yeah, of course.
Extending the ACA is a good thing. He wants to repeal the ACA, but has no plan to replace it. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. That, inevitably speaking, takes tens of millions of people off of their current health care, including people between the ages of 18 through 26 who are on their parents' health care.
Okay, because I'm reading it here.
Are you 18 through 26? No.
18 through 20. What do you mean 18 through 26?
Are you 27? Did you say you were 27?
I'm 27.
Yeah, okay. So people who are just 2 years younger than you on their parents' health care are going to be cut off of their health care. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. If Donald Trump is able to repeal the ACA.
Okay. I mean, what is that really that big of an issue for making
Cassie,
it 2 years
thank you so
less?
much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. So it's not that big of an issue. Okay, you're saying it's not that big of an issue. What about the tens of millions of other people that are covered by the Affordable Care Act?
By the what?
What about the tens of millions of other people who are covered by the Affordable Care Act?
I mean, I don't see what the issue is if we're offering a new.
What's the new proposal?
You want me to read you everything?
Trump hasn't given a proposal. He has had 8 years while campaigning for president of the United States. And you want to know what he's done for a policy related to healthcare? Fucking jack shit.
He was gonna come out with one. He was gonna come out with one, but he couldn't become president for the next 4 years.
Oh Jesus Christ! He could come.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is what he's pitching. The same way how you can sit here and say
what's
this
his
about
healthcare
Trump,
plan?
you can say this about Kamala Harris, Biden, whoever you want. Because
what's his healthcare plan? He's had 8 years.
They
What's his
hold a lot
healthcare
of
plan?
stuff over people's head, and they don't do it.
What's his healthcare plan?
Is it not the platinum plan? Am I tripping?
No, that's not the healthcare plan. You have no clue what the platinum plan is.
I'm looking at it. It's literally for hold on. It's for Black economic empowerment. It's for health, cheaper health, better and cheaper, affordable care that you can trust, reduce costs, and improve access to quality health care through HRSA.
That's what the Affordable Care Act did.
Okay, so he probably got rid of that.
And he wants to get rid of it, which would do the inverse. It would make it more expensive and reduce access.
Deliver real price transparency so you know the cost before care is received. Opportunity to
That does not bring prices to what we would want them at all. Not even close. That is not to cover people like we would want.
Look, I'm just reading to you. I'm just reading to you what you asked me to read.
That's not a healthcare plan. That's making prices transparent across states. I don't have an issue with that. That's not a healthcare plan, though.
I understand. You told me what's the healthcare on it, and I'm reading it to you. Everything that's listed on here.
That's one thing. That's not a healthcare plan.
Oh. Okay. All right. I don't know, man. I guess because I'm sitting here reading it to you, and you're just cutting me off. So it's just
you said one thing. That's not a healthcare plan. Devin, thank you for the paper.
I just told you.
Emily, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Holy shit, thank you so much.
I just told you reduce costs and improve access to quality healthcare through HRSA, and you just told me that was the other policy that you were mentioning.
That's just one thing of getting rid of the lack of transparency across state lines for health insurance. I don't have an issue with that, but that's not a plan for healthcare to make sure that people are insured.
Okay. Is there a free healthcare plan that we have today? No, right?
No, there's not universal free healthcare now.
Yeah. Okay. And you said that they're going to come out with one. The Biden.
They're going to extend access to the ACA and or provide a Medicare for all bill.
Okay. And this is confirmed. Like the minute they get chosen, they're going to do this. Correct? Because at the end of the day,
they're going to try to influence
they're just talking.
This relies.
They're doing that for votes, my boy.
It relies on Congress, and they have to be there to sign it into policy, into law. So it's Congress and them.
Okay, so we just pretty much we can agree that they're just literally talking. They're talking pretty much BS to get votes.
You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. The only one talking BS
that's what,
votes
bro. That's what
Donald
they all
Trump.
do,
Donald
man.
Trump said he would. Donald Trump said he would get rid of federal income tax and would replace it with tariffs. That's bullshit. There's no realistic way to do that. Every economist would say that. Now, as it relates to the context of Kamala Harris, she has. I don't know what you're talking about.
She has, dude. In these past 4 years, it feels like these people have done nothing for us. Sorry to say. That's like my biggest reason. Look, I'm not trying to.
I know you say that, but I can tell you plenty of things. The bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. That was very large policy that benefits Americans.
Okay.
I'm telling you what it is. Do you not want to accept that?
No, I mean, I guess, bro. I just look economically. I haven't seen. Bro, economically, we were doing so much better than Trump, and like I've heard,
that does
like
not mean it was caused by Trump.
The same thing.
That does not mean it was caused by Trump. That's like me.
I didn't say it was caused by Trump.
That's like me saying I met my girlfriend under Joe Biden's presidency. Therefore, appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Under the Biden-Harris administration. Therefore, I should vote for Harris because I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay,
now,
but there's also like I have the whole list of what this guy has done that has been great. And you're just like shutting it down.
You did not give great things that he did. You didn't name me one policy. You mentioned literally things that just happened under his administration, like how I just mentioned.
Okay, doesn't matter.
That I met my girlfriend.
Great things.
That you understand that me meeting my girlfriend is a great thing, and it happened under the administration, not an accomplishment of the president.
These are the things that like his party or whatever the heck his policies.
That is not from his policies. You have no evidence of that.
I'm on, what is this? What website is this? Hold on. Give me a second, because I think it's whitehouse.gov. I'm on here right now, and it's listing
my God, he's on the White House archives. Holy fuck, dude, I'm going to cry. Those are just correlations. Those are literally just correlations.
Okay, so wait,
that's political. What you're reading is political. Listen, what you're reading is political rhetoric. It's partisan political rhetoric.
Okay, so
you're not reading facts. You're not reading evidence. You're literally looking at the political propaganda of that party. I'm not trolling. Look up the Biden White House archives. It's political propaganda. It's partisan hacks.
So where do you get your sources from?
It's not. Wait, it depends on what we're referencing. If we're referencing news, AP News. If we're referencing studies or like things that happen in the overall economy, I'll reference things like the Congressional Budget Office, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, actual committees that do actual research. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Bipartisanly.
Okay, so you're telling me that this is not like you can't go off this right here? I can't use this, like what the White House.
No, I'm not going to look at the political hack garbage. You could look at the Biden-Harris White House archives. Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. It's political hack, partisan hack bullshit. Let's be totally honest.
It says passed 3.2 trillion in historic tax relief and reformed the tax code, and it says double the.
So the 2 trillion added 1.9 trillion to the debt. Most of that went to rich people. And it only added 0.02% to the GDP, according to a conservative and a liberal economist from Harvard.
Okay, in what way? And I'm only asking you just to confirm. So in what way did it go to the rich people?
So again, most of the tax policy impacted people who were making more money. So nominally speaking, if you have the same tax deduction as it relates to policies for people who make 500,000 plus at the same tax rate comparative to people who are making lower income, they get more money nominally. So a 2% reduction, say taking it down from 39.6 what it was under Obama to I think it was 37 for the highest rates, right? Gives most of the money to rich people. Emily, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
Okay, so being that we're like a really corporate economic, what's the word? Like a corporate economic structure here in America.
Public teachers,
right?
public teachers.
Or capitalists, right? Wouldn't you say that like most of the capitalists here kind of control this country?
When you say capitalists control this country, yes, there are people who own money who have lots of money that control aspects of this country. They don't control all of this country. There's political power coming from plenty of sides. There's economic power coming from plenty of sides. It's not just one type of power that exists.
I don't believe that because people always go for the high, or they're going to pick the highest bidder. So like
thank you. You can reduce the impact of money over politics.
Yes, 100%.
That's what Tim Walz is advocating for. He's completely divested in terms of Tim Walz has advocated to get money out of politics. That's his career. He's advocated for that.
To get money out
Donald Trump has not advocated to get rid of money out of politics or to overturn Citizens United.
Bro, okay. Donald Trump is one of the only presidents, if not the only president, that when he was president, his whole net worth went down. It did.
So everybody else's went up like by millions. He's the only one where his, I guess, billions. He's a billionaire, right? Yeah, his billions went down, and people are gonna say, "Oh, COVID," but I'm sorry. Jordan, appreciate the $2.
He wasn't even taking payment as a president, which they get paid to what, $200K a year.
So he's had lawsuits. He's had business fraud. He's had defamation.
And he's gotten arrested. He hasn't gotten arrested for none of them. So to me,
those are all. He has to pay money, so that's why he's losing money. So if you want to reference that one. 2, Caddy, thank you so much for that $15. Thank you so much.
Is there a way
Second, well, I can tell you, he lost hundreds of millions of dollars from business fraud. He lost $100 million or so from the defamation. He's lost plenty of money from these
defamation on what?
Shanique, thank you for the epic GG. Thank you so much for him defaming Eugene. For him defaming E. Jean Carroll because he sexually abused her and was defaming her, calling her crazy, all of these different things.
Okay. Talking about, hold on. Oh man, I lost it. Where'd it go?
He also made plenty of money through Truth Social, which is directly from him being president. And he'll make money from affiliations long term from him being president and having all of the notoriety of being president of the United States.
Right. But yet again, all these other presidents their net worths just went up millions of dollars. That just doesn't, no. What I'm trying to say is like, what I use to make decisions, my brother, is discernment. That's what I use. So like, if I'm gonna, obviously I'm not saying that Trump is like the best guy ever. Oh my God, he's gonna save us all. But like, to me, he's the better pick. And yeah, he's screaming election fraud and all this stuff, but I was there watching the election, and I can tell you that shit was not right. Sorry, pardon my French.
Yeah. So you said it was not right. Do you have any evidence of that?
I mean, I've seen the evidence. I'm not sure if it's up anymore to show it to you.
Really? No.
I can tell you about it though. Like, for example, there was a whole documentary hosted by, forgot the guy's name, but they had all the officials I was watching over the election.
2,000 Mules?
Huh?
2,000 Mules?
I don't think that's what it was called.
Because a lot of these videos were submitted to court. You want to know what happened? Wasn't accepted as sufficient evidence. Nicole, thank you for the $10 from the Trust Me Bro Fund. Thank you.
Okay, but they even also, I remember watching the court where they, I can't remember the guy's name. They questioned him, and he literally got cornered into saying that the elections were online, which apparently they're not supposed to be online.
Can you give me a source?
Oh my God, I can't give you a source, man. I can't, because I'd have to sit here and look for like hours, bro. There's stuff that gets put on the internet, and like an hour later it gets deleted because it's like, it's too truthy, man. And then they just want to use stuff to rebuke it.
That's too truthy. You're the reason why this country is not unified. Because
no,
you believe
bro.
Conspiracy, because you believe nonsense.
Okay,
because you believe things that don't have a basis in fact.
No,
Mustache, thank you so much. You're what's destroying this country.
What did they do? What did they do?
Or not, like unironically, I'm not trolling. Like this,
No, dog.
thought
Like, what did
process.
they,
This thought process
Brother.
is destroying this country.
how so?
Because you
What do
believe in conspiracy nonsense with no reason, no evidence.
It's not
You're the same as
bro.
flat earthers. You're the same as people who believe there's fucking reptiles in the ground that control everything. It's the same bullshit. You believe in conspiracy nonsense that does not have sufficient evidence. I'm not trolling.
No,
You
dog,
laugh at
it's
it, but
just-
that's
I'm
just
laughing
justified
because
as your
who the
worldview.
fuck believes that shit, man? Anyways,
People like you that are conspiracy
bro, I'm not
minded, and that's what
believing there's
divides us.
reptiles in the
Because we
earth
do
that's
not have a
controlling
common
everything,
basis of
bro.
fact. Common basis of fact is what unifies us.
I do believe that our government has been compromised for sure. Like
By
on
people
both
like Donald
sides.
Trump.
No, like by
Yes, by people who are
lobbyists,
corrupt like Donald Trump.
even CCP members. Bro, I done seen pictures of all the all the fucking state officials, Senate members, all those people shaking hands with like CCP members, bro. I've seen it myself. Seen it, like pictures, a bunch of them. There's like 50 to 70 pictures. They're all shaking hands with all these people, and you're gonna.
Do you want
look
me
at
to
it
show
like
you a
crazy.
video of Donald Trump shaking Xi Jinping's hand
Oh my god!
and praising Xi Jinping, who's the leader of the Communist Party in China? You want me to show
Yo,
you a
do
video
you
of him
remember-
praising Xi
okay.
Jinping?
Do you remember? No, that's not what I'm talking about. Because
Donald Trump praises Xi Jinping.
What? I'm sorry.
Donald Trump praises Xi Jinping. Did you know that? Appreciate that. Happy Friday. Thank you so much.
Where did you get that from?
Him. He spoke it. He said it himself.
He said he praises Xi Jinping.
Yeah. Donald Trump, out of his own mouth, has
He also
praised
said-
Xi Jinping on multiple occasions.
Okay, do you remember when he said apparently all Mexicans are rapists?
He said people coming across the border who are coming from Mexico, they're
yeah.
rapists, they're criminals.
You know, he actually didn't say that. He was talking about
He
MS-13.
did. I can literally play the audio.
he was go. You're gonna play probably a clip from the audio, but if you watch the whole thing, he's talking. He's
If you
actually
watch the
talking-
whole thing, he references people who are coming to
This
the
is what I'm
country
talking about. Like,
undocumented
they-
from Mexico. He says they're rapists, they're criminals. You know who the rapist and the criminal is? It's fucking him. He's literally been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman.
Bro, I've done
He's
the
literally
research
been
for this,
convicted of 34 felonies.
You know what you're gonna tell me, bro? He was talking about MS-13.
He's a
which
sexual
is
abuser
dangerous
and a
gang.
criminal.
Do you believe that there's a child trafficking issue in this country, at least? Or is that a conspiracy?
Yeah, of people like Jeffrey Epstein who are affiliated with people like Donald Trump. He said he's a terrific guy. He said that he likes younger women just like him. He's a terrific guy and he likes younger women just like Trump.
Bro, all old people do, bro. They're old.
Oh.
Fucking shit don't get hard no more, bro.
Oh,
That's
crazy.
literally
Wow.
what it is.
Not him justifying P3 Radio. Insane.
Okay, when he says
thank
young
you so much
girls,
for the
is he
galaxy.
talking
Thank you
about,
so
is he
much.
talking about girls under the age of 18, or is he talking about
So when
younger women?
talking about Jeffrey Epstein and he references younger individuals, do you think he's referencing kids because he's known for child sex trafficking? Thank you for the McChicken. Thank you so much.
What?
Epstein is known for child sex trafficking.
Yes, and he got
If Donald
arrested
Trump
for it.
is
And you know what's crazy?
Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. If
I don't mean
Donald
to
Trump
cut you
is
off.
referencing younger individuals when referencing Jeffrey Epstein, doesn't that kind of indicate to you that it's very likely the case that there's possibly something involving little kids there?
Not really, because I haven't seen it from him. But I mean, he shouldn't be saying weird stuff like that.
He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
She'll be 20.
So you think saying that to a 10-year-old's okay? Brittany, thank you for the
Did he
galaxy.
say
Thank you
that
so
to a
much.
10-year-old, or did he say
Yes,
that about a
he
10-year-old?
said it to a 10-year-old about a 10-year-old.
Where's that at? Because I haven't
You want to
seen
hear the
that.
video? You want to
You
hear
sure
the
it's
video?
not AI? It's not made by AI?
It's not, because it came out in 1992. Of course you think it's fucking
Oh
AI.
my god! Just like how back in the day, you're gonna tell me he wrote something.
There was
about-
AI in 1992?
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, bro. You don't gotta do all that.
You want to hear him say it?
Just like how Joe Biden sat here and said that he likes when little kids rub against his legs in the pool, bro. That's weird.
That's not him saying you date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
It doesn't matter.
That's
bro.
like
He's
creepy
talking-
old
bro.
person stuff, but that's not saying you date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
I know you've seen videos of Joe Biden sitting here freaking sniffing kids' ears and shit, bro.
So
That's
his
just weird.
grandchildren. So you're going to compare that to him sexualizing a 10th.
And then I know
a
you've seen the
fifth
video
grader.
of Hunter Biden fucking.
And
around
also,
with little
I
kids
like
with
how
little
the only
sex
things you
things
can
and shit.
say are related to Biden that does not relate to Kamala Harris.
Well,
Fucking
Biden was in
hilarious.
the
You've got
race.
no arguments. You've got absolutely nothing.
Why are you
Absolutely
getting
fucking
so
nothing. You're
aggressive,
still
my
talking
brother?
about Biden when he's not even fucking running. Unbelievable.
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you is that both.
Listen.
Entertainment Tonight, which is owned by CBS Television. In it,
Thank you for the
Donald
paper crane,
Trump
thank you.
is making questionable comments about a young girl. Let's listen to that.
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Oh, you think it's okay to sexualize fifth graders like that? You think that's okay?
That's not sexualizing, bro.
That is so. Okay, I have a question. Do you have a sister?
I do. I'm the youngest.
How old? Younger sister?
No, I'm the youngest. I'm the youngest. No.
So when your sister was 10 years old, would you be okay with a 40-year-old man going up to her and saying that you'd be dating her in 10 years?
I guess not. No.
No? Would you vote for that man?
In the current state that our country's in right now.
Oh, you would vote for the guy that said to your 10-year-old sister, who was a 40-year-old man, that he'd be dating her in 10 years? You'd vote for that man?
Yes, because he hasn't touched or done anything for any 10-year-olds.
Okay, let's say it was your future daughter. Hey, Brandon, let's say it's your future daughter. Hey,
I don't want kids.
A 40-year-old goes up to your future 10-year-old daughter and says that he's going to be dating her in 10 years. Are you gonna vote for that guy?
Sure, I guess.
Oh, you would, even though he said you would date a 10-year-old girl, that being your daughter.
No, man, I'm not gonna.
That's fucking insane. You're not going to vote for that? If you're not going to vote for that, why are you voting for a guy that said that to a 10-year-old, that he'd be dating her in 10 years? Not only that, but he said he would be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. He calls his daughter voluptuous. He walked in the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owned the place. He said he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask. He's held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman.
He apologized for that.
Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. You can apologize for engaging in violence towards women, and you think that's okay?
Do you have any current
that makes it okay?
Do you have any current claims of him like actually being like a weirdo in the form of like, I guess being a rapist or whatever you're claiming right now? Like you're sexually assaulting kids or whatever the heck it is? No?
Does it have to be recent if you sexually assaulted a kid?
It should
or
because,
a woman?
People are always.
Does it have to be recent? So if you fucking assault someone,
like
if you sexually assault, listen, be quiet. If you assault someone, as long as it was like 20, 30 years ago, it's okay. That's what you're saying? Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. That's what you're saying?
I'm not saying it's okay, but what I'm trying to tell you is people change throughout their years. They learn. What I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, so tell me what a sexual abuser is going to learn, as so far as that you'd vote for him. I'd love to hear this argument. Wow, it'd be very interesting for you to tell me this.
What are you talking about? So what you're saying is you wouldn't forgive somebody for changing? Is what I'm trying to tell you?
You're saying I should forgive.
You're bringing up claims from like years ago, my dude.
You're telling me
and I'm gonna be
that
real with you.
I should forgive someone who has sexually assaulted a woman enough to vote for them? I should vote for someone who's been held legally responsible unanimously by a jury for sexually assaulting a woman. That's what you're telling me I should do.
Sexually assaulting in what way?
Forcefully penetrating her against her will.
When was this?
1996.
Okay. In the 90s, my brother, and in the 80s, a lot of people were weird like that, dude. Like it was a whole
So
different
because he
time.
sexually assaulted a woman in
I'm not justifying it. I'm
1996,
just telling
you think it's okay?
No, it's not okay. But like we're talking about something that happened over 20 years ago, dude.
That makes it okay. That makes it okay?
No, but I'm not going to sit here and
sir, you're saying that makes it okay, or are you still voting for him?
Well, as far as voting for Trump, yes, I'm voting for Trump.
Why? Given that you know this information, why would you still vote for him? Please tell me. I'd love to hear it.
Because it's like I'm sorry, bro. I'm not really worried about that compared to.
You're not worried about sexual abuse of a woman.
Did he?
You don't think violence against women is a big enough of an issue?
Did he sexually abuse anybody during his 4 years?
You don't think sexually abusing a woman is a big enough of an issue?
Yes, I do think that personally.
So you do think it's a big enough? If you think it's a big enough of an issue, why are you voting for a guy that's done it, who's been held legally responsible for sexually abusing someone, unanimously in a civil court by a jury?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
He's been determined to have engaged in sexual abuse based on preponderance of evidence unanimously by a jury, and you're still voting for him? To be clear,
yes, I'm still voting for him because of his policies. His last 4 years were great.
Tell me what policy. What policy? What policy makes you want to vote for someone who's a sexual abuser? Please tell me. Tell me the policy. I'd love to hear it. Let's hear this policy. That's so great, so incredible, so amazing, so great.
Do you know any policies that he's done?
Yes, but can you answer me and tell me a policy that you like of his?
I'm just asking.
Did you just
bro.
look it up? I heard you type on your keyboard, by the way.
No, I'm looking them up right now.
He's looking them up, chat.
Them.
He doesn't know. He has to look them up. Jesus Christ, this is our voter base. He can vote.
I mean,
he's older than me. He's literally older than me.
You said okay, yeah. You said he overturned Roe v. Wade or whatever, right? Like that's not a thing anymore.
He left multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. Jesus Christ,
dude, he left it up to the states,
which restricted one third of women's access to abortion in this country. Restricted great victims from getting access to abortion in plenty of red states.
In plenty of red states.
Yes.
Okay.
People lost their rights in this country.
All right, diving in deeper.
He's so pro women's rights that he's violently assaulted women in the past. He's so pro women's rights that he restricted women's access to abortion. He's so pro women's rights that he says that he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask. He's so pro women's rights, right? So pro women.
I think he's pro.
Women should definitely vote for this guy. So real. Do you think women should vote for him?
Sure, if they believe.
Do you think women should vote for him?
Why
so
not?
why should women vote for him when he wants to restrict their access to abortion, right, and their rights, when he specifically wants to I appreciate all the gifts, everyone.
So what states?
He specifically has a history of violence targeted against women, of literally engaging in misogyny against women.
I just don't. I don't think we have a good sexual education here in the States either. So
and Donald Trump, who quite literally isn't advocating for sexual education, is somehow going to do that. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you.
Isn't that like, what does that have to do with him? Doesn't that have to do with us?
Yeah,
Like,
so again,
people,
you're not advocating for any
that?
actual good policy. You're advocating for things that restrict women's access to abortion. That's quite literally antithetical to women's rights. So why are you voting for policy that's restricting women's access to abortion? Why are you voting for a guy that has a history of violence against women, and then also saying women should vote for that guy?
Because he's giving us freedom in the sense of being able to choose.
He says that people who burn the American flag should have restricted access to. They should not be able to. They should be put in jail for a year. Right?
Okay.
He said specifically that people who should not be able to come to the country if they're Muslim. There should be a complete total shutdown of Muslims coming to the country. Emily, thank you for the $50 for the Roe v. Wade fund. Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you so much for the $50. Rhonda, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the W against Brandon. Thank you so much.
We have a really bad border policy right now. I mean, we're letting a lot of people in. I know you saw that recently. A lot of
thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
And a lot of them people doing video footage, even posting here on TikTok, showing that they're not even all from Mexico. They don't even look like they're from Mexico or speak Spanish. That to me can obviously.
Oh, darkness, my old friend. Okay, so we have the same border crossings right now as we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if we have a border crisis now, if we have an issue right now, we had an issue at the end of Trump's administration. So why didn't Trump get rid of the issue?
Was he not working on it? Was he not building a wall? Was he not doing all these things? And how much of the wall did he build? How much of the wall did he build? It's kind of hard to build the wall when they're cutting the funding for it. No?
He built 52 miles out of 1,900. 1,900. Okay. He built 52. That's 3.7%.
You're saying he's lying about it. Is that what you're saying?
He didn't make Mexico pay for the wall. That's a lie.
No, he did. Obviously not in the sense of
Mexico did not pay for the wall. Mexico did not pay for the wall.
I looked all into this before, bro. I wish I was debating.
And Mexico did not pay for the wall.
Man, I looked all into.
Maybe if it was years ago, he still would have had a better argument. No, you wouldn't have.
I'm talking about during the 2020 election, dog. The amount of like weird shit that was happening. I don't even know if you caught on to it. Like, when have we ever sat here and said we're gonna pause the election and we're gonna go back at it tomorrow? Like, we've never done that.
How did Trump vote?
All the years I've been alive, never seen that one time.
You know, they had recounts later on as it relates to Gore versus Bush.
Hold on.
Gore v. Bush. Gore v. Bush.
And what happened there? We don't even choose our president. You
remember how that was determined, sir? You remember?
A what?
You remember how that was determined, sir?
Didn't this guy win? The other guy, not Bush, the other guy won, and then something happened.
Jesus Christ! Thank you for the cap.
I don't remember word for word what happened, dude. Like, I'm not.
It didn't happen on the day. It did not. They did not figure out who won.
Yeah, because he
Braden, thank you so much for the $5.
Rightfully so.
Rightfully so. So you said it's never happened before, and it happened literally like 20 years ago.
Yeah, it did happen probably 20 years ago, and Bush wasn't a really good president either. Jesus. You don't understand. I'm not really like Republican, Democrat, dude.
Yeah, you're voting for a guy that's quite literally restricting women's access to abortion, who's giving money to rich people,
Harris has what it takes to run this.
Who has a history of violence against women. Who tried to undermine and overthrow our government.
Just saw a video. Bro, we had this lady literally put Megan Thee Stallion to try and get black votes, bro. That's like so unprofessional. Would you agree and say that Megan Thee Stallion is like a good advocate for like
Hulk Hogan, Kid Rock,
Hulk Hogan,
Amber Rose?
Hulk Hogan is not a good representation.
And he was at the RNC, dude. He was at the RNC. Hulk Hogan was at the RNC. And you weren't talking about that. You didn't fucking bring that up. But as soon as it happens with Kamala Harris, then it's a fucking issue. Donald Trump went on Aiden Ross. Appreciate the thing he likes like he's watch. He went on Aiden Ross's fucking Kick channel. He literally had lunch with a white supremacist, Nick Fuentes.
You're telling me Donald Trump. Oh yeah, no, they actually did. Yeah, I remember that. Never mind. You're right. What's wrong with Aiden Ross, though? I'm confused.
Oh, my God.
I'm asking.
Oh, my God. You've got to be kidding me. You don't know what's wrong with Aiden Ross.
I don't watch these little kid streamers, bro. These are young people, bro, to me. Like, what do you, like, they're just here to those are all influencers, man. At least it's fucking Aiden Ross. What did Aiden Ross do? That's bad. I'm confused.
Thank you so much for the $7.08. Thank you so much. Why does Aiden Ross have, like, almost no sponsorships now? Because he's fucking has crazy shit he does all the time. He engages in usage of slurs. He quite literally has an entire fan bases that does this. He knows nothing about politics. Have you heard him reading off the definition of fascism? He said fascism.
Okay.
Nat, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
His fan base is a bunch of little kids, bro.
And you're saying the left is trying to indoctrinate children. Jesus Christ.
No, okay. In the sense of using
Ten Commandments in the schools, going on Aiden Ross. We're definitely not trying to go for the kids. Going with Logan Paul. We're trying to hang out with Logan Paul now. Nelk boys. Let's go talk to the Nelk boys. All of them have kids' audiences, and we're the ones that are fucking grooming. Get a grip, dude. Get a fucking grip.
Where did I?
We have the policy agenda we're putting on the children. We're indoctrinating kids with.
I never said we're grooming children, bro. I just said she's making.
I know. I'm just calling out the hypocrisy of conservatives. Thank you for the cap.
I was asking you if Megan Thee Stallion is a good representation for adolescent women and children. Do you think that is a good representation?
Is Donald Trump a good representation for young men?
Yeah, he's a good representation for our country, bro.
No, he's fucking not.
All the other leaders.
Holy shit, dude, there's no fucking way you're saying Donald Trump is a good representation who says that he grabs women by the vagina, he doesn't have to ask.
He apologized for that, my brother. I already told you that.
And him apologizing for abuse of women is okay? Makes it okay?
If you have a kid that did something wrong and they apologize to you, you're not going to forgive them?
Jesus Christ, thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. No, I don't.
He said that was locker room talk. And then
I don't forgive rapists. I don't forgive violence against women.
As a man, my brother,
I don't forgive rape. 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 I don't forgive rape.
Okay, well, I mean, like I said, people change, bro. He hasn't raped or touched anybody since he was in office.
Can you give me the apology? Tell me the time he apologized.
20 years.
Jessica, thank you so much for the $5.
I'm not saying he's just. Can you
give me the apology? I want to hear the apology,
bro.
I want to hear an apology without a deflection from Donald Trump.
Hear an apology? I literally said he said it was not. Hold on. It was locker room talk.
He apologized for the Access Hollywood. That's it, and that he didn't even genuinely apologize.
I didn't say that. What are you talking about? I said that he said it was locker room talk. He apologized. He was talking to men. That is how men talk.
Oh my God! No, it's fucking not. That's not how real men talk. That's how abusers talk. Okay, that's not how real men talk. That's how toxic individuals talk. That is not how men talk. That is not how men should talk. That is not a role model. That is a guy who's engaging in misogynistic behavior, who's demonizing women, who's putting them in circumstances in which are going to increase the likelihood of them being violated. And you think that's okay? That's a society that you specifically want to live in. That's a society that you want to perpetuate for younger men. That's what you want. Get a fucking grip on reality. Holy shit. You think Aiden Ross, you think Donald Trump are good representations for young men in this country? Get a fucking grip. You have no clue what you're talking about.
I
You
never
think
even said aid and
restricting
loss.
women's access to abortion is somehow a good fucking thing for young men to
I
think
never
in this
said
country?
that. If anything, I'd leave it up to choice, but at least they left it up to our choice state-wise, as in we can make that decision.
That is terrible. That restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion in this country. Thank you,
Okay,
thank you so much. That restricted great victims from having federal protections for access to abortion.
Do you like firearm policies or defunding the police? Isn't that what the Democrats are
Appreciate the
trying to
handout.
do?
Thank you so much. That's not, first of all, that's not what Biden advocated for. Biden quite literally increased funding. Secondly, as it relates to the context of funding, right, defund the police just means reallocate police funds from the police to other types of things, really to social policies that are better suited at reducing the likelihood of crime. Okay, that's what they advocated for. That's what defund the police meant. But you're going to sit there and you're going to try to misunderstand them over and over and over again because it's politically advantageous for you.
Because there's no
Sharon, thank you for the $10. Janelle, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much.
There's no reason as to have like getting rid of firearms when that's literally in our constitution.
Thank you so much.
It's in our
Are you
constitution.
okay with a bump
to
stock
stop them
ban? Are you okay with a bump stock ban?
Can you explain to me what that is?
Getting rid of access to bump stocks, which is an attachment for guns.
I guess I don't see why. Why would that be an issue? I'm just confused.
You said don't restrict access to guns, but you said don't restrict access to guns, but restrict access to guns. Don't restrict access to guns, but restrict access to guns.
No, what I'm trying to ask you is, I know what a bump stock is, right? You're telling me if it's a problem to get rid of them, why would that be a problem? We have silencers. I can go get a silencer right now, and if
Michelle,
I really want
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, do you have an issue with an assault weapons ban?
With an assault weapons ban? No, we shouldn't. We should not get rid of assault weapons. Why should?
Oh, why? Why do you like assault weapons?
Because I just told you, our Constitution literally has that in place to overthrow a tyrannical government, bro.
Yeah, the same thing would apply to bump stocks. The same thing would apply to nuclear weapons. The same thing would apply to miniguns. The same thing would apply to rocket launchers. The same thing would apply to fully automatic weapons. I appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you so much. Amber, thank you for that mustache.
You need a special permit for that. You can't just get a fully automatic
under
weapon,
the Second Amendment, they are protected.
Bro, not anybody's just walking around buying an automatic weapon. You can even shoot that.
Legally speaking, right now, you cannot get access to it. Thank you for the paper cut. Thank you so much. But if you fully abided by the Constitution, we would allow for nuclear weapons. We would allow for like automatic weapons. We would allow for miniguns. We'd allow for rocket launchers and bazookas.
Okay, so you're saying bump stock? You're saying bump stock should be banned?
Allowed if you care about the Second Amendment fully. Emperor, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
So what do bump stocks actually do for weapons then? Like I want to hear.
I'm pretty sure it allows you to shoot like a faster rate of fire.
Okay, and what's the problem with that? I'm confused. It's not an
Thank you so
automatic
much. You
weapon.
can unalive more people. That's what Trump banned. Trump banned bump stocks.
Okay, well at least he did something, right? He did something.
Jesus Christ. You're like, I'm against any restrictions on guns. Trump did a restriction on gun.
Okay,
I appreciate it. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. I really appreciate that. Thank you for this.
I'm trying to tell you that for your benefit, because you're talking about you would rather put more restrictions on guns. At least the man did something to benefit your half, right? What I'm trying to tell you is, why would we put more restrictions on guns when they're already restricted as what it is? Like I said, I can go get a silencer and go off somebody. Not saying a silencer is going to completely silence a weapon, right? But I can go.
Rochelle, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Rochelle.
But you're talking about bump stock.
The bump stock ban is a restriction on guns.
Okay. Yes. Okay. That's sure. We can go off that, right? But overall, just literally like making it harder to get weapons it honestly does not benefit us. Let's be real, it doesn't. Because at the end of the day,
so
criminals
Trump didn't benefit us when he advocated for the bump stock ban, the harshest gun restriction in the modern era.
Brother, if you're going to commit, I'm sorry, I'm going to answer your question. What'd you say?
The bump stock ban was the harshest gun restriction in the modern era. And that's what Trump advocated.
And that's not even, bro. To me, that's not even that big of a deal compared to any like other.
Getting rid of assault weapons is not a big deal to me either. You know what's a big deal to me? Restricting women's access to abortion. You know what's a big deal to me? Saying there should be complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. You know what's a big deal to me?
Can I ask you something else regarding the firearms thing? What classifies as an assault rifle?
Are you not going to answer any of my questions?
Sure. What are your questions?
Okay. Is it not a big deal to overthrow the government? Is it not a big deal to advocate to restrict women's access to abortion? Trump. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results as vice president. The only reason that didn't happen is because Mike Pence put the Constitution over Donald Trump.
Where did he try to overthrow the government? Because he tweeted about it and everyone went.
He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. He got fake electors to go to the Electoral College. Now in court, he's advocating for immunity for it because it's an executive action.
Bro, hold on. Aren't those all forms of treason? Wouldn't he be in jail in a constitutional courtroom? Like you would have seen him there. I'm just so confused because you're naming all these things. He's not put in jail. So my thing is, if he was actually in trouble for these things,
they are in the courts right now, and he's advocating for immunity.
And then, but yet again, he's able to run for president. Like, I'm not trying to say
until these are particularly held to him, he's allowed to run constitutionally.
Okay, so we can't really.
He could be in prison due to his felony. He could be sentenced to prison in September due to his felony charges, and he could still run for president from prison.
How is that possible? That's not even possible.
Constitutionally. Jesus Christ.
I gotta laugh because it's like, how are you in jail and running for president? That goes to show you that our entire government system is cooked, bro. We're cooked. And yes, I'm sorry. Our entire government system.
You know what's cooked? Us. Because this quite literally could be applicable to the candidate that you're voting for, and you would still fucking vote for him. You'd still vote for him.
Bro, why you keep muting me? I'm not even. Come on, bro.
You'd still vote for him.
Bro, anyways, have you seen Kamala Harris publicly?
He's not gonna respond, dude.
Yes, I'm voting for him. Yes, because I just told you, out of the two candidates that are obviously going to get picked here, I'm going for him. The other one does not know, can't even publicly speak, is not going to get taken seriously. I really don't think she's going to run this country very well. I'm sorry. Not because she's a woman or identity politics, but just like in general, she's just not fit for it, dude. They could have picked somebody else. They could have picked Joe Biden's son. Probably would have been better or some shit. Even though he actually got caught doing weird shit with kids and shit. So, you know,
that also, you don't have source of that, but can you give me
video footage?
Any reason? What video footage?
There's video footage of literally him at some fucking other country with like little girls serving him half naked and shit, dude. Like it's all there, man. You just have to
tell me where I can find this video.
I have to find it for you to get it for you, bro. I just can't.
I would condemn that, and you'd still vote for that over Kamala Harris. That's insane.
No, I'm trying to. That's your candidate, bro. That's
misogyny.
I'm talking about your Democratic side, bro. You're a Democrat, right? You're voting for Democrats here.
Hunter Biden is not running for president.
Obviously, what I'm trying to tell you is that out of the two candidates we have, Trump is obviously the better pick here. And I'm sorry, you're crazy if you think Kamala Harris is going to run this country.
Kamala Harris. And tell me one policy proposal. Tell me one policy proposal of hers that you disagree with.
It's not about the policy proposal.
Give me one policy proposal that you disagree with.
That I disagree with on what on
Harris? Yes.
Let me see. I gotta look her shit up. Hey Google, bro.
All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up, everyone. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now.
This one, at least they were actually giving me policy.
Yeah, you do your research. I'll talk to someone else while you do your research. Just mute up. Yo, Charlene, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 60.
Are you voting Trump?
No, but I want to ask the guy a question.
Thank you so much.
Ask me. Oh, okay. I was gonna say you can ask me.
Yeah, I'm just looking for people who are voting Trump. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. If you're in the guest box and you're voting Trump, type MAGA in the comment section.
Like off of
go find something. Go find it and then talk. Yo, Jeffrey, how old are you?
38.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
You voting Kamala, huh?
Kamala, yeah.
Okay. Is she? What ethnicity is she?
She has multiple ethnic backgrounds. Her father is Afro-Jamaican, and her mother is South Asian.
Yeah. Not Indian. Like she tries to.
Indian is South Asian.
Yeah. Okay. So when she goes to multiple countries, she tries to blend in, and then when How
She
do you
has
like?
multiple ethnic backgrounds. What's the issue of having multiple ethnic
Okay,
backgrounds?
all right, okay. And she says she wants to do something with the border, correct?
That's a complete pivot. So
No.
what did she say
Is that
about the
wrong,
border?
right?
What did she say about the border?
She want to get rid of ICE.
When did she say that?
I don't know the time or date. You should know that since you're a big follower of her.
Never heard that. Now I'd love to see it.
Google it. Look it up. You should know it.
Because if you're saying she said it when running for president in 2020, well, couldn't you say that J.D. Vance around that time said that Trump was America's Hitler? And people's positions changed on policy?
No. Can you say that Joe Biden was fit to run for president? Again, it's all a setup. Joe Biden.
Can you say Donald Trump's fit for president? You're fucking lying to yourself. If you think Joe Biden's not fit for president, you should think that Trump isn't fit for president. He's the oldest presidential candidate ever, and he specifically is third. He's older than Bill Clinton today, when Bill Clinton was president 30 years ago.
Yeah, I'm saying you got to kind of pick between the worst of two evils.
If you care about cognitive decline, you wouldn't be voting Trump.
All right. Do you agree or disagree about immigration? People come in with nothing, and then they claim amnesty, and they get better benefits. Yeah, asylum.
Debbie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Can you name me one thing from the federal government that an asylum seeker can get access to in terms of funding?
No, I can't.
Okay.
But why? So why has Kamala never visited the border?
She has.
No, she hadn't. She said she was in Guatemala.
In June, she did.
No, she didn't.
In June of 2021, she did.
And what'd she do?
She went to El Paso, Texas.
And did what?
I don't fully know what she did on that day, but she went to El Paso, Texas.
But you don't fully know?
In June of 2020. That's on the border.
Okay. So she was upset when a bus full of immigrants got dropped on her front lawn. Was she not upset about that?
When?
About a year ago.
I don't remember that happening.
You don't remember a lot of stuff, so why are you running?
Also, I have a question. Do you think that there should be an open border between your state and the state that's right next to it?
This is the United States. This ain't Mexico.
So do you think that there should be an open border between your state and the state next to it?
What?
Do you think there should be an open border between your state and the state next to it?
I mean, elaborate on that one.
This is not a difficult question for you to answer. Do you think there should be an open border between the state you reside in and the state next to it?
It is open.
Okay. Do you think it should be open?
Yeah.
Okay. Then are you okay with people from that state, coming into your house and living with you?
That has nothing to do with...
Exactly, Jeff. Exactly, Jeff. But you're too dumb to realize the point I'm making.
No. All right. So why do I have to have a passport to go to Mexico, but all the illegal immigrants can come in here freely?
Why are you saying if there should be a greater access to immigration that she has to somehow be okay with immigrants coming to her house and living with her?
I didn't say living with her. They got dropped
said
off.
Okay. So if someone got dropped, do you want people from the state next to you to get dropped off on your front lawn?
No, I'm not in the...
Okay, so then why should she expect people to be dropped off on her front lawn?
Because that's how she talks.
How does she talk that's different than the way that you talk? You actually advocate for less restrictions between the people in the state next to you comparative to the restrictions she advocates for the people who come to the country from Mexico.
She said she was going to visit the border this year.
She did in 2021.
Okay, it's 2024 now, okay? And she's in charge, right? Correct? It's 2024. She has yet to visit the fucking border.
I told you multiple times she visited in 2021.
And I said it's 2024 when she's in charge right now. When she's in charge right now.
She quite literally has done so as it relates to 2021. I've already given you a time.
That's 3 years ago, sir.
Yes, that's during her administration.
And there's no proof of that. She said she was in Guatemala.
Appreciate that, mustache. Thank you so much. She was in El Paso. I told you multiple times.
You got proof?
Yes. Look up Kamala Harris in El Paso 2021.
Okay.
Okay. In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up.
Yeah, a lot of people up here.
Did you find anything yet?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I looked at like 5 different websites, and I don't want to quote them because it's like CNN and like Washington Post and stuff, and I don't want to refute those websites. But I don't.
Good try. Yo, Apple Pie, how old are you?
I am actually 45.
You voting Trump?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Why so?
Well, you know, I have common sense, and I don't get paid by the Democratic Party.
You think I'm paid by the Democratic Party?
Yes, you are. I've already researched.
How do you know that?
Trust me, I know.
How do you know? Trust me, bro.
Well, you know. I mean, if you're gonna lie, because you've been lying a lot. So
how did I lie?
So what did the news tell you that Trump was going to do?
Wait, before we go into that, I just want to know how what did you research to find out that I was paid by the DNC?
Yeah, I already know. It's fine. I'm not going to go there. But
I already appreciate I had massage. Because people claim this all the time. I'd like to know. What'd you read?
Well, I mean, you can't be that young and that dumb.
Emily, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. Hi, Miss Corby's AP Gov kids. Yo, base. Yo, WAP Gov. Yo, Martha, I appreciate the $10 for the DNC. Thank you so much. Is that Emily? Is that Emily? Yo, that's so base. Has her kids in the class? That's based. All right. Yeah. So, how do you know I'm paid by the DNC?
No, I'm not going to go there.
You don't have any evidence. So, first thing that you should write down in your notebooks. You should not believe things without evidence. Apple Pie right here, this MAGA supporter, does believe things without evidence. He believes I'm paid by the Democratic Party with no evidence. Now, why do you believe that, Apple Pie? Is it just because of your feelings? Because you typically say facts over feelings, right?
No, it's not facts over feelings. What did the news... I'm just curious. I mean, what did the news tell everyone that Donald Trump was going to do?
That's not an answer to my question. Rose, thank you for the roses. Thank you so much on proxy. I will answer your questions once you answer mine. Now, what evidence did you see that I'm paid by the Democratic Party?
No, I don't. I'm going to something else right now because then I'll send you a private message.
No, I want to hear. I don't want a private message. I want you to tell me on live. Holly, thank you for the $10.
Right.
From the GNC, thank you so much.
Well, you're part of, all them douchebags. Okay,
that's not a source.
What did the news?
I honestly think you're paid by the RNC.
No, I'm not. Actually,
yes, you are. You're paid by the Republican Party.
Okay, that's fine. I'm paid by the Republican Party. Okay.
Oh,
what did the news tell everyone that Donald Trump was going to do?
Would the news tell Donald Trump? Okay, I don't know. That's very vague. I don't know what specifically you're referencing. Like in relation to what topic.
What did the news tell everyone that Donald Trump was going to do?
As it relates to what?
That he was going to start World War III. Right?
Isn't that what Trump says about the Biden-Harris administration, that they were going to cause World War III and it hasn't happened?
No,
Trump did say that. Do you want me to show you him in the debate saying that? Trump has said on multiple occasions that they are going to cause World War III.
You're trying to deflect because you don't want to go to truth. All the news
you just got dunked on, so you don't want to go to the truth.
No, every news organization literally said Trump's going to start World War III.
Yeah,
right?
Trump himself said Biden's going to start World War III, and it didn't happen.
And
Aaron, thank you for the $20 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate the $20. Thank you.
So everything that they told you Trump was going to do, this administration is now doing. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, everything I said, we're not undermining American democracy, right? By trying to get fake electors.
We're represented by democracy.
Oh, God.
So understand that.
Tell me how a constitutional republic is contradictory to a representative democracy.
No, we're a constitutional republic represented by a democracy.
Okay, so we have a representative democracy?
That's what...
Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. So then why are you responding on this?
Fucking dumb kid.
Thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. What I say that was dumb?
You're deflecting. That's the sad part.
What I say that was dumb?
That's what liberals do.
What would I
They
say that was dumb?
deflect.
What did I say that was dumb? Bridget, thank you for the $5
No,
from
you're
the DNC.
literally stupid.
What did I say that was
Everything,
dumb?
everything news says.
Holly,
like,
thank you for the $10 from the DNC.
democracy, democracy, democracy. We're not a democracy. We're represented by a democracy.
Appreciate the Bridget, thank you so much. So we're a representative democracy? Phoebe, thank you for the $7.
We're a constitutional republic. Oh my
So
God.
you said we're represented by a democracy, which means we're a representative democracy?
How does the government work? What is? Okay, let me just ask you something really clear. Really clear. What is the number one thing the government's job is? Let me ask you that.
Yeah.
What's the number one thing the government job is?
Take care of the people.
All right. That's actually a lie. To protect our borders.
I got a question for you.
Appreciate the handout, thank you.
Protect
Which would
the
be
people.
taking care of the people in
That's
your
the
view, right?
only number one thing that our government
And
was
that's
created
not true at
for.
all. Not true at all.
Yeah.
Back then, we barely had any border restrictions.
Let me guess. You probably think that the guys that created the Constitution was like 19 and 20 years old.
They were that age and a bit older, yeah. You know, there were multiple people that wrote the Constitution and were involved in making the Constitution that were that age.
No, they weren't. The youngest one was 26.
No, that's not true. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What was the youngest? You said the Constitution.
And they weren't even part of the youngest one. Wasn't even part of it. Most of them was in their 40s and 30s. So if you go back to 1776 and you bring all the numbers back up, but when it comes to the constitutional,
So for example, with the Declaration of Independence, right? You're talking founding
oh
fathers.
no, we're not going there yet. Hold
Okay,
on.
so you're talking just Constitution. I'll go
Constitution,
specifically
go
just
ahead.
Constitution. Don't worry, just let me go to specifically the Constitution because it comes up with the Declaration of Independence first.
Yeah, obviously it's Google.
What? I'm just telling you, it gave a particular search.
I know, that's fine.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the VR goggles. Thank you so much. Actually, for delegates, you are right. It's 26. You're right.
Yeah, that was the youngest, and he wasn't even part of the constitutional republic. He wasn't even part of the Constitution.
Okay. That I don't think that, honestly, to be totally honest with you, I don't think that matters, right? Let's say they were that age. I don't think that matters anything at all.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm still asking you what was the number one goal of the government?
The goal of the government today or in the past?
It's back then. What was the number one goal of the government back then?
Protect the interests of white property owners who are mad.
White property owners. No, that was not the goal. It was protect.
So then why didn't they provide women the right to vote? Why did they say that black people were 2/3 human?
You're going to.
First, you think of the manifesting.
They didn't say that.
They did.
Right. Well, okay. If you want to go that far, who was the founder of KKK?
I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. You're going to try to say the Democratic Party, but it was conservative Democrats.
Yeah, it's still Democratic Party.
Conservatives. So who are you, a conservative or a liberal?
No, I'm just common sense.
Conservative. So you've been on the wrong side of every point of history almost.
Right, because
what were conservatives advocating for in slavery times? States' rights for slavery. Well, what were they advocating for as it relates to women's rights to get the right to vote? Women shouldn't have the right to vote. What were they advocating for as it? What were they advocating for as it relates to the integration of people racially speaking? There shouldn't be integration. You're on the wrong side of almost every point of history. Acknowledge it and let's move on.
You are naming.
Let's progress. Wow, your brain works so fast.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Why don't they talk about Kamala? Kamala was a call girl.
You're cutting out. You got some MAGA mobile, Jeffrey?
It's proven. Google that.
I can't hear you, Jeffrey. You
Google
cut out
it.
because you had MAGA mobile.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
All right. So Why is nothing brought up about Kamala being a call girl and sleeping her way to the fucking top?
So you have no evidence of that.
It's all over the internet.
Yeah, it's people engaging in misogynistic propaganda. It's
yeah.
not actually proven. Donald Trump inherited all of his money.
It's
right?
proven. What does that have to do with being a freaking slut that rises to be a
you have no evidence of
the
that.
United States?
You have no evidence of that, and secondly, you would never use that degrading language with Donald Trump, who cheated on every single one of his wives, including the last one when she was pregnant with a corn star. By the way,
how many wives did he have?
You understand? Three people he's been married to.
How many wives did he have?
He's been divorced multiple times. I wonder why. Common denominator. Common denominator is him in divorce.
How many wives did he have?
Ebony, thank you for the coral. He's had multiple. He's had, I think, 3.
No, but you talk like you know. So how many wives does he have?
He's had 3.
3. So what was his wife? One of his wife's last wishes. Sorry.
What?
What was one of his wife's last wishes?
I don't know. Tell me.
No, I'm just curious, since you know so much.
I don't know what you're specifically referencing.
Well, I mean, you know so much, so you should be able to tell me this.
I don't know what you're referencing in specific, genius.
I mean, if you've done your research, you should know.
Yeah, what is Donald Trump thinking about right now?
You didn't Google it.
You know so much, so like, what is Donald Trump thinking about in his head right now?
I'm gonna say
Fuck, you can't answer. What a fucking joke, dude. You can't answer.
You know, there's a statement from 1953, right?
Tell me what's in his head right now. Tell me, what is he thinking about right now?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't care that much about it.
Cool.
I just know.
I'll take a good guess. Golf. I'll take a good guess. Golf.
I just know what's better for our country.
Hey, speaking of that,
then a Democrat. Especially Kamala Harris, because, I mean, literally, she held evidence back to try to kill a black guy. She held evidence back, and then she was forced to release it so he could actually not be killed.
No, you have no clue what you're talking about. So I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. The case that you're referencing in particular, right, that she did not want DNA for that person. She held up DNA because she already thought that person was guilty. That person's DNA was later tested while they were on death.
She felt that
the DNA was later tested, and it was proved that they did it based upon the DNA. So the man was guilty. She didn't want to look for it because she already knew that they were guilty. She agrees now that she should have checked anyway, even knowing that they were guilty. But even then, no harm, no foul.
No harm, no foul. So she was going to kill a black man, and he was not guilty.
They were guilty, genius.
No, he was not guilty.
You have no clue what you're talking about. That person was literally proved guilty by the DNA.
When she finally got forced to
lying.
The DNA
You're just lying.
Released.
You're lying.
It's not hard to Google it.
He was found guilty.
Yes, he was found guilty in the beginning.
No, he was found guilty after the DNA, genius.
So why wasn't he executed?
So he's currently on death row still. So he's set.
Right.
Devin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Good Lord, you people are so damn dumb. I got.
You've got dunked on repeatedly. You still haven't found the source for the DNC payment specifically. You have nothing. You have trust me, bros. You've got bullshit. You got your feelings, right? I take facts over feelings. What happened to the Conservative Party? I thought you guys were facts over feelings. Now you just sit up here, tell me your fucking feelings, give me no damn evidence because you're just gonna say whatever supports your narrative. I haven't lied at all. You know who lies over and over again? Donald Trump, and you eat it up over and over again. Donald Trump lies, you eat it up. Donald Trump lies, you eat it up.
Your own party is the problem.
I can, right? And I'm not saying that I like Democrats in all respects. There are plenty of things I disagree with Democrats on, but I'm too busy disagreeing with you guys because you disagree with me way fucking more.
Do that.
Allure, thank you for the golden party. Thank you so much.
I disagree with Democrats.
I disagree with
you. Can't.
I disagree with both sides. I argue against people who are on the left all the time. I've run lives where I've argued against people on the left. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. You have no clue what you're talking about.
That is a lie because
No, it's
I've
not.
literally watched your lives several times.
Yeah, so do you want me to show you a background of me doing it?
All you do is talk about Republicans. You never go after your own party. I'll go after my own party if they're bad.
What's his background?
Oh, that was actually
Jenny, think of the $10. Think of the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
Bullshit.
DEI? That had nothing to do with DI, genius. What the fuck are you talking about? Think of the superpower. Thank you so much. That specifically was me arguing against people on the left who thought it was staged. Think of the hanging lights. Thank you so much. The day that it happened, I was arguing.
Staged.
I was arguing against people who thought that it was staged, who were on the left. Think of the paper crane. Thank you so much. I went and dispelled left-wing conspiracies about it being staged. That's what I did, and on my platform. Now, where are Republicans out there on the right that are doing this with the conspiracies on their side?
You better go listen to Dan Bongino. He's laying it out for everyone.
You're just not listening to a single thing I'm saying. What'd I just tell you? You can't even tell me. What'd I just say to you?
You were arguing about it being staged. It was not staged.
Genius. I did not argue it's staged. I argued against people on the left that thought it was staged. I asked you, where are the people on the right, on Trump's side, that are advocating against the conspiracies on their side? I did. I advocated against the conspiracies on my side. Where are the Republicans doing that? Because I don't think it's staged. It's not staged.
No, it wasn't staged. So who did it? Who did it?
It was Thomas Crooks.
Really? So who set it up?
Who set it up? Him.
Right.
Tristan, think of the $5.
You think that kid set that all up?
Yes.
You're mindless.
Or was his name Matthew? I can't remember if it was Thomas or Matthew.
That's
Matthew Crooks. Yeah, it was Matthew Crooks. My bad. I don't know why I said Thomas. What the fuck?
You better go listen to Dan Bongino because
thank you so much.
And you're going to educate you a little bit.
You're not giving me any actual arguments. Do you want to give me any source that I'm paid by the DNC?
We're not going back to that. I said I'll send you that to.
No, I'm actually. I want you to send this to me right now because people claim this all the time. You're not going to send me that. Think of the coffee. You're just saying it.
So you're not part of
Palette? No.
Really?
Never been affiliated with Palette ever.
So you guys don't get in the same lives?
Never contacted Palette. I engage in lives with Harry, but that doesn't mean I work with Palette. I have no affiliation with Palette. Let alone, anyway. I don't think Harry's paid by the DNC, but you thought you had evidence that I'm paid by the DNC through Palette, and I'm not even affiliated with Palette.
Anyways, so you're gonna tell me that.
Wait, so how am I paid? How am I paid?
No, I'm not gonna worry about that right now.
So no, you're going to provide me the source, or I'm going to go to the next person. Thank you for the ICU. Thank you so much.
Well, that's fine.
If you're not willing to engage in anything I'm saying, I'm going to go to the next individual.
That's fine. You want to shut down because you don't have anything outside of that.
Because you don't have any actual argument. Catherine, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Catherine in the comment section? Thank you so much, Catherine, for the $100. Just me, you think I'm DNC paid. Why do you think that?
Parker, you're so rude to everybody. I can't even give you the time of day, dude.
Why'd you... okay. Why do you think I'm rude, and why do you think I'm paid by the DNC? Thank you for the money gun. Hello? Just me, how am I rude? Emily, thank you so much. Hi, Eve, how you doing? Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Erica, thank you for the manifesting. Just me, are you there? I can still hear you. Hello? Just me, are you there? I can hear your background noise, just letting you know. Can you tell me how I'm rude? I can just tell you went silent. I can still hear your background noise, by the way. I know you're here. Percy, thank you for the play for you. Thank you. You just acting like you're not speaking isn't doing anything. I can still hear you breathing. Jesus Christ, chat. Just me. Are you gonna engage? Rachel, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Rachel. Thank you. How old are you?
Hey Parker, it's 46. You and I.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh yeah, man. You and I had it out about a week ago.
Oh, okay. I am going to look for people who haven't been up here before, but I do appreciate you coming up as always. Thank you so much, All right, let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Just me is going to sit here until she answers my question. I don't know why she thinks I'm so rude. Justin, I'm trying to give you the ability to do that, to tell me. I want to hear. Hi, Eve, by the way. Thank you so much, Emily. I appreciate it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I do
Parker.
hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was speaking to you the whole time.
Oh,
just
I
think you're
apologize. I
really
couldn't hear
rude
you.
because if anybody doesn't agree with you, you cut them off or you mute them, and you cut people off constantly. And you know what? I'm going to vote for Trump just to piss you off because you've been just a little baby this entire time.
Yeah, so I don't think I cut off everybody. I cut off specific people and specific connotations. Like, if, for
Yes,
example,
if
if they're
they
not
don't agree with
understanding a
your
particular point, if they don't hear it, it's not just if they disagree with me. I talk to people all the time that I do not cut off that disagree
If
with
they
me.
disagree with you, you cut them off.
Not true. I cut people off that I
Yes.
agree with. I cut Dean off all the time.
That tent guy that was on, he was awesome, and he had your game, dude. You're just freaking rude.
Can you tell me one thing I did that was
And you're
rude?
constantly asking if someone would vote for somebody if they were sexually this, sexually that. Do you get off on that? And then secondly, you're always asking people hypothetical questions, and you don't answer the questions that are asked of you.
I do answer the questions asked me. You can ask me any
Okay,
question.
so
I'll
as
answer
far
it.
as the border,
Go
as
ahead.
far as the border,
You just
do
cut me
you
off, by
want
the way.
illegal immigrants living next to you?
I wouldn't mind an undocumented immigrant living next to me now.
You wouldn't?
No.
Okay, what if you had kids and one of them raped your kids? Would you like that?
They're at a 4 times lesser rate to do that.
Oh my God, are you kidding me, dude? Have you looked at the statistic lately?
Yes. If you look, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime than natural-born U.S. citizens.
Okay, you're reading that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you can look up, yes, you can just look up pnas.org, right? Specifically, they have a study comparing the crime
Parker,
rates
you
between
really
native-born
shocked
U.S.
me
citizens
when
in Texas versus undocumented immigrants.
You really shocked me when you said that you didn't think there was a problem with the border right now. Do you really
I actually
honestly
do believe there's a
that
problem with
there's
the
no
border right
problem?
now. I said there is.
Okay.
I said there's not
why
a
do you
problem
think
like
that
what
is?
people are making it out to seem. I think the problem is that it takes 5 to 7 years for people to get into this country on average, right? I think that's ridiculous. I think we need to have a faster system for people to get here into the country.
Do you believe in having illegal immigrants just climb over the border?
I agree with incentivizing people to come through the legal process to make it easier for Border Patrol to figure out who's trying to come to this country to do bad things.
Well, duh, that's what Trump wants to do.
No, it's not. He has not advocated to increase how fast people come to the country by increasing the amount of judges and whatnot to make the system go faster. Thank you so much. Because he's not trying to incentivize people to come through the legal methods. He's trying to limit immigration because people in his cabinet believe in the white genocide theory. Don, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
This kid.
You are so warped. This man cares about this country, and he wants people to come in legally. He doesn't want to stop them. He even said that. So you need to get your facts straight. He wants them to come through, but to come through legally, because we can't even take care of our own freaking people. We don't have enough for money for our own people, and we're letting illegal immigrants come in, and we're paying for all their crap. How do you think that's fair?
So even when they come through the legal process through asylum, he still would get mad at them, right? You guys still say that they're illegal. Listen, can I please finish? You guys are cutting me off right now. You guys are cutting me off right now. Thank you for the hand art. You're being so rude for cutting me off right now. You're being so rude for cutting me off right now.
Go ahead.
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. So yeah, specifically people coming to the country. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Through the legal asylum process. Wait, did someone say a slur, by the way? He used a slur? I'll kick him off. Okay, so people coming to the country through the legal way, through the asylum process, they still get mad at, right? So why is he still calling them illegal if they come to the country through the legal method?
If they come through the country legally, that's fine. He doesn't have a problem with that. He said that a million times.
Think of the galaxy. Well, he had a problem with asylum, and that was legal.
No, what do you think Kamala wants? What does Kamala want with the board? I call her Kamala. That's how I know her. Okay, so Kamala, whatever you want me to say. What does she want for the border, Parker? She wants to let everybody come over, whatever. Just let them come through as they are now. Do you think that's right?
So actually, right now, we have the same level of border crossings right now as the end of Trump's administration. You have no indication that she advocates for complete and total open borders.
You need to get your facts straight. That when you say that, that drives me insane. I really feel like reaching through the phone and just racking your brain. Dude, you are saying false things on here. You're getting people all stirred up. You must be getting paid by someone because all you're doing is you're not even saying facts.
Who do you think I'm getting paid by?
Oh, I know who you're getting paid by. I'm not going
And
to
that
say it on
is?
here because I'll get kicked off.
You won't get kicked off. I promise you I won't kick you off.
Oh, yeah, I'll get kicked off.
I promise you I won't.
Oh, Parker, you know who you're getting paid by. We all know who you're getting paid by.
Who am
We're
I
not
getting paid by?
stupid. That's why we all come on here and try to tell you and get you to say something. Who you getting paid by, Parker?
People in my comment section that like my content.
Uh-huh.
Now, can you tell me who you think I'm getting paid by?
It's not me. I wouldn't give you a dime.
Yeah, but do you think I'm getting paid by like the Democratic Party? Think of that much.
I didn't say that. You did.
I'm asking if you think that.
I did. I'm not. I don't have to answer you.
I'm guessing you do think that. Now, what evidence do you have that supports that? Thank you for the gold mine.
You can ask for evidence all you want and try to twist things around because I'm not falling for it. Just like Tint was really good, I'm not falling for it either. You were trying to razz people. And I think the border is the biggest thing that people want to vote for Trump because we want our country safe. We happen to love our country. And these people are coming over here illegally and you act like it's no big deal, like it's maybe 10 coming across. Dude, do you realize how bad it's getting here?
Tristan, thank you for the $5 for the DNC fund. Thank you so much. Mega Mondo, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Tristan, thank you for the $5. So I told you there was a problem at the border. Appreciate the roses. Thank you so much. But what I do acknowledge is that if we say that there's a problem right now, then we say that there was a problem at the end of Trump's administration. So why didn't Trump?
Why do you keep bringing that up?
Why didn't Trump get rid of the problem? Mackenzie, thank you for the $6.66 from the secret payroll. And Justin, thank you for the $30 paid for by illegals. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're such a little boy.
Thank you.
I swear to God. You're such a little boy. Because the Democrats cut off the funding.
What funding? Ashley, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Parker.
Nice last name.
Exactly.
What?
Who do you think stopped Trump from building the wall? Who do you think did that?
I think it was Congress.
Who do you think did it? Right. Who do you think did it?
Congress.
Okay, what's Congress?
The legislative branch?
Right.
Noah, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
You know why the wall couldn't be built, and it wasn't because Trump didn't want to. You will twist everything around to make everybody look like they're stupid. And we're on to you, Parker. We know we're not stupid. Trump wants to put up a wall. He wants to do it and let people come in legally.
Rita, thank you for the $1. So the wall, how much of the wall do you think he built?
Oh, you asked somebody that question the other night, too. He wasn't able to finish, Parker. He wasn't
Devin,
able
thank
to
you for the $20. Thank you so much for living in South Texas and dealing with the border. Thank you so much, Devin.
Screw it.
Wait, hold up, Jasmine.
You're all about the money here. You're just on here
Jasmine, listen. The border, right? They built 52 miles of new wall. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much, David and Justin. Thank you for the $10. All right, 3.7% of the wall. Okay, they refurbished 450 miles. That's 23% of the wall. Even if we gave them 4 more years, thank you for all the gifts, everyone. They still wouldn't get 50% done.
Okay, were you old enough to remember why the wall was not finished?
You mean under Trump's administration?
Was not finished?
Thank Jasmine for the $1. You mean under Trump's administration? Jamila, thank you for the $1.
Why wasn't it finished?
Because of Congress, I already told you.
Okay.
He couldn't get the money through the Congress, so he tried to do so through executive order, which he couldn't do. Thank you for the money gun.
Well, you know what? You're acting like he didn't do it because he didn't want it done. He wants to save this country, and it's
I'm saying he
people
couldn't
like
get it done.
that we're going to vote for Trump because it's people like you that are going to screw this country up even more, and that's why I'm voting for Trump.
How am I
because your
screwing the country up?
administration is going to screw this country up and let everybody come through and do whatever the hell they please.
Can you name me the policy that let them do that?
Parker, you know what? Stop trying to act like you're a know-it-all. I'm not versed on policies, and I don't need to be versed on policies. It's a matter of the U.S., okay? The United States. Do you want to protect it or don't you? That's what it is.
Thank you for the box.
You want somebody who's going to let everybody in and...
Thank you for the Galaxy, Stacia.
No.
Kylie, and thank you so much for the $1. So again, they're not letting everyone come into the country. There's actually been 3.5 times as many removals from the country.
Can I ask you a
under
question?
the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration?
Have you watched the
Max,
news?
thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Yes.
Have you watched the news? Do you see them all? I mean, even the guys even the military is frustrated. They're just climbing over the border, Parker. What are you not seeing?
Seems like Trump's border wall wasn't effective.
They are letting people out of prisons and they're coming over here.
So, what percent of people do you think that is coming to the country? Thank you, the box.
Oh
Thank you
my
for that
God,
mustache. And Sarah, thank you
Parker.
for the $5. Thank you.
Oh, you know what, Parker? I guess in your eyes, you only see like maybe 20 a day that's coming over that are illegal. Is that what you see? You tell me the percentage.
So we have the same number of people coming to the country right now as we did at the end of
Don't
Trump's
even tell
administration.
me
So please
about
let me finish.
Trump.
Please stop
No,
cutting me off for a
no,
second. Please
because
let me
you're going to
finish.
say the same
Ma'am,
darn
you
thing
got
over
so
again.
mad and said I was so rude for cutting people off, but you've only done that on my live. I haven't done that to you. So do you think it's rude? Because if you think it's rude and you shouldn't do it, why are you doing it?
Go, Parker.
So again, if we have the same border crossings, yes, it is the case that prior there were more people come to the country, but I don't think it's because of the Biden-Harris administration. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. I think it's due to global instability, right, which has led to more people trying to come here to come to a more stable country.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, when Trump gets in, it's not going to be about the global instability. It's going to be a man who's going to stand up for the U.S. citizens and to protect them, and he's going to take care of it because your administration can't.
So did you know that actually immigration is beneficial for the economy? The Congressional Budget Office, Austin, thank you, the $5, a nonpartisan committee with both liberals and conservatives, indicated that immigration is going to be the main cause of our economy getting bigger by 2034. It's going to lead to 7 trillion of a greater of economy in terms of GDP and 1 trillion greater in revenues. Thank you, the potato. Thank you so much. Which allows for us to pay for things like Social Security, Medicare, helps us with the debt. So actually it benefits our economy. So all the short-term costs associated with immigration are heavily outweighed by the long-term benefit. And Jessica, thank you for the $10 from the DNC fund.
And who's going to get it, Parker? The U.S. citizens?
Yes, the U.S. citizens, including immigrants, would benefit from the economy being larger.
No, what's really going to save this country is they come in at a pace. Okay, they come in at a pace and we stop the illegals from coming over because we're giving illegal people our money that our own people aren't even getting. Have you been around people that are getting rejected with jobs and everything else, and you got the illegal people coming in and boom, they got everything right on the smack? Where are people? We need to take care of our own veterans. We have veterans that are sitting here that need to be taken care of rather than letting these darn illegals come in and that we give them everything as soon as they cross. That's wrong. Do you agree?
This seems a little bit hypocritical to me for you to say that they're stealing all of our jobs, but then they're also not working and taking these social benefits. So I think it's very funny for you to play both sides of the aisle when you have to pick one. Logan, thank you for the $15 from Dancy Pelosi. Thank you so much.
I'd love to have my uncle, who's a Vietnam vet, here talking to you.
Okay.
Because he's sitting there and can't get stuff, and yet every day these illegal immigrants that come over, they get everything handed to them.
Do you know what the PACT Act is?
I don't have to know what anything is, Parker. You're
So the
acting like
PACT
you
Act
know-it-all.
expanded access to veterans health care for 1 million veterans, which are enrolled in the PACT Act. That was under the Biden-Harris administration. Thank you for the dancing flowers. Thank you.
Okay, when I'm in the Veterans Administration with my uncle that I have to take him to all the time for his doctor visits, even they say that it's a disgrace that our own country cannot even get as much money as they need to take care of our veterans because it's going to all the illegal people that are crossing
David, thank you for the $10.
Millions a day. You're acting like it's
Can
like
you name
20.
me one policy? Name me one policy, federal policy, that gives money to people who are here illegally.
Parker, do you think these illegals are coming across and not getting anything?
Can you give me one federal policy that gives money to people who are here illegal? Thank you for the cap. Thank you for the little crown. Exactly. Satoya, thank you so much for the $5. Rebecca, thank you for the $25. And Sanchez, thank you for the $10 from George Soros.
Parker, you're a dick.
I just explained. Or I gave you a response to things. And you called me a dick for
No, you just like to keep talking. Just, you know what? Just go.
I waited till after you spoke.
You're part of the reason that this country is going to go down. And you know what? I have great nieces and I have family. And when they go down and things get like crap, if Kamala gets in, I'm going to remember you by telling all these people to vote for her. She's a piece
You're
of crap.
full of hate. You're the rude one. You're
anything.
not trying to engage in legitimate conversation because right now you're trying to run away. And it is the case you're not trying to engage in conversation.
Dude,
directly.
if I could come out there right now and talk to you face to face, I would.
All right. Well, then let's do it.
All right, where are you at? What state are you in?
California.
I'm not afraid of you, dude.
I'm not saying you should be afraid of me.
I've been through a lot more stuff than you've been through. You're just a little boy.
Of me.
Oh no, you're just a little boy. I'm not afraid of you. What scares me is your administration. That's what scares me.
Yeah, so
Because you're
you
gonna
shouldn't
get
be
us all
afraid of the
killed.
administration either, because Trump is a lot scarier than the administration of Harris and Walz. Think of the
Why?
fantastic.
Okay, can I ask you an honest question?
Go for it.
Why do you hate Trump so much? What is it that you guys hate Trump? I mean, does he speak like a dumbass a lot of times? Yeah, I admit that. He does. Okay, he really does. But you know what? Why do you hate somebody that loves our country? Why?
Logan, thank you for the $5. The reason why I do not like Donald Trump is because he's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury for sexual abuse of a woman. He's been held liable for
No,
defamation.
that's false
He's been held liable for fraud.
False,
He's been
false,
convicted of
false.
34 felonies.
No, that's false too. You're going by what was initially done. You're not going by what actually happened. So that's false information that you're giving out. And Tint even tried to explain that to you too, and so did a guy on the other night.
What false
I
information?
You every night. And I'm not going to the policy thing. No, I'm not. But you're wrong. You're wrong on all of
What
them.
am I wrong on?
You keep saying, "Oh, he's convicted of this." No, he hasn't been.
He's been convicted
Why
of
don't you
34 felonies.
research-
He's been
you
held civilly
research.
liable for sexual abuse. These are facts.
How about
You
Biden?
can find these
Do you
on Fox
remember
News even.
Okay, here's one. You know when you were voting for Biden, Biden's great, Biden's great, Biden's wonderful, and
I
now
just
you're
think
going to
Biden's
tell me
better than
Biden's
Trump.
not running. Hypothetically,
Yeah, he's not
like
running
you
though.
like to say.
Rebecca, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Hypothetically, like you like to do. Biden was having kids rub his legs. Kids. And you thought that was okay?
So I definitely think it's like a weird statement, but I don't think it's sexualized. He's literally just saying like when he's at the pool, the kids would like rub his leg hair, right? At the pool in a public scenario.
Yes.
Right? Again, that's like a weird old person thing to say, but by no means is that comparable to Trump saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. No way is that comparable to him saying he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, calling his daughter voluptuous, saying he's sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf, saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, walking into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. You know, that's what he said. So you're going to sit there and you're going to defend him as it relates to all those actions, but you won't acknowledge all the bad actions of him.
No, I'm still voting for Trump because the only thing that matters to me is my country, and that man loves our country.
So again, why are you voting for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris when none of those things that you just said were applicable to Biden are applicable to Kamala Harris? Maddie, thank you for the corky.
No, I was just asking your opinion, a hypothetical like you do to everybody else.
So she's not cognitively declined. She doesn't have any of that baggage, and you still are voting for Donald Trump, which tells me you don't think any of those actions are bad.
You know what? I don't think he's actually been accused of them at the end. You have to look at your facts too, because I have my facts that I look at, and they're not the same as yours.
Where'd you get these facts from? Because I can show you these facts as it relates to him being held civilly liable for sexual abuse, as it relates to him
show me.
being convicted of 34 felonies.
Show me.
Yeah, I'll show you right now.
The latest one. I'm not talking about when he was first convicted.
What? I don't know what you'd mean for that. So this is him being held civilly liable for sexual abuse. Or that's his defamation, but it's through the sexual abuse case.
And who did he sexually abuse?
E. Jean Carroll.
Okay. You know she came out and admitted that she lied, correct?
She never said that. It's a lie.
Yes, she did.
You
Yes,
just lied.
she did.
Nope.
She lied.
Complete lie. Nope. She never said
Where's the
that.
fact in that?
No, you said that she did it. Tell me where she did that. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Crickets. Straight crickets.
No, I'm just
'Cause you're a liar.
disappointed in your party.
I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in the conspiracy of this country because it holds us
A
back from
conspiracy
truly
of this
becoming
country?
so great.
You want
This
a
country,
lady- what-
this
what did
country,
Kamala
trust me,
do
listen.
back in the day?
Thank you for that
How did
mustache. Thank you.
how'd she get where she is now?
You tell me.
How'd she get where she is now? Have you seen the reports back on her and her history? Have you seen
You believe
it?
in the misogynistic propaganda? Because she didn't sleep her way to the top like all these misogynists claim, like you.
How'd she get there then? Because she's certainly not smart. Did you hear her when she goes out and speaks?
She went through law school. She went through law school. I appreciate the handouts. Thank you so much. She became a lawyer. She was a prosecutor. She was a district attorney. She was attorney general. She was a senator. She was vice president, and now she's here as going to be president of the United States. Donald Trump. What was his qualifications? Inheriting money from Fred. Thank you so much. What were his qualifications? Racial discrimination and in terms of housing discrimination lawsuits. Thank you so much. What were his qualifications? Sexually assaulting a woman?
No, Kamala's.
What were his qualifications? Saying that he grabs women by the vagina, he doesn't even have to ask. What were his qualifications? Restricting women's access to abortion? What were his qualifications? Climate denial? What were his qualifications? A complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country? What were his qualifications?
They pushed Biden out. That's why she's there.
He dropped out himself.
No, he didn't.
Yes,
Not
he did.
willingly.
Yes,
not
he did.
Willingly, he
yes,
did.
he did.
No, he
yes,
did
he did.
not.
He dropped out willingly. Matt,
all right. Well, let's just call it to say that we disagree. Then I just wanted to know.
No,
why
it's a fact. You can't tell me you disagree with me on the facts. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much, Margot. Thank you for the chicken. Thank you. Do you think the election was stolen in 2020?
We had Bill Clinton in office. What did Bill Clinton do?
Just me. Do you think that the 2020 election?
Do you agree with that?
I don't totally agree with Bill Clinton on everything. I think cheating is bad. Now, just me.
Well, there's not everything that I agree with from Trump either. I don't agree with anything on everybody 100%.
So I think it's funny that you'll sit there and you'll try to paint this misogynistic propaganda image of Kamala Harris that she slept her way to the top. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Thank you for the little crown. But you won't talk about Trump literally cheating on every single one of his wives, the last one with a corn star while she was pregnant. You won't talk about him being held civilly liable for sexual abuse. You won't talk about any of his sexual crimes targeted towards women.
I said that on purpose, Parker.
Gloria, thank you so much for the $25. And Shruti, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, everyone. Go ahead.
Because all you do is keep talking about who he slept with, but I don't hear you talking about Kamala. I don't care what she did in her past. I really don't. As long as
Kamala hasn't cheated on anyone. Kamala hasn't sexually abused anyone. Meter, thank you so much for the money gun. And Lindsay, thank you so much for the $6.68.
That's what you think. I don't care.
Give me any source.
If she was really good for the country and she was going to protect our borders,
thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much for the border. Thank you so much.
Then it might be a two-way street where I'd have to make a tough decision. That's how I feel.
You couldn't even name me one policy that you disagree with that she passed. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced get passed that you like? Thank you for the manifesting.
I'm telling you, I want him to secure the borders. That's what's important to me.
But what policy do you like that he influenced to get passed?
Pardon me?
What policy do you like that he influenced to get passed?
The policy that I'm saying, if you want to quote numbers and Bible quotes or whatever you want to quote numbers and all that, I'm not into that.
Bible quotes?
I'm voting for him, and you asked why, because of the border, and that's the main reason we're all voting.
What policy? Can you name a policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Why don't you name all the policies, Parker, and I'll pick one.
You don't know a single one?
Parker? You want to stand on here and try to make everybody feel stupid, like you know everything that's in the book and everything about the politics and everything. You ask why. What you ask people to come on and ask.
I just asked you for one policy that you like.
You're not saying people come on here so I can quote policies and have you quote policies. You asked us why we're voting for Trump, and
yeah, and if it doesn't relate to the policies and it doesn't relate to the character, what does it relate to?
It relates to a man that wants to save our country. And
how is he going to save the country if it's not his character or his policy?
What are his policies, Parker? He wrote them all out. He's going to close the border and have people come in legally and do it properly.
He didn't do that. He didn't completely close the border. Meg, I appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you so much. We have laws against We have laws against illegal immigration right now. Sharp, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. So you understand we're doing it now and we did it then. Sharp, thank you for the galaxies. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sharp. You understand that there were actually more undocumented immigrants in the country in 2019 than there was in 2022?
When did President Trump get voted in office?
He came into office and was inaugurated 2017. He was elected in 2016. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you.
We have millions of illegal immigrants crossing the border.
Did you know that there was more illegal immigrants in the country in 2019 than there was in 2022?
You know, I just don't even know what to say to you, Parker. You're just going to argue with everybody. You just won't want anybody voting
Welcome
for Trump.
to a
so you
debate
know what?
platform, just right. If you said why are you debating people on a debate platform, huh? Matt, thank you for the play for you. Thank you.
Well, all I can tell you is I'm not voting for Kamala because she pushed
Kamala.
Biden out, and that's how she got in. I'll
She
say
didn't
her
push
name the
Biden
way
out.
I
Biden
please.
dropped out.
No, he didn't.
If Biden didn't want to drop out, he wouldn't have dropped out. Deborah, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Deborah. And Jessica, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
All I can say is all you people voting for Harris, I'm voting for Trump just to piss y'all off. Now get me off this dumb platform.
So that sounds pretty rude for you to say, Just. You came on my platform saying I was rude. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. But you're only voting because you as out of spite? That seems to be spineless. And it seems to be ridiculous. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. If you tap that screen, let's get to 1.5 million likes, y'all. 1.5 million likes. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I will bring you up. If you are MAGA, type it in the comment section right now and I will bring you up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21 years old, Parker.
voting
How's
for
it
Trump?
going? Yes.
Why so?
Well, Parker, just given the state of the world right now, I think Trump is the obvious choice.
Yeah, so like what about the state of the world means you want to vote for Trump?
The border.
Okay, what about the border? Do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Yeah, I know there is.
So did you know that there's the same amount of border crossings right now as there was at the end of Trump's administration? So why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis?
Well, at the end of the Trump administration, what was the number?
The border crossings were around 2,400, which is what it's around right now.
So, yeah, but what about like a year ago before that?
A year ago, it was around 40% higher. Due to the executive order, particularly, it's led to around a 40% decrease in border crossings, which has brought us to the same level of border crossings as we had at the end of Trump's administration. So if you say that there's a border crisis right now, well, then there must have been a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration, January 17, 2021, when we had the same number of people coming here.
I hear you, Parker. I hear you. The thing is, why were people even saying there was a crisis to begin with? Right? A lot of people are coming across the border, more so than there were under Trump. Right now, Joe Biden happened to get it down to the levels that Trump was at when he was leaving office. But, I mean, what's
so then why do you say that there's a border crisis now and not a border crisis then, given that there's the same level of border crossings?
Well, I mean, you could argue that that is a crisis in and of itself.
Okay, so Trump didn't get rid of the border crisis. That's your view.
Well, I know he did deport the most amount of illegal immigrants.
Wrong. Obama deported more. And so did the Biden-Harris administration. The Biden-Harris administration has removed 3.5 times as many people.
So what about the tens of thousands of people coming across the border? I know that was reported on at one point or another. I know it's not like right this second, but tell me, like, why were people
You said what?
I saw news outlets, I think. Way back. I don't know. You're going to ask me for a source, and I'm not going to be able to provide it for you, but I think we can agree the notion that there was a border crisis, right? Where did that come from?
Republicans just say this every single election.
Republicans. Because I'm from Texas, actually. So I see the effects of it in my own backyard.
I live in California.
Okay.
Aren't there more people that go to California than go to Texas?
I can't speak on California. I don't live there.
Okay, well, I do.
Okay, we'll speak on it. Like,
don't see what you're referencing.
I'm trying to say a lot more illegal immigrants have been coming here in the past 4 years. I don't think that's like deniable.
So someone said I'm in Texas. No MAGA crisis. No crisis.
No crisis.
Interesting.
I wonder where they're from.
Huh? Did you say Texas is Mexico?
No, I said I wonder where they're from in Texas. Like where? Kind of relevant.
Okay, there are plenty of people in the chat saying that they live in South Texas and there's no crisis.
I do too. I don't want to dox myself, but anyways, so you say there's no border crisis.
Kim, thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. I think there's a problem at the border.
Okay.
Devin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. But it is the case that I think that relates to us not incentivizing people to go through the legal process, because it takes 5 to 7 years for people to get here on
Yes.
average.
Sometimes longer, right?
Yeah, and I think that's really messed up. I think we need to incentivize people to go through the legal methods by making it faster for people to get in here, and then that actually allows us to have like a better system that's easier for border patrol agents, because it distributes people better. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. We now know more people who are coming to the country for like a better life rather than trying to come for like malicious reasons. If someone is trying to come maliciously and they can get into the country fast, well, then that's more likely for them to go through undocumented methods if my type of policy existed. Right now, people can go through undocumented methods even if they want a better life. So we don't really know if someone's coming across the border that's undocumented, that whether or not they're trying to do it for malicious reasons. But under my policy, it would be easier to identify that people are coming for malicious reasons, because it would be faster for people to get into the country legally.
All right, so what makes you think that those people would want to use the legal way anyways?
Because we need to incentivize them to do so.
Okay, and how would we incentivize them to do so?
By making the legal system go faster.
Okay. Faster than just illegally crossing, which is dangerous.
Than right now. Faster than right now. Because people are incentivized to go through the dangerous method of coming here undocumented, because it is the case that the legal system takes too long, 5 to 7 years on average, which is insane.
Yes.
And it should not be like that.
That is crazy.
So I have no issue with border security, Connor. I think there should be border security. But once we have legitimate laws.
I hear you. So I don't know if we really even disagree on that per se.
I don't think we do. I think it's just like the parties and the partisan hacks that put us against each other as it relates to immigration.
Amen, Parker. Now you're speaking my language. All right, let's talk other issues with Kamala Harris, right? So tell me, I heard Kamala Harris talking, right? It was a video on Twitter, I'll admit. She was saying, she was giving a speech about equity, getting people to the same place, the same destination, instead of giving everybody like the exact same treatment, because everyone needs different treatment. And she wants equitable.
So Connor, in that scenario, she's talking about in terms of racial disparities and disparities based on sex. So she's not saying economically speaking across the board. She's saying as it relates to race and as it relates to sex.
Okay, in that context, I could give you that because I don't know the context. It was a short video, like I said. But also, correct me if I'm wrong, Kamala Harris is in favor of taxing the upper echelon of society.
Mm-hmm.
And
increase taxes on income over 400 grand.
Over 400 grand.
Only on the income over 400 grand.
Yeah, what's the proposed increase from now till like her proposed policy?
I think it's 39.6 for the highest income tax.
Okay, so let's call it 40%, round up 0.4%. What is the rate now for that?
Steve, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. I think it's like 37 or 36. I can check again if you'd like.
I mean, it is what
it's around those. I know that there's around a 2 to 3% increase in taxes for the highest income threshold.
Yeah, I hear you.
And 37. It's 37. That's what it is. Sorry, my bad.
37 proposed like 39.6. I hear you. Now that is an increase, and I'm not a super wealthy guy.
2.6%.
Yeah, this really won't affect me whatsoever. But I mean, just with her language and that speaking on those kind of values, the equitable outcomes, it kind of scares me, Parker.
And Connor, I'll make you think about this in a better way. The tax policy that they proposed, I appreciate the head mustache, thank you so much, is that they were going to keep all the tax cuts from the Tax Cut and Jobs Act for the people who make under $400,000 a year, and they were going to increase on people who make over $400,000 a year. Thank you for that mustache, thank you. So that they can bring back the 2021 child tax credit that, when implemented, decreased child poverty by 50% by increasing the child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600 for each kid under the age of 5 years old. So that decreases taxes on middle-class families, working-class families that are starting off.
That's fantastic. I love to hear that. All right, so talked about the border, right? Big issue. It's in my backyard. I mean, people from Texas in the chat, they can say there's no such issue, but I've actually gone to the border. I know Kamala Harris went to El Paso. I went to a little town called Escobares, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of people there, and I had been there, I want to say around like 2018 or 2019, and I can't say I saw a lot of immigrants. I did see a lot of state troopers there, and I'm sure there still are, like to this day. That was a couple years ago even when I went, but man, like just from what I'm seeing on that issue, there seems to be a lot of people coming over the border. And I don't know if Kamala would necessarily handle that better than Donald Trump.
Connor, here's what I'd ask you. How did the Biden-Harris administration lead to more people coming to the country?
Right. The Biden-Harris administration, I don't know if they're in part like directly responsible for incentivizing the people to come here, but I do believe that they made it easier than...
So that would have to be through policy. Now, what would be the policy difference?
The policy difference, right? So correct me if I'm wrong. I can't even say the exact... It was like title something. A lot of immigrants were waiting on this title something to come across the border. And was this a title like previously put in place that could have been renewed at that point? From what I read about it, yes. And that just so happened to expire under the Biden-Harris administration. Sure enough, a bunch of people came over the border right after that. I mean, I remember like it was the talk of the town when that was happening. You know what I'm saying? A little small Texas town, we're all talking about it. And sure enough, I'm on fringe websites looking at videos that aren't really necessarily on NBC.
So Connor, here's the best way to look at it.
Lay it on me.
We don't think that I don't think there's a relevant policy that they're referencing there, because it is the case that there was the same border policy as it relates to the Obama administration and the Biden-Harris administration as it relates to immigration, yet there was differences in the amount of people coming here. So if the policy is the same, but there's differences in the amount of people coming here, you know what that tells me? It tells me it's not related to the policy. It's related to environmental factors like inflation, COVID, political instability worldwide that incentivizes people to come here. Thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's what it tells me it is.
I hear you, Parker. Yeah, and I'm not doubting that people are definitely seeking better lives, better environments. They wouldn't come here. They wouldn't risk their lives to come here with their families, their kids getting sick, if they didn't think it was worth it. And obviously, they believe it to be worth it. Now, I know some people, you could say on the left, are speaking on the point of like, oh, illegal immigrants, regardless, of legality status, they're actually better for us than if we didn't have them. And I fundamentally disagree with that.
That's actually true, Connor.
And is that because...
So you can find this on the Congressional Budget Office. All the short-term negative impacts that result from immigration, because there are short-term negative impacts relating from immigration at specific rates. All of that's outweighed by the long-term benefits. Immigration very positively impacts the economy long-term.
So in terms of the economy, that's what you're citing.
Yeah. So like the Congressional Budget Office, which is a nonpartisan committee with liberals and conservatives on it, economists, they specifically indicated that a majority of the increase in our GDP and federal revenues by 2034 is going to be explained by immigration, undocumented and documented. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. So $7 trillion increase by 2034 for our GDP and $1 trillion increase in our federal revenues, which allows us to deal with things like our increasing federal deficit and debt, our like specifically our our debt, Social Security and Medicare, right? Because it's leading to insolvency. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Because we have way more old people that aren't really being supported by as many young people, because we've had our fertility rates below replacement rates since the 70s. Which means that we're inevitably going to lead to population crises similar to what they've seen in Japan.
Yes,
right? Which has led to decreased growth and stagnated growth for decades. So if we don't want that, we want to adopt immigration. That's beneficial for our economy.
Okay, so the mechanism as it will raise $7 trillion for the economy, you said by 2030? Or
2034.
2034. By 2034, we'll get this extra $7 trillion because immigration, and the mechanism behind that is the basically fixing the collapse.
They have a higher labor force participation rate, which means that we have more people working in our labor force, which allows for us to have more young people to take care of the old people on Social Security and Medicare. That's what it does.
Yeah, I understand that mechanism of action. However, it just doesn't so when these people come here, right, a lot of illegal immigrants do not have money. Some do have money, and some are willing to work. Now, how can you rationalize or justify, say, an illegal immigrant coming into the United States and getting a job, say it's a low-skilled job, manual labor or something, and that immigrant, because maybe they are younger, maybe something, they get put before the American citizen, and
I don't think undocumented immigrants get put before American citizens. 1, 2. I think that even if that were true, that doesn't mean we should provide less for American citizens or immigrants. That means that we should provide more for American citizens. For example, we spend more money on prison for rapists and murderers and for fraudsters and for criminals than we'll spend for people who are homeless in this country, people that have a lack of access to health care, students in this country, general people's care. We spend more money on rapists and murderers than we spend on American citizens in typical.
Right. I hear
now,
you.
is that a justified system? Now, does that tell you that we should treat like prisoners less good? No, that tells you that we should treat people better. Basic standards for everyone. People don't have to worry about food. They don't have to worry about healthcare. They don't have to worry about their house burning down and them not being able to pay for it. They don't have to worry about people unaliving them on the street because of very high crime rates. That's what we're advocating for.
Right. Okay, Parker. There's one thing you said. I want to run it back to that point. Okay, so you said that it's slipping me. You know you have a certain way of fitting in words, but the fact that illegal immigrants won't get prioritized over American citizens, your preference over that. Well, I know that to be false because if you think about it, an illegal immigrant comes here, they're off the books. Okay, so therefore, that employer is not obligated to give them an hourly wage, or report that to the IRS, withhold earnings. Likely, they would be paid in cash under the table, and they can pay word vomit. They can pay them a lower rate than they would an American citizen. And
so undocumented immigrants do pay taxes, and that is true that they can pay them lesser. So why, instead of holding people who are trying to come here for a better life accountable, why don't we hold the business owners accountable?
Why not both?
Okay, well, if you want to hold both accountable, well, then why Trump, who did so, should we hold him accountable? His business hired undocumented immigrants.
I don't doubt.
Should we hold him accountable?
My great grandfather actually did that.
So should we hold him accountable?
I mean, he's long gone now, Parker, but Donald Trump, should we hold him accountable for, you said, hiring illegal immigrants? Yes. Okay, so my question to you, was it legal at the time? Was there some legal loophole that he took?
Wait, no, but the point I'm making is that businesses have not been held accountable, historically speaking, to the degree that they need to.
Okay, what else besides illegal immigration have businesses not been held accountable for? Because I kind of agree with you, Parker. I think the pharmaceutical industry specifically lacks a lot of accountability.
You know why they lack accountability?
Why is that?
Because consistently, politicians on the right advocate for reductions in regulations that hold them accountable. Consistently, people like Donald Trump are literally supporting the wants of the big pharmaceutical companies. You want to know how we can go against that? We can provide a universal health care, Medicare for all, for our American citizens, which a Yale study indicated would save $450 billion a year and 45 to 68,000 American lives due to lack of health insurance.
I hear you, Parker, but how did they come up with that number that it would actually save us money? Because someone would have to foot the bill for that.
So it will save money overall because it reduces a lot of the insurance burden in between you and your doctor. It literally gets you directly to your doctor instead of having this unnecessary middleman.
So sort of like what Canada has going on.
Yeah, they have a better system, and they spend almost half as much per individual as we do here in the United States, and they have better health outcomes. So these countries around the world have had these universal healthcare systems for decades.
Right.
They've done better than our system here in the United States, and they cost less.
I hear you. They definitely cost less up front. I would say the burden upon the society, the cost isn't really the dollar amount in that case. It's more so the fact that in Canada, for example, if you think about it just logically, not even talking about Canada, just in a vacuum, right? If you give everybody free healthcare, the existing healthcare system, I don't think they have more doctors because everyone has free healthcare.
They do have more doctors, actually.
Okay. They have more doctors, regardless.
Per capita. They have more physicians per capita.
Okay. I hear you. So,
Heather, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, anyways, so in Canada, the long term is, say you have a chronic disease, okay? You're going to be incentivized to not treat that disease because it's going to take longer for you to see your doctor. right? And you can go,
Not true at
you
all.
can cite.
No. Listen. The reason why that's not the case is because there is preventative health care, right? That is incentivized to exist. So right now in the United States, we don't have the incentive for preventive health care because it is the case that that it doesn't reduce overall governmental costs. So if it reduced overall governmental costs to have preventative health care, policies like that would be instituted like they have in Europe. If you want to reference like why people go, actually, more people will go in the very first place because they don't have to worry about affording it, which means that they're more likely to address things that are negatively impacting their health, right? Earlier, which is preventative healthcare by nature. People not going because they cannot afford it increases the likelihood of these being detrimental towards their health. So that's actually what happens.
Okay.
Now, I understand there are greater wait times for certain things, and I understand that's an issue. But what are the wait times for American citizens that are not taken into account by these particular statistics because they cannot afford it? What are the wait times? They're probably way longer. They probably can't even get access to it because they cannot afford it.
So, like wait times is in like waiting to see a doctor.
Yeah, because they can't afford it. Or because they would strap them with large amounts of medical debt. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much.
Okay. So, I wanted to go back to the Canada thing we were talking about. They also, correct me if I'm wrong, right? Aren't they're experimenting with euthanasia now?
I don't know what you're referencing.
Just Google Canada euthanasia.
Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much.
Keyword search.
I'd have to see what they're doing. I don't know right now. I
Well, yeah, basically, in Canada, if you have a chronic illness, it is now
like you can consent to
assisted unaliving yourself. Yeah. And if you think about that, it makes perfect sense for their system because if you're looking at just the numbers of it, hey, they're trying to max or they're trying to.
I don't think this is relevant at all, but.
Well, I think it's somewhat relevant to their healthcare system because I feel like the euthanasia stuff.
It's legal in the United States, in some states, right?
And I disagree with that.
Okay,
but,
whatever.
I mean, what states is euthanasia legal in? Oregon?
So someone that's in an exorbitant amount of pain should have to live in that, and you think shouldn't be able to get access to assisted sewer slide?
Well, I don't even want to speak on that.
If they're in exorbitant amounts of pain, and it's not going away, there's no way to be able to do that. They're terminally ill. You're saying they shouldn't be able to get access to that.
Well, like what condition are you referring to?
Any condition that leads to exorbitant pain.
Well, see, there's not like a crystal clear definition on what that is, and that's what
there are quite literally people that have exorbitant levels of chronic pain.
Okay, yes. Sure. Should they be allowed to off themselves?
Like get assisted sewer slide.
Yeah, assisted sewer slide. Should they be allowed to do that?
And like in certain cases.
I mean, I would say like that I would not want the government to sanction that at all. I'd rather the government, just
should they allow access to it?
Should they allow access to assisted sewer slide?
If you don't want government to stop it, then you don't want government to stop them from getting access to assisted sewer slide.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't want the government to allow that because I feel like it would come with, especially in a Canadian.
If your dog's going through exorbitant pain, what do you do?
Well, the last dog.
And like it doesn't go away; it's chronic.
I gave him let's say a leafy gummy. And he passed away in my lap, Parker. It was the saddest day of my life.
I'm sorry. That is really sad, and I agree. It's very, very sad.
Yeah.
But the point we see there is that lots of pain that we can't get rid of, that is terminal and is going to lead to their demise anyway. We see it to be actually beneficial to euthanize the pets. So there are certain chronic conditions that humans can have where them consenting to it makes sense. Okay.
Okay.
Now
yeah,
I'm not saying I like the idea of it. I definitely think it's a very sad thing, and hell, I really hope that I never have to be in a circumstance where anyone in my family or anyone that I know or anyone in this life knows has to go through that, right?
I'd say, Parker,
it's a very sad circumstance, but should it be legal? It probably should
it be legal? So yeah, in that case, we're looking at the dog and we see it's in exorbitant pain, and we think it's best for it to put it down. Now, I know we're talking about should the government allow it? It should be a consenting thing, but I feel like if a government were to allow that, because at some point it didn't exist, and then it progressed to talking about it and then allowing it. Do you not think that, voluntary euthanasia could turn into like involuntary euthanasia if the government deems you way too expensive to take care of?
No. If I think that you can draw a difference between voluntary and involuntary euthanasia there.
But could you not see like that slope, I guess?
No, I don't see any reason why that would be. I don't see any reason why that would be entailed, given that we accept like consensual euthanasia.
Well,
that's just like state murder.
Yeah, it's state murder, and I think that's what it could turn into, because it's basically state incentive.
I don't think that's likely to happen. Look up slippery slope fallacy. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Connor, yeah. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add before we go into the next person?
Yes, Kamala Harris. I've never seen her Mar-a-Lago, Trump a couple days ago, dude. He was talking to the cameras for like an hour or so, and you can say what you want about his responses, but
she went on the Breakfast Club in 2019, yes. I think. Go watch that.
She went on the Breakfast Club in 2019, but it's 2024.
I'm just giving you something you can watch that was in the past that references her views. I could try to find an interview of her recently.
Well, I'm not talking about an interview. I guess I am, but more so like a sort of a random environment where she doesn't know the questions that are coming after her. It's not a studio.
That's what the Breakfast Club is.
Cuts.
That's what the Breakfast Club is.
So you don't think she was briefed on anything on the Breakfast Club?
No evidence.
I've seen clips of that on the TikTok, actually. I know what you were talking about. I haven't watched the full thing, admittedly. But recently, though, does it seem like she's kind of hiding from just speaking her mind?
No.
Well, then, like, where can I see her speak her mind? Like, when she's asked a question, for example, not just like a speech. She seems to be really good at those.
Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. She's had plenty. Sharp, thank you so much for all the galaxies. Thank you so much. I just told you one, but I also you can look at the ones as it relates to like the presidential debates. Appreciate all the galaxies. Thank you so much, Sharp. In 2020, the DNC convention is coming up here pretty soon. There's going to be interviews and stuff there. Thank you for the hanging lights. Thank you so much. And the debates are coming up soon, in about a month.
Fantastic. Okay, and I remember, Parker, earlier you were talking about Trump. Someone made an accusation against him. I don't support that whatsoever. Wholeheartedly against that. But, could you just fill me in on that situation a little bit so I'm informed?
Sorry, what situation?
You were talking about Trump. He, I don't know the TikTok appropriate word for it, but he basically he was accused of wrongfully, like, touching a woman, I guess you could say.
He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse unanimously by a jury.
Okay, and he was found guilty of that charge.
He was held civilly liable, yeah.
He was held civilly liable. Okay, did they settle?
No, he was forced by the court to pay money.
And then what was what happened after that in the series of trials? Was that it?
He has continued defamation charges against him that are applied because he keeps defaming her.
Okay, so right now, is that on his record per se? Like, it's
civil liability because it's not criminal, because it was past the statute of limitations, which means it's been too many years since the event, which I think is a dumb law to exist. Like, just because it's been 23 years doesn't mean she shouldn't be able to come out and try her story in criminal court.
So she's not allowed to bring it over to the criminal court.
Not in criminal court, no, but she is in civil court, and she won in civil court.
Okay, and where are these defamation lawsuits at?
Just look up Trump libel essay.
Gotcha. I looked that up. Will do. All right, Parker. Can you give me like one more thing? Why I should?
Yeah, go for it. Why you shouldn't vote for Trump?
Yeah, give it to me, man.
He tried to undermine our American democracy. Tried to get Mike Pence as vice president to not certify the election results, which now Mike Pence says he's not going to vote for him and not supporting him because he put himself over the Constitution.
Yeah. Donald Trump definitely oversteps his boundaries sometimes. Just like when he banned bump stocks, I hate that. Truth be told, he's not.
He said he was going to pardon the January 6th insurrectionists who assaulted police officers, took out one of their eyes, broke their back, their spines, broke their bones, brutalized them.
Okay,
he wants to pardon the ones that were convicted of that.
On January 6th, though, what was with that video of them walking in on a red carpet? Can you explain that one to me?
I don't know which one you're referencing.
Well,
it's been a minute since I've looked at that video.
Okay,
those videos.
I can give you the gist of it. So the camera is showing these January 6th guys. The QAnon guy was in the front of this group. I'd say they were pretty spread out, but they were just walking slowly through the Capitol. Now, I did see the videos of, like, you could say the violence. I don't necessarily think this was an insurrection by
No,
any
but he
means.
said that he would pardon the January 6th insurrectionists that were violently assaulting police officers and were convicted of it.
Dude, I don't think they were insurrectionists, though. That's not...
The ones that were assaulting police officers?
Police officers and...
So the violent ones weren't even insurrectionists?
No.
What?
No, they were not insurrectionists. No way. Dude, if they...
You said that they're not insurrectionists even though they're violent.
So...
some people brought a guillotine, right?
So if I punch a Capitol police officer, I'm now an insurrectionist? Or am I just...
If it was on January 6th going up to the Capitol, yes.
So what makes January 6th going up to the Capitol any different from you walking to the Capitol right now?
They broke into the Capitol. Right? There were plans to assassinate Congress members. There was a guillotine. There were Proud Boys lined up everywhere using the amount of people that were there to do it. Now, do I think, like, people who were there just touring, looking around peacefully, like, were like bad people? No, right? Like, obviously, I think there should be charges because you're not supposed to do that. But they're nowhere near, like, the people that were violently there. But Trump said he would pardon the people who violently assaulted police officers. He says that that he's, like, pro-police, back the blue, but at the same time supports people who were convicted of assaulting police officers. Insane.
All right, so what would the charge be if, like, they weren't to be pardoned? Because I know they've been held in a, like, federal prison.
If they were pardoned, then they would be.
No, but say that's just like an assault charge on a police officer.
Yeah, they're convicted of assault charges. There were people with zip ties.
And how long would they spend in jail or prison for assaulting?
I'd have to check for each individual.
Yeah, because I mean, these people have been held for, like, how many years now? Like 4 years. That's a long time.
They violently assaulted people and, like, took out one of their eyes, broke their back.
Well, yeah,
assaulted them, broke their bones.
If I don't know, I don't like assault. I don't agree with assault, but the notion is, like, these people are being held 4 years in federal prison.
Apparently, the latest one got 20 years.
20 years? He received 20 years in federal prison for assaulting a Capitol police officer. Without a doubt, people get away with way worse than that, with way less time, no time at all.
Holy fucking shit, dude! Do you think people should get away with that? I thought you were so pro law and order.
Law and order. Yeah, I'm pro law and order, and I think that people should not get away with that. So we got to pick a side. So we should.
So then, why do you want Trump? Why do you want to vote for Trump, who wants to pardon them?
Because he feels like they didn't do anything, that bad. And honestly, based on what I've seen, I don't know what that guy did to deserve 20 years, dude. But I didn't see anything that warranted 20 years in federal prison. I don't know. I saw some shit getting broke. Did you say a guy's back got broken?
Yes, someone had their spine broken. There were people who had broken bones. Some person who lost an eye.
And these were all Capitol police officers.
They were police officers, yes. Appreciate the cap, thank you.
Okay.
So he's so back the blue that he supports them being assaulted. There was one that was paralyzed, I'm pretty sure, as well.
Wow.
Or a few. I don't know if it was one or a few, but I know that at least one person did.
Yeah, I don't know. Back the blue. He's so back the blue. I guess you could say he is, dude. But at the same time, I've heard those people, the Capitol, the January 6ers, they've been held in federal prisons and they've been treated very poorly. Now, is that
okay? All right. Well, all right. Whatever. You've heard right-wing propaganda, probably.
And okay, I see. Well, Parker, just want to leave you with this. And, everyone else, Donald Trump is not the guy that some people think he is. But compared to Kamala Harris, I think... Parker, tell me what that's about, dude. Because I know a very close friend of mine started doing that today. Is that something new? Did you?
Her name's Kamala?
No, but the same people I know who started doing that today have...
Started doing what?
Correcting me on Kamala. And
I correct a lot of people.
Did you start that trend? Because it's a trend now. I want to let you know.
I don't think I started a trend.
You started a trend, Parker. Congratulations. But no, Donald Trump, he banned bump stocks. That's not cool. That's against the Second Amendment. We should allow that shit. Will Kamala Harris help?
Kamala, bro. You still doing it? It's not that hard.
Kamala.
Think Kamala.
Kamala. Kamala. I got it. Okay, cool. So, yeah,
All right,
dude,
Connor, bye.
bye, Parker.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo and Cash App in the bio, everyone. Venmo and Cash App in the bio. Oh, geez. Look at this. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Are you voting for Trump?
You bet.
Why so?
Does my paycheck look better at when he was in office than when he wasn't?
You know, we're still under Trump tax policy, right?
We're under his tax cuts, yeah.
So can you turn off the background noise, one? And two, why would your paycheck be affected by that? Because it should have gone up.
It did go up under Trump.
Okay.
Went up
No, it should have gone up under the Biden-Harris administration as well.
Oh, yeah? Well,
yeah.
Where? Where?
So there has been a real wage increase since 2019, which means wages have gone up with inflation, median wages. So if your wages haven't gone up, that's just you specifically. Overall, the entire economy, median wages have gone up. You can look at median
not me specifically. That's at the energy department.
Yeah, so it'd just be like your specific aspect of the economy, right? So in 2019, we were at 360 median usual weekly earnings, and then now it's 368.
Mm-hmm. Where are you getting your information
from Fred, St. Louis Federal Reserve.org. It's the Federal Reserve economic data.
Okay. So where's the energy department?
What do you mean?
I haul fuel for a living.
Do you have a federal job?
No.
Okay. Well, that's likely just specifically be your industry then.
Well, it's all federalized.
Joyce, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know if you're saying things cost more. Well, how did they cause it to cost more? The Biden-Harris administration.
Inflation.
Yeah. How did they cause inflation?
They shut down pipelines.
No, the XL pipeline that you're referencing was shut down by the Supreme Court. It was a court order. They followed through with that court order, and that wasn't even in effect yet. It was only 8% built. It was a Canadian-owned pipeline where 90% didn't even go to the United States.
It ran through the East Coast.
I don't think it did. The XL pipeline is not on the East Coast. It goes to like the Dakotas.
It was being built, and
it's a Canadian pipeline.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's not on the East Coast. The Keystone goes through the Dakotas and is from Canada.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what's your point?
My mistake. Oh, they shut down the Keystone pipeline. They shut down the construction of it.
They didn't shut down the Keystone pipeline. It was only the XL portion.
Okay. Why are you voting for Harris?
Because she hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government by getting her vice president to not certify the election results and trying to send fake electors to the Electoral College to vote for her rather than other people who, when she didn't win. She didn't specifically call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't try to engage in climate denial, saying that there wasn't climate change caused by humans and that it was actually going to start cooling, that science just doesn't know it yet. Thank you for the hand hearts. Thank you.
You just all the talking points on the left, and you just are unopen to have a conversation about anything else.
I am open to having a conversation. That's what I'm doing right now with you, Hunter.
Okay.
Ryan, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much, Ryan. So do you want to engage with any of those points, or do you just want to say that I was, giving talking points? I answered the question that you asked.
You did. That's fair. So what is Harris going to do better than Trump if she's elected?
Codify Roe versus Wade by signing it into law, investing in renewable energies, expanding access to healthcare, childcare, housing.
Okay, but Roe v. Wade, that just gives the decision to the state. It just
Which restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion in this country and didn't provide federal protections for rape victims. Women and girls are affected by this. In some states, they can't even get access to abortion unless they're actively dying.
Why is that a bad thing?
Because they can have huge health complications and they still can't get access to an abortion for a non-sentient fetus or embryo, because little kids would be forced to go through pregnancies who were assaulted.
Well, that's one of the stipulations on where a lot of.
Do you just think that doesn't matter? What if that happened to your daughter?
That's not what I'm saying. A lot of.
Wait, actually, I shouldn't assume that because you have
states-
fish in your profile picture.
A lot of states have stipulations for rape and incest.
And like 12 states don't.
I don't know which ones those are, but
Idaho, Iowa, Texas, those are just a few examples.
yeah, those are extreme. I agree with that. But a lot of other ones, they're free to have abortions until they're born, basically. That's not right either.
Those aren't lethal abortions. They would just induce labor at that point. Anything past viability, 24 weeks, they induce labor.
Well, that's not an abortion.
That is, it's considered medically speaking an abortion. But it's not a lethal abortion. It's a non-lethal abortion.
That goes against the whole textbook definition of an abortion.
No, it doesn't. It's medically defined as an abortion by doctors.
So you're aborting a kid and still having it?
Tyler, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yes, but it's a non-lethal abortion.
An abortion is killing a fetus.
Not always. Abortion just means termination of pregnancy, and that's all it means. There are spontaneous abortions, like miscarriages.
But those aren't medically induced.
That doesn't mean that it's not considered an abortion medically.
They call them abortions and they call them miscarries. That's
an abortion. No, a miscarriage is a spontaneous abortion.
Okay, I'll agree with that. Kind of.
Okay. All right. So why do you want to restrict women's access to abortion in certain states?
It's a religion thing.
Religion. So you want to enforce your religion on other people. So why should it be illegal to get access to an abortion, but it shouldn't be illegal to tell your children that Santa Claus exists and lie to them?
I don't want to force anything on anyone. I want to encourage.
Wait, so do you think it should be do you think it should be legal to get access to an abortion?
No.
That's forcing it on other people. So do you think that people who cheat on their wives should go to prison because they violated they sinned? You said people who abort their fetuses should go to prison, but people who
No, I
commit
never
this sin
said
shouldn't.
that.
Justin, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much,
No,
Justin.
I never said that they should go to prison. Never said that one.
You just said that it should be illegal to get access to an abortion.
True.
Yeah, so people should go to jail for getting an abortion, right?
No.
You think it's murder and they shouldn't go to jail?
Not in that
So,
sense.
so you don't think all murderers should go to jail?
All murderers should go to jail.
Okay, so if you think they're murderers, they should go to jail under your view.
That's not what I said.
Jesus Christ. All murderers should go to jail. They're murderers. Therefore, under your view, they should go to jail.
Under my religious beliefs, all keep doing that.
I might have to, dude.
Yeah?
I don't know what's making me lose brain cells at a faster rate. Hitting my head on the mic or listening to this conversation. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much.
Okay, so where's the line that you would draw abortion wise?
18 through 26 weeks is when it's most likely for the fetus to be sentient. So at that point, I value it.
Okay, but after, what is it, like a month, you can hear the heartbeat?
I don't give a shit about a heartbeat.
Well, you just said sentient, so...
Sentience means first-person subjective experience. That is not a heartbeat.
A heartbeat means a living organism.
No, it's living at conception. So a zygote, a single-cell organism, is living. I don't give a shit about a zygote. You care about single-cell organisms? Sperm are living. I don't care about sperm.
Care about a heartbeat?
Eric, I think we did $2. Weebo, thank you so much for the potato. I don't care about a heartbeat now.
Okay.
Do you think a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead because they have a heartbeat?
That's two very different things.
Okay, it's different. It's just different, Chad. It's just different.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When do you deem a life a potential life?
I think it's life at conception. I just don't value life at conception. I value it once it's sentient life. It has first-person subjective experience.
So it has to be born.
No. 18 through 26 weeks in the womb is when it's most likely to have sentience. So I think the most likely is probably between 20 through 24. But I'm conservative with it, so I put it at 18. But I'm totally okay with it being put at 20.
Okay.
Carlos, thank you for the $1.
So a majority of states have abortion legal through the first trimester. So
yeah, based. Legal in the first trimester. Based. Love that. Protect women's rights. You don't care about women's rights, Hunter?
I do care about women's rights.
So why are you voting for someone who's undermining them? Think with the corgi.
He didn't undermine them. He just gave the decisions back to the states.
Which undermined one-third of women's access to
to
abortion in this country and did not provide federal protections for grave victims. Kat, thank you so much. Also, it allows for abortion, lethal abortion. Also, if you leave it up to the states, it allows for lethal abortion in late months. Like, he was saying that was a critique of Biden and of the Harris administration, but actually Roe versus Wade doesn't allow for that, and him leaving it up to the states does. So he was critiquing himself. Appreciate. Thank you so much for the handouts, Tyler. Thank you for that mustache.
In his view, it's more of a religious.
Tiffany, thank you for the $5. If it's a religious thing, why did he cheat on all of his wives?
I don't think he did.
He did. He cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with the corn star while she was pregnant.
That was debunked.
No, it wasn't. He was quite literally convicted in a court of law for 34 felonies, which rested on the fact that he engaged in intercourse with her and had to pay hush money to her. Thank you for the cat. Thank you for the sunglasses.
That was also debunked.
No,
That
it
didn't
wasn't.
happen.
That's completely false. That was
He
it was
even
not debunked.
said it didn't happen.
Matthew, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. No, she described the experiences, said that he liked his ass smacked. She described what his thing looked like.
Yeah, have you seen a picture to compare?
No, apparently she indicated that his testes are rather small.
Yeah.
And that there was some sort of mushroom look, like Toad. Appreciate
Yeah.
that. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Did he get shot?
Did he get? Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
It took off a part of his ear.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't think it took off part of his ear, but it made his ear bleed. Yes, Chad, I do have ears. I know, right? Crazy. People thought I was just like a floating like chest. You know, that's why when they saw my videos on my page where I'm literally debunking MAGA supporters, they're like, "Oh my God, Parker has legs. He has legs." Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Craziest thing about this video is that Parker has legs. He's not just a floating chest.
Here's the deal.
Two legs, long legs. He's tall. I didn't know he was tall. Thank you for the corky. Thank you so much. Matthew, thank you for the $1.
I think Trump is better for my paycheck, your paycheck.
Wait, I have a question. If you're religious, why does your following list look like that?
My following list look like what?
Did you know your following list is public?
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, wow. Scrolling through your following page, strong Christian shot, really strong Christian. I recommend scrolling through the following page. I think you're going to be very surprised to see what you see. Very Christian, big Christian, very great Christian.
I follow everybody who follows me.
So why are they predominantly young women who are wearing less clothing?
I don't know.
Like, I'm not trolling. Like, literally, look. You follow me, and then
Yeah.
it's like every account.
Well, I don't look at the accounts before I follow them. If they follow me, I follow them.
Okay, if they all have something in common, I don't think it's because you were, like, just following accounts that follow you. Especially because your following is lesser than your followers.
Yeah, I've looked at the new ones today.
Literally every account is a young girl.
Interesting.
So, if you're so Christian, why does your following list look like that? Jesus is looking at your every move, okay? And Jesus does not like that. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Are you cheating on God?
No, not.
Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. Look, he can't repent now. He's not repentive. He's not repenting, shout. Do you have a wife, Hunter?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, I follow.
I should have been able to know that with the profile picture. My bad.
You don't like the fish?
Yeah, it's the fish. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't like the fish? What's wrong with that?
It's just repellent, dude. Cat, thank you for the gold mine. Thank you so much. Like, they're like fish and MAGA. Ugh. Can't go on a date with him. Ick.
So why?
Like, you know, the fish alone's not bad, right? But, you know, with the MAGA, I think it's a bit too much.
Yeah, you think so?
Yep.
Did
you ever when you were like a kid get Max Repel or Max Super Repel? Like in Pokemon? Because that's basically the combination you got yourself today. You know, they created it in real life.
Pokemon. The fuck is Oh.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the boxing up. Thank you
okay.
so much.
No, I don't know. Attacking me on my character now, and that's fine. But so
I'm just poking fun. Can't thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
you're good, man. We've kept it way more civil than a lot of your lives I've seen. So thank you for that.
Of course, bro.
So
next question I have: why are you holding the fish indoors? Thank you for the paper crane. Thank you so much. Like, I get holding the fish, but typically speaking, people are like outdoors when they're holding the fish.
So I live in Minnesota. That was in my ice house.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't used to it, but yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you're good. Where are you at in California?
Los Angeles. I actually grew up in Iowa, so I didn't know any people who did ice fishing like that.
Ah, right on. So, what do you think Kamala is going to do good policy wise?
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Oh yeah, so she's advocating to keep all of the tax cuts applicable to people who make under $400,000 a year, and she's increases taxes on people's income over $400,000, so that she can increase the child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600 for each kid under the age of 5 years old, which decreases taxes on middle class families who are trying to start families, and especially younger people who are trying to start families.
Mm-hmm. So you know the Trump tax cuts are coming off here, I think in October, November, somewhere in there. It was a eight.
Debate.
It was like a 7-year deal.
For what? Sorry again. And
Taxes.
Sarah, thank you for the $20 for Hunter's Blasphemy. Thank you so much. And Caddy, thank you for the $10. Tiffany, thank you for the $5.
Your income tax cuts. Your income tax is going up here in a month or two because they're letting the Trump tax cuts expire.
No, that should be in 2025. And in 2025, they'll be able to engage in policy to extend the ones for the people who make under $400,000 a year while increasing them for people who make over $400,000.
Yeah,
and not all of the taxes go away in 2025. A lot of them go away. Think of that, Mustache. Thank you so much. There's still corporate tax cuts that happen after that.
It wasn't a corporate tax cut, though.
No, corporate tax cuts are extended beyond the 2025 point. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. But at 2025, a lot of them do get sunsetted. And Brianna, thank you so much for the $1 for Go Hawkeyes. Yo, W Hawkeyes.
Okay, so excuse me. So
Hunter, would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexual assault of a woman?
If I believe that he had a fair trial, no.
Appreciate the hands up. Thank you so much. So no, okay. So, but you would if you believe that they didn't have a fair trial.
Which I do not believe that he had a fair trial.
So what was unfair about the trial? The hand art. Thank you so much, William.
The jury was primarily Democrat.
At least 2 were likely Republican. It was a unanimous decision by the jury.
Okay. I don't see your point here.
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. So they unanimously determined, even with 2 Republicans at least. Thank you for the hand art.
Who said they were Republican?
Based upon the questions they answered on, they were likely Republican. That's what I said.
That's not what you said. That you said that they were likely Republicans.
Which is exactly what I just said. Thank you for the hug. Thank you.
So were they Republican or were they? I mean, it was in New York.
Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Kimbo, thank you for the hand heart.
80%
yes, I
of
believe
New
it.
York's-
I believe a jury determination is most likely to be correct. Jay, thank you for the hand art. There's a bipartisan determination. A unanimous bipartisan agreement.
And a fair court.
Yes.
And a fair judge.
Yep.
In New York.
Yep.
They were completely bipartisan across the board.
Yep.
That's impossible in New York.
No,
I'm sorry.
it's not. If you donate it, you get to deduct it.
I mean, yeah, that's a very good point. Actually, didn't even think about that. I cannot agree with the more you make, the more you have to pay the government. I feel like that's taking away from.
I think that's a great thing to do.
So, do you believe in expanding government and making it bigger?
Actually, the countries that I think are more beneficial for the economy, those specifically have like actually more free economies, even though they provide greater amenities for people.
I mean, I kind of answered the question. You believe that the bigger the government is, the better it is for the people? Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, not necessarily. I think that the more amenities people provide, or that the government provides that are necessities, the better it is for the people. But that doesn't mean that we need the government to be more involved in the overall economy. Actually, again, those economies that I'm referencing in Northern Europe, right, the Scandinavian countries, those they specifically actually have a greater level of economic freedom according to the Economic Freedom Index. Yet they provide these different types of basic amenities to their people because they have a significantly higher union membership, like 60 to 70% of their labor force is unionized, which gives the workers more bargaining power. So they require less regulation to be able to ensure that companies have the workers' best interests in mind. Crystal, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Maybe.
But whenever you start expanding government, but to what point are you saying? So at some point, should the government be able to say who lives in what house, what kind of housing is provided per state? I mean, that's where it gets very tricky. There has to be a line drawn somewhere.
I'm not saying government does everything. Did you hear me at all? The countries that I'm referencing, they have greater levels of economic freedom than we have here in the United States.
How so? I mean, that's
according to the Economic Freedom Index.
But what does it say? I mean, according to them, how do they have more economic freedom than we do?
So that would be based upon the measures of the Economic Freedom Index, which would include things like whether or not they have a minimum wage. Like, for example, the Nordic countries, a lot of them don't have a minimum wage because their unions can just bargain for the higher wages. That's insofar as that they don't require that as a price floor. Like, that's an example.
I mean, I kind of follow you
but
there.
I would recommend reading the criteria of the Economic Freedom Index.
I kind of follow you there, but I just cannot agree with the solution to a lot of our problems is giving the government more power over the population.
You're not listening. I feel like, dude, they have more economic and social freedom than our country.
But they also have more power to take it away if the government has that in its hand.
What do you mean? That distributes us basic necessities? That's not like them enforcing something in terms of punishment. That's quite literally them just ensuring people have basic amenities. Like, do you think like having firefighters is bad or having police is bad?
No,
those are governmental policies.
Correct. We pay taxes on those.
Yeah, that's what they do in these countries as well.
Yes, but there's a certain point. That's what I'm saying. There's a certain point where how much money are we paying out of our pocket extra to pay for these overall things that are supposed to be good for everyone?
Yeah. Again, as it relates to these places, it's going to be a lot less than what these would cost overall for plenty of people in the United States.
There's a multifaceted situation because what is the cost of living in Scandinavia versus Los Angeles?
I mean, I would have to check cost of living is going to be dependent upon demand in the market and supply. So I don't see how that's going to be related on housing supply. That's not like what other things would be, like the environmental or not environmental, economic freedom or other things like that. So I'd have to check. I'm not sure what the cost of living is.
Right, but could you? I'm trying to think of how to explain this to where it makes sense. So, would you agree that, let's say you live in California, correct?
I can tell you that, yes, I do. But okay. I can tell you that those countries have higher happiness indexes than we do here in the United States.
Well, listen, man, I think everybody can agree. The less you have to pay, the more happy you would be. But at the end of the day, whenever you pay your tax bill, if your tax bill is higher, that's going to upset a lot of people.
Yeah, but you're going to decrease costs as it relates to like healthcare and other types of amenities that people need.
Well, don't you agree that there's different ways to decrease the cost of healthcare, as in
not that have been effective. Can you name me one country around the world that has used just competition to have low costs of goods for all their different types of amenities according to the average standard of life for the person?
I'm not following your question, but if I think I am. So, for instance, medicine, I can go across the border to Tijuana and buy cheaper medicine than I can here, and it's the exact same thing.
Yeah. So again, that's in a different country, right? That's not the United States,
right?
And
but
you
why?
Would argue,
but why can't I go to Mexico and buy cheap medicine off the street, or not off the street, but in a pharmacy without a prescription, versus 10 minutes across the border in Texas, have to buy the same thing with a prescription for 10 times the price?
That's how fucked up United States healthcare is.
Yes, but whose fault is it? Is it the government or is it insurance companies or both?
It's both the government, insurance companies, and it's due to like the fact that people in the United States can pay more.
See, now we're on the same page. But where we're gonna split is you agree that the government also has their hand in that. So we should. But
yeah, obviously, I don't think everything the government. Hold up. You're not listening, right? Just because I think that there's literally certain things the government can do that can lead to worse conditions doesn't mean everything the government is doing is leading to worse conditions.
No, I agree with you there. I'm just saying there's a line. Whenever you give the government so much, it's basically the hand that gives is also the hand that can take. So at one point, do you quit giving this to somebody for them to have the power to take it?
At what point do you stop giving?
Yes, for instance,
when people have all their basic needs met.
So, for instance, Social Security. So, I don't know how old you are. You're less than 30. Do you believe whenever we're at retirement age, we'll be able to draw our Social Security that we paid in?
Probably.
And you think
we don't pull out what we pay in. We're gonna get payments for like some retirement plan that exists in relation to the government in the future.
So you think our government is capable of responsibly divvying out all of our money and using it responsibly?
I think that there's going to be a fix to it. I think there's going to be a fix to it by the time we're older. Yeah.
But what evidence do we have to say that that's a thing? I mean, look back in the past 40 years. Yeah, that some presidents have done better than the others.
I'm not saying we have evidence. So when you're asking me what do you think is going to happen in the future, that's quite literally just going to be like whether or not I'm optimistic.
I mean, no.
When we talk about future events, we're not going to be talking about evidence to relate to what is going to happen, unless we specifically relate to like, oh, there was this thing that has commonly happened in the past, therefore it's likely to happen in the future, right? But this is so much further in the future that we don't know where that would be. So all you can say is just like conjecture. All you can say is, oh, like I'm more optimistic. That's the route I take. Think of the love you. Thank you.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, I think
I think it's generally good to be optimistic.
But I think we both can agree that history predicts the future. Is that not true?
Yeah, it does, but we don't have enough of history to be able to predict that far in the future.
I mean, we got
like with this particularly. Like I could predict that the sun is going to rise and set. Then we have enough information to do that, but we might not have enough information with this hyper specifically.
I mean, I get it, but what I'm saying is if you look back as let's say a net positive or a net negative, every let's say self-governing power that we have given the government temporarily, have we ever gotten back? So, for instance, one good thing I can say, or one example.
Lucila, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
So, prohibition, they took her right away, but that's one right they did give back.
Wait, sorry, can you say that one more time? I don't really know what you're saying.
Yeah, so looking back through history, let's say go back to 1776 until now. What rights have we given the government that they have given back to us? There's only one or maybe two.
I don't even know what that's meaning.
It's meaning the power that we give the government is never given back to us.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
It's meaning once you give the
power.
Government,
what do you mean give power back to us? What was that supposed to mean?
For instance, okay, here's an easy one. For instance, the government bans all guns. Do you expect the government to ever give us guns back? And why would they?
Oh, like name a regulation that they added and then got rid of?
Yes.
For example, right, we had tax policy that was at 39.6%, and then that was reduced.
No, see, but not reduced. I'm talking about.
There have been specific drugs that were illegal in certain states, but now they're not illegal.
And why is that?
The change in state policy.
Exactly. So the government is taking, and then whenever it gets,
and then the government gave the right back.
But it's a right they should have had in the first place.
What's up?
It's a right they should have never had in the first place. Is what I'm getting at.
Jesus Christ. When I answer your question, you just move the goalpost.
It's not the goalpost. It's
you did just move the goalpost. You just move the goalpost.
Do you believe marijuana should be legal?
Well, I have to kick you now because you can't say that on live. But yes, I do think it should be legal federally. You can't say those specific names on live, everyone. You got to say like M drug and stuff. You, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Faith, thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. Or you can check out the video that I just posted, everyone. I did just post another rally video. I still have a few things I think I can make.
What's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Actually, Trump?
23. Just turned 23. Yeah, I'm a vote Trump.
Why so?
Well, he showed up to the Bitcoin convention in Tennessee, so I gotta get behind him.
Okay, I'm kicking you off. That was dumb. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. They said I kicked because I lost. You understand that that person said a name that gets me banned. Yeah, it's how old are you?
Actually, I'm 50.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Listen, man, the dude was put through everything when he was in office for 4 years, primarily by the Democrat Party. And he stood up and took it all. Personally,
what was he put through by the Democratic Party?
Well, I mean, you know, investigations, people
that happened with Biden too.
Door.
That happened with Biden too.
Well, I mean, my paycheck was considerably better under Trump than it is Biden and Harris. Harris,
so the real median wages are higher now.
I would not put in charge of the mayor of Mayberry.
So did you know real median wages are higher now than they were in 2019?
I know that I saved precisely about I'm a school teacher. I saved precisely about $3,500 under Trump, where I'm saving maybe $1,000 a year under Biden and Harris.
So you're just talking about like inflation, which inflation was happening globally.
If you look at that, at the end of the day, I'm looking at my wallet and I'm using common sense and I'm saying, give me all the mean tweets you want.
Gary,
and,
I'll explain it to you.
And a little bit of common sense to go along with that. Dude, listen, I coach as well. We've got girls or boys.
Can I address what you're saying, please?
We got boys.
Can I address what you're saying?
We've got.
Can I address what you're saying, or do you just want to keep talking?
No, not right now because I'm speaking. We have boys.
You're just talking about a million different things. I want to address these individually.
Yeah, because that's what's on my mind.
Gary, I understand it's on your mind, but you can address. Gary, you can address it in the future. I'll give you time to address it. Let me address the inflationary points.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, you said that there was inflation. You're saving less money. I totally get it, right? Saving less money is not a good thing, right? But inflation has happened globally. Inflation has happened in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, in South America, in Indonesia, everywhere in the world.
Okay, Parker, I'll give you that. Inflation has been a problem for two and a half years now, where when I go to the grocery store, you know, what I could get for $250 now is $400. So I've got to cut costs somewhere, and I'm eating shit food doing so. So at the end of the day, I've got to look and use common sense and say, where was I better, under Biden and Harris or under Trump? And it's no contest. It was Trump. And Trump, I mean, you talk about all these things. Trump had a pandemic.
So that doesn't mean that. So by the way, that does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration that you are worse off now, or caused by the Trump administration that you're better off.
Parker, they have had 2.5 years to get this under control, and they've done nothing.
So they have absolutely done things. You to say that they've done nothing is absolutely not true.
Has it went down for you?
Yeah, I can tell you. So they passed a
I need to move to California.
So they passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. This is very good infrastructure, roads and bridges, right? Investment in that. There's investment in increasing access to high-speed broadband, which is impactful for the economy, very beneficial, right? They specifically put taking lead out of all drinking pipes in America or water pipes in America to be able to bring clean drinking water to Americans, right? They're specifically in the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, right? In the PACT Act, it expanded veterans' access to healthcare for 1 million veterans affected by burn pits abroad and by specifically toxic substances, along with what's it called? All of these different policies. So that was beneficial for the working class of this country. Do you think that wasn't?
So my question to you is, are you seeing a reduction in gas? Are you seeing a reduction in grocery? You had 2.5 years to fix the problem. You're not doing it.
So inflation relates to the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve deals with inflation.
We need to get somebody in office that's got a fucking backbone, and that the other countries are a little terrified of. These are the countries that are not terrified of Joe Biden.
Listen, so the Federal Reserve deals with inflation. That is not going to be the president of the United States. So I don't see why you're like saying they should do that. That makes no sense to me.
Okay, so if Trump gets in office in January, and this shit goes down, then are you going to come and say, hey, the president actually does do a little something about it?
If you show me something that he did that caused this, I'll admit it.
Well, I mean, look at your receipt when you go shopping.
I do. That doesn't mean it's caused by the president, dude. Holy shit, use your brain. I'm okay. For example, right? I met my girlfriend, my amazing girlfriend. Holy shit, sorry. During the Biden-Harris administration. Does that mean I should vote for Harris because I met my girlfriend?
I mean,
it happened under his administration. Look, I didn't meet her before, but I met her after.
That's laughable. That's not
exactly. That's exactly my point.
But you're not even making an argument, dude.
I am making an argument. I just showed you.
On what behalf?
You understand that just because something happened under the administration does not mean it was caused by that particular president. The same way.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the same way that like just because something happened under the Biden-Harris administration, like inflation went up, does not mean it was caused by the president.
Okay. Switching gears. Back to what I was saying. I'm a coach. Okay. We have males wanting to play in female sports now.
Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I guarantee, name one trans person dominating women's sports.
I mean, you have two boxers right now that are XY chromosome that are fighting for the gold.
You can be intersex and have XY chromosomes, and the rest of your sex characteristics are female sex characteristics.
This is the problem, though. This is
that person was female that you're referencing. The person that you referenced was literally biologically female.
We are trying to
impossible to come up with this such stupidity. You think she's a man because she has masculine characteristics. Funny how you define gender by the characteristics in which you perceive from them, right? As it relates to the context of this woman, but in the context of trans people, you won't.
Oh my God! It baffles my mind that you guys can sit here and you can pander to all these different populations.
I'm not pandering. I'm telling you what I think.
No, I mean you feel sorry for them, and
I think it's bad that trans people are stigmatized for no reason in this country because of people like you.
Sorry for them because I don't know, they've been shunned somehow type of way.
Yeah, trans people have been stigmatized and they shouldn't be stigmatized. Because of people like you, they've been stigmatized and they shouldn't be.
Oh, I could care less what they are. But
no, you don't. You absolutely care. Stop acting like you don't care, but then constantly making an issue of trans people because of them being trans.
they should be playing against.
You couldn't even name one
against
trans
us.
person. You couldn't name one trans person in women's sports. You can't.
I just did.
Name one. Give me one
I
name.
don't know their names. I mean,
Exactly. You don't even know a
from
single name, yet you think it's some big issue. You don't even watch women's sports.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm a huge Duke basketball fan, so I mean, you know me better than me, so
Name one person on the team that's a woman.
name one person on the team that's a woman of the U.S. team.
The Duke, yes, on Duke.
On Duke. Elena Baird.
Daly, thank you so much. I appreciate the diamond. Thank you. Anyone in the chat know if that's a person on the team? Because I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, her jersey's in the rafters in Cameron Indoor, so she wore number 20, so.
Okay.
But, I mean.
10 years ago? She's 42? Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know me better than I know myself.
Oh, Jesus Christ. She's not even playing.
And most Democrats, that's the way it goes.
She's not even playing. She played 10 years ago? Holy shit. She's not even playing.
Well, I mean, she's the most popular Duke basketball player.
She's not even playing today. What'd you watch 10 years ago?
Dude, I mean.
This guy is unbelievable.
Oh, really?
Yes, dude.
I mean, but so I just don't understand. What I don't understand is Kamala is dodging.
Kamala, by the way.
Whatever. I don't give a fuck what her name is.
Well, okay, so we're gonna call you Jerry for the rest of the life. Okay.
Please do.
Okay, Jerry.
My grandmother called me Jerry, but anyway, she.
Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much.
Why is she dodging the media? I mean, even Pelosi.
Okay,
came
Mary.
out and said,
Mary.
Oh, now you're making fun.
No, I'm calling you Mary because you won't say Kamala's name right.
Well, I only said it once, then I changed it to Harris just to pacify you.
Pacify me? No, because you can't say Kamala correctly.
Well, I just said I don't give a fuck what her name is, but why is she dodging the media? Even Pelosi came out.
She's not dodging the media.
Even Pelosi came out and told her not. That is not her job.
Not to what? Not to what?
To interact with the media because she is still the vice president.
So she's interacting with the media.
Is she running
interacting
for
with the media
or not?
So she's interacting with the media, and it is the case that she's been told not to.
Well, that's what Pelosi said on the news. I mean, I mean, it was on CNN, so you have to take that,
So again, that means that she was engaging with the media, and Pelosi's telling her not to. But exactly. I don't know.
The sit down she had with the reporter, where she's. I mean, I just don't understand. Is it because it's leading up to the DNC? What is it? Because eventually,
I don't know the reasoning.
Questions.
I don't know the reasoning though. So I don't know
I kind of know the reasoning because she comes across as she's incompetent.
She's way more competent than Donald Trump and way more competent than Joe Biden was.
She's not, because Trump does not have to. Trump doesn't need a teleprompter in order.
Trump uses a teleprompter all the time.
Answer questions. Not when he's sitting there talking to the media, dude.
You understand that he uses one all the time, and Kamala Harris doesn't use one all the time as well.
She doesn't talk to the media.
She does. She's talked to the media on various occasions.
You brought up with another subject on here that, yes, she did go to the border in 2021. It's been fucking 3 years. If it's such a problem, which you said it was.
Wait, she's been to the border since then. Wait, she's been to the border since. Listen. I'm just gonna mute you because you're fucking dumb, right? Literally, I said that that's applicable to her in 2021, but that's just addressing that she's done it years ago. She's done it since then too, right? It's not the only one time. Just because I acknowledged one time she's been to the border. And like she's always talking to the media, so I don't know why you came up with that, Mary.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because I watch 6 o'clock news all the time, and usually they carry it if either Trump or Biden or Harris talk to the media. Yet to see her.
Okay, well, you'll see her very often.
Except on the tarmac the other day.
Okay, so you did see her, so Jesus Christ.
She answered one fucking question, Parker.
So how many questions do you want?
She's running for the goddamn
No, she's not.
President of the United States.
Okay, and?
I mean, really? People want to hear from her.
She's had multiple fucking speeches.
And you say
she's engaged in events.
And you say about, do you know what her policy is? No, she hasn't fucking set her policy. Maybe
No,
she
I'd
emailed
never
it
even
out.
asked that. I asked you can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
I like a lot of his policies.
Name one.
I'm not in school right now, so I don't have to.
Just name me one.
I mean, listen, dude, I know Trump, and I'm not going to cater to your little. You're not the teacher here, and I'm definitely not the fucking.
So you can't name one? Think of the
I can name many.
Name one.
But I'm not going to play your game.
Name one. Well, we're having a debate. Name one.
Dude, I like all of his policies.
Name one.
The one I like that he sent the abortion back to the states.
Okay, Jesus Christ, the worst thing. Thank you for the coffee. Thank you. Do you think women who are raped should be able to get access to an abortion?
Okay. That is where my right leans towards the middle. Rape.
So you think they should be able to get access to it federally?
Rape, incest. Yes. But
okay. So did you know that those are not protected federally under his policy?
I'm not done, Parker.
Did you know it's not protected federally under his policy?
Parker, I've got a chick that lives down the street right now that's had 5 abortions.
Good.
5.
Good.
Oh, you think that's good?
Yes.
I think it is abusing the policy. It's fucking.
So?
Well, she needs to go to hell. is what needs to happen. I mean, I understand fucking up one time. Fucking up 5 times? Really?
Did you call for her to go to hell, dude? Gary, are you Christian?
I'm very Christian.
Okay, so have you sinned before?
Have I sinned before?
Yeah.
Very many times.
So then you should go to hell, right?
That's up to my maker.
Okay, that's up to your maker as it relates to her too. She could repent. She goes to heaven.
I mean, you can
so
make.
If she just says, "Sorry, Jesus, please accept me back," she goes to heaven.
You know, Parker, you can make light of the situation, but.
So do you think that Donald Trump should go to hell because he's cheated on every single one of his wives, including the last one with a corn star when she was pregnant?
It's up to his maker, Parker. I don't know what's in the man's heart. You and everybody else talk like you know this guy, and you don't.
Ryan, thank you for the $15.69 for Go to Hell. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
At the end of the day, you don't. I mean, none of us do. We don't know these people, other than what we see them portray themselves. And quit acting like they're all saints. These people are fucking cons. The left,
Donald
the right,
Trump. You know what I mean?
The media, I mean, the middle, they're all cons. Nancy Pelosi, for God's sakes.
Donald Trump.
Insider.
He's following the con, the greatest con, the biggest con, very big con.
For God knows how long. I mean, just look at the money they produce
Don the con
year after year. When, I mean, what is their average salary to be in the Senate?
Dude, I don't know why you're telling me this part. Sharp, thank you so much for the $50, like 200,000. Sharp, thank you so much for the $50. Can we get some W's? Parker Comedy Show 2024. Yeah, we'll see. Hey, Gary, I have a question.
Sure, shoot.
Do you think the 2020 election was stolen? Think of the cat.
Well, just
Casey,
like
think of the $6.66. Go to hell, Mary. That's what he said. Rebecca, think of the dollar.
Just like your comments about the jury, everything's rigged, dude.
It's rigged? It's all rigged?
Dude, the school I work with, the Board of Education is the most rigged thing I've ever seen.
Oh, okay. Then let me ask you a question.
If you don't think that a county board of education is rigged and you don't think an election is rigged, I mean, just go to a fucking beauty pageant.
Donna, think of the dollar. So was 2016 rigged?
Was 2016 rigged? I imagine it was. In some...
Sarah, think of the $5. Thank you so much. Now, can you tell me who won in 2016?
Parker. At the end of the day,
can you tell me who won in 2016?
Do I know who won in 2016?
Yeah.
The guy I voted for.
And that was Donald Trump.
Yep.
And so he rigged it. Is what you're saying?
I did not say Trump rigged.
You said the 2016 election was rigged and Donald Trump won it.
It happens all across the country.
So it was rigged, yet he still won it?
No.
Oh.
Do I think he rigged it? No.
So how did they rig it, and how did they lose if they rigged it?
Many states.
Rado, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rado. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Many states like Georgia, who just came out and apologized to Trump.
Oh, God.
For the election.
That was one person. That was one person. Clay, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you. Jen, thank you for the $6.66 for Gary's neighbor's sixth abortion.
You're the one that...
Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I love that you're making light of a situation of somebody abusing that policy. I mean, because you have people that actually need to abort because of incest, because of grape. And then you have somebody like that who abuses it, not just once, not just twice, but 5 times.
Cool. Base.
And if you think
they should be able to get a sixth one.
My little town.
Gary, they should be able to get a sixth one. How do you feel about that?
I mean, obviously it doesn't bother you one bit, dude.
Nope.
Hey, at the end of the day, you have to get up and look yourself in the mirror.
I do. I sleep like a baby.
You know, and good for you. Good for you. I mean, because I could not.
I'm looking at myself right now in the mirror.
That's great. That's great, Parker. I mean, but, you know.
How do you know how many abortions she had?
It's well known.
How is it well known? Michael, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much.
Well,
Deborah, thank you for the little crown.
And gloats about it, which I don't think that's something to gloat about.
Thank you, Desiree. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Jalen, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. They said, Mary, mind your own fucking business. That's what they said. Jaden, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Sophie said for her 6th abortion. Oh, okay. Gary, did you pay for them? Bree, thank you for the $50 for the Trump campaign. Thank you so much, Bree.
I think your taxes did, actually, Parker.
That's not possible, the Hyde Amendment. Do you know what that is? But Bree, thank you so much.
I mean, ask stupid questions, get a stupid answer.
What was the stupid question? Shannon, thank you so much for the $2. How can MAGA sleep at night knowing they're voting for a violent sex offender? Wait, how can MAGA sleep at night knowing they're voting for a violent sex offender?
Just like I said.
Oh, can't hear him. I wonder how you sleep at night. You have to look yourself in the mirror with that one.
If you guys, I mean, you know, somebody with your, how many people you got on here? 7.1? You know,
6.9? 7?
Mine says 7.1.
Oh, okay. Well, yours says more than me. Hell yeah.
Okay. Maybe some of them bots. But anyway.
Now I have 7.1.
Okay. Good for you.
Thank you.
But, you know, I mean, it's whatever, dude. Whatever floats your boat.
Okay, so let women have rights, please.
Listen.
Please stop trying to restrict women's rights, please. Please and thank you.
I mean, are you going to let me talk?
Yep.
Okay.
You got anything? Go for it, Gary. I'm waiting.
Scary Gary, I like that. I was reading the comments. You know, with Trump, at least we have a baseline.
Canadian, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Because he's been in office, we know what to expect.
Ryan, thank you for the $10.
And things were good for the middle class people. I know for me.
So what did can you name one policy Trump passed that did that made it better?
That made it better.
Thank you for the money gun. Thank you, Sam.
Not right offhand, but I do know that my teacher pay went up tremendously.
Teacher pay has gone up more under Biden-Harris.
Actually, it did not.
Yes,
actually, teacher pay, I got a $3,500 bump under Trump in 2018. And it has stayed because
things as it relates to state.
I have 23 years in the system, and
Sandra, I appreciate the $10. Thank you.
Once you get that high, you top out. So don't tell me what I know.
So, but there were increases with inflation as it relates to state schools.
Shit for me.
There were increases with inflation due to state schools.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you. You ask a question, and I'm telling you.
Actually, think of the dollar.
But we have a baseline under Trump, and Trump did well for the middle class.
Again, real median wages are higher now than they were in 2019.
He had to deal with fucking COVID, which you guys now.
Real median wages are higher now than they were in 2019.
And the Democrats are the ones that push to close everything down.
Kat, thank you so much for the $35. Thank you so much, Sean. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Kat. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. They said, tell Gary to get over it and mind your fucking business.
You're being a fucking dick.
Keith, thank you for the $10. You're being a dick by trying to restrict women's rights. Cheryl, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Cheryl. I really appreciate it, Cheryl.
People that abuse those rights. I mean, the people that actually,
so then you don't care about Donald Trump who abuses women?
The people that actually need
But you don't care about Donald. You care about women that abuse abortion, but you don't care about Donald Trump that abuses women?
The people that actually need it are the ones that's getting hurt, Parker.
Yeah, and Donald, you don't care about abuse. You care about abuse of abortion, but you don't care about abuse of women. Interesting. Bree, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the Trump admin.
There's a reason he didn't get convicted criminally.
Because of statute of limitations. I doubt you know what that is.
And I do know what statute of limitations is. It's over time, dude. So fuck off.
Love you too.
So you guys, the same people are the ones that said OJ. Were you even old enough to remember who OJ Simpson was?
I was born in 2002. So do the math. MAGA math. Cameron, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Rigged elections and late term abortion. Randall, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Were you on one of the overpasses?
Jessica, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Saying what?
It went over your head, dude.
I didn't hear you.
Saying free the juice.
No,
which was his nickname.
No, I didn't do that.
But anyway.
LA, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
We'll see how that turned out. And what about
Gary, when was that?
What about
Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
What about Pelosi and all your Democrat buddies, Obama, pushing Biden out of the White House?
He didn't get pushed out. He left himself.
He's kind of sad. He got pushed out.
He left himself. Obviously, there was party pressure, but he didn't. He left
There
because
was
of
a
himself.
lot of party pressure.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, when Obama calls and says you're stepping down, I mean,
They didn't.
he
No,
solved a
Obama
lot.
did not say you're stepping down.
Oh, really? They're all puppets. And that's what you guys don't get. You think they're running the country, and they're all puppets for Obama and Schumer and
David,
Pelosi.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Gary, Mary, fuck off. That's what they
That's
said.
one thing that Trump is not. He is not a puppet. But you guys, whoever
Yeah, he
it
says
is,
to Big Oil. Yeah, he says
whoever
to
it
Big
is,
Oil that if they give him $1 billion in funding, that he'll give them $110 in tax cuts.
And see, that's another reason
$110 billion in tax cuts.
The Democrats, as well as Republicans, hate Trump because he took money out of their pockets at the end of the day.
Yeah, so screw Trump, right?
And gave it back to the people.
No, he didn't. So he took money from poor people, gave it to rich people. That's what tariffs do.
No, he took money out of
Kat, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said veterans puppets for Obama. Thank you.
That is what happens when you have a leader of the free world.
What?
He's not a puppet, dude.
Okay, so who's the puppeteer of Kamala Harris? Matt, think of the $2.
You have Harris. You have Biden. Both are puppets.
Who's the puppeteer of Harris? Blake, think of the dollar.
Who's Pelosi, Schumer? I mean, name.
So who's the puppet of Pelosi?
I would say Obama.
Jalen, think of the $2. Thank you so much. Who's the puppet of Obama?
He's the top dog.
Oh, Obama's the top dog.
You know this.
So how did Obama get to that position?
I mean, he was like your king, dude.
How did he get to that position, though?
You guys drooled all over his shoes. You talk about MAGA.
Says the one who follows. You probably wore a bandage. Farah, thank you so much for the $5. Mary, it's time to retire.
MAGA, and you guys drool over Obama.
You guys are wearing bandages, okay? I don't want to hear it.
And speaking.
We did not do that with
schools,
Obama.
Were you in school when Big Mike put in her?
Are you seriously trying to say
policy?
that? Wait, I think you're fucked up. You're trying to say that Michelle Obama's a man? Is that what you're trying to say? You're taking away black women's femininity. You're trying to masculinize them, like that's been done throughout the context of history to strip away their femininity. I think that's a bad thing. I think you shouldn't do that, and I think it's just racist bullshit.
That's not right. How is that
racist? Masculinizing black women is historically used as racism.
I can't help she has a big back, dude.
What are you talking about? She doesn't. What are you fucking talking about? Mira, think of the dollar.
I mean,
Gary, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You were probably in school. The school lunches went to shit, and that was on her watch.
I was eating the school lunches then, and get a grip. School lunches does not mean she's a man. Like, what are you saying? Can you stop? Wait, can you acknowledge reality and stop trying to engage in misogyny and racism, please? Just for once, an impossible challenge for MAGA.
I mean, I said nothing about African American people, so
you quite literally said that Michelle Obama was a man. You said Michelle Obama was a man with no evidence.
And is that racist?
Yes.
Oh, it is.
Kaylee, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yes, you're stripping black women away from their femininity. Yes, I think that's racism.
That happen? Wow. I need to tell my black friends that I am now being touted a racist.
Wow, you can't be racist because you have black friends? I didn't see that one coming.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that you think that just because you have friends that are black that you can't be racist.
The far left, that's all they do. They see a Trump supporter.
This isn't far left. We're just saying that you were racist for your behavior.
They see a Trump supporter and they say, ooh, automatically, racist.
That's not what I say. I say you are because you said that Michelle Obama was a man.
The black community is turning. They're seeing the light.
You understand that a majority of the black community is voting for Kamala Harris?
And stand up and not care about himself.
Oh my God, Matt, think of the 66 cents.
I mean,
most of the black community is not voting for Donald Trump, right? An overwhelming majority of the black community is voting against him.
A lot that I have interacted with definitely are. And maybe it's just here in North Carolina.
If you look at the polls, that's clearly not the case.
Well, I'm happy I'm in a swing state, and it looks to be all red.
Yeah, I think you're just in an echo chamber.
Well, I mean, be that as it may, you know, the country is going to be a lot better under Trump than it would an unproven Harris.
She's been vice president. She had the most tie-breaking votes in the last 200 years of any vice president.
He has done absolutely.
Thank you, Mira. I appreciate the dollar. Can you name one thing? Can you name one thing a vice president has done in the last 100 years?
Everything on Biden's.
She had the most tie-breaking votes out of any vice president in the last 200 years, including the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman on the Supreme Court, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, I want you to name me one thing that a vice president has done ever. Name me one thing, Gary. One thing. Ever. Name me one thing. Gary, unmute yourself. Click on the invite I just gave to you. Name me one thing.
I don't know why you muted me, but
because you're talking over me. Name one thing.
I didn't even hear your question.
Name one thing a vice president has done in the last 200 years.
Name one thing a vice president. Well, you know, some have become presidents because of assassination.
Can you name one thing they've done, like in terms of policy as a vice president?
Of course I can.
So you just don't know anything about vice presidents. That's not the fault of her not doing anything. It's the fault of you not knowing anything a vice president has done ever.
I just said that she picks up everything under Biden's presidency.
Okay, good. So the Inflation Reduction Act, the PACT Act, the infrastructure bill, great policy.
It hasn't helped my wallet.
Okay, so if you want to know something crazy, you should have higher wages right now and accounting for inflation because real median wages have gone up since 2019.
Yeah, well, I'm topped out. So what's your next point?
Okay, so if you're topped out, that relates to your state, that relates to your school.
Yeah.
So your school just has messed up policy. That's not the federal government, genius.
Oh, no, I'm a genius.
Yes.
That's good to know. Actually, I do have my PhD, so I appreciate it.
What do you have your PhD in?
Physical education.
Okay. Please, dude. Please. I can't, bro. I actually can't, dude. Genius. Oh my God, dude. Someone please save me. Someone please save me. Someone please save me. What does PhD stand for?
I don't know. Answer your own question.
Nick, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you so much. I have a PhD in fucking Yaponomics, dude. Holy shit, man.
Well, I'm a school administrator, so I mean,
Jesus Christ, you should not be working in a school after saying some shit like that, dude. That is unbelievable. A PhD in physical education is crazy. Amy, thank you for the $2 for my Yaponomics degree. Thank you. You have a PhD in Yaponomics, specializing in Japanese.
So what actually do you like about Harris?
She hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She hasn't been trying to overthrow the government. Just basic things,
Maybe we should get Willie Brown up here.
You mean so who she had a consensual relationship with? How about Stormy Daniels, who said that Donald Trump has a mushroom size? How about Stormy Daniels, who said that Trump's thing looks like a mushroom, that his testes are on the smaller side, that he likes being smacked in the ass, right? How about we talk about that when he engaged with her while his wife was pregnant? Thank you so much for the magic rhythm. Thank you so much. So as his wife was pregnant, dealing with the symptoms of pregnancy, he was getting smacked on the ass by Stormy Daniels. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much.
If you're going to mute me, unmute me.
I did unmute you.
I don't even know what we were saying because I was trying to talk while you muted me.
Yeah, so while his wife was pregnant, dealing with the symptoms of pregnancy, he was getting his ass smacked by Stormy Daniels. So if you want to talk about what people are doing consensually, right, in the bedrooms, well, let's talk about Donald Trump cheating on every single one of his wives, please.
Okay, so cheating on your wife, I mean, it's not, not for me, but I mean.
Do you think it's a bad thing?
Do I think it's, in my heart, it's wrong? Yes.
Okay. There you go.
But, I mean, at the end of the day, he's going to do more for our country than...
Can you name one thing he's going to do for the country?
Yeah, he's going to get inflation under control. He's
Only
going
think of the dollar.
He's going to get...
How is he going to get inflation under control?
He'll go to these companies and get the price gouging under control. Just like
Michael, think of the $5. Thank you so much. So how is he going to get the price? Is he just going to tell them to not increase prices? Please don't increase the price.
I mean,
how is he going to do that?
He'll put sanctions on their ass.
Sanctions on the companies? That's not how a sanction works. So he'll put regulations on them?
He will get it fixed. He will get the border fixed. And
how is he going to get it fixed?
Our gas will go down.
How is he going to get it fixed?
I mean, just like he did when, after Obama got out of office, I mean, prices had to go down. He's done it once.
You understand gas prices were lower under Obama's administration in 2016.
That's bullshit. They were not.
Yes, they were. Look up the Energy Information Administration. Average gas prices in the United States were lower under Obama's administration than under Trump. Listen to what I'm saying, or I will mute you again. Listen, okay? It is the case that average gas prices, right, were lower under the Obama administration than under the Trump administration at any point. Bree, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. In 2016, thank you for the little crown. Thank you. Did you get it?
I mean, I got it, but that's not what my memory tells me. My memory tells me that when Trump was in office, it's all over social media, that gas prices went to an all-time low.
Look up Energy Information Administration, look up U.S. gas prices, and it is the case that it will show you that it was 187 under Obama's administration in a month, the lowest month, and under Trump's administration, the lowest was 192 during COVID.
Okay, what month was that,
Thank you so much.
Parker? Was that around July 4th? Because it tends to dip under holidays like that.
No. So in 2016, it was that in February. It was 187 in February 2016. The lowest under Trump was 193 in April of 2020, which was during COVID. So right when COVID hit.
Right. I mean, as far as the economy, it was great under Trump, and
yeah, during COVID when there was 14.8% unemployment.
Well, I mean, when you shut businesses down, people are gonna lose jobs.
Okay. So now you're understanding outside causes that could have led to these particular things happening instead of just blaming it on the president. Oh, so you can just not blame things on the president. Oh, you're just a partisan hack. Oh, okay.
And then Biden opened everything back up, and of course, jobs went up.
So Biden opened everything up and jobs went up. Okay, so you're admitting that Biden did something that caused jobs to go up. Okay.
They had to go up because
okay. Now he's identifying outside causes again. Oh my God.
Was laid off.
It seems like he knows exactly what's going on as it relates to every administration, but under Biden. Oh my God.
Companies had to cut back. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and global inflation occurred.
Companies had to cut back.
He got his PhD at Trump University, everyone.
Actually, a lot better than that.
Oh, at least you admit that it was bad. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Bankrupted businesses, bankrupted the country. He did everything for himself and nothing for everyone else.
So what do you think about the border?
What do you want to know? If you think there's a border crisis at the end of Trump, there's a border crisis. Or if you think there's a border crisis now, there's a border crisis at the end of Trump.
There's been a border crisis for the past 8 years.
Okay, so why didn't Trump get rid of it?
I mean, well, shit, he was trying to build a freaking wall.
How much of the wall did he build?
3.8%.
Dude, he said that with such a hard... Dude, I can't.
Well, I mean, he's got 1,500.
Jesus Christ, Chad. Jesus Christ.
He's got 1,900 miles to build.
He built 3.8% in 4 years. What a fucking soldier.
Well, I mean, you got to look.
Jesus Christ, Chad. He said that like it was some accomplishment. Jesus Christ, Chad.
Well, I mean, when COVID came along, everything shut down, dude. So do you think the wall kept...
James, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, James. Can we get some W's for James in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, James. At least 100 W James in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
What did you do during COVID?
I played video games. And I started a TikTok page. Played video games and started a TikTok page.
I mean... so useful for the rest of the country.
I know, Ryan. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I know this is very useful for the country. Thank you for acknowledging that.
This is.
Yeah, that's what I started. I started this in August of 2020.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Good for you. All right, dude. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock here, so I'm out.
All right, later, buddy.
Later.
Have fun voting for a violent sex offender.
Yeah, man.
Saying yeah, man, to that is crazy, dude. That's so crazy, chat. Let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, thank you so much, Shanique. Thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much. Gary already left, sadly. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Ah, there's somebody.
Yeah, you voting for Trump?
Oh, God, yes, I am.
Okay. Why so?
The man may not have very much liking, but he will do some better for the country.
Yeah, so what is he going to do for the country?
Well, this economy is definitely going to be fixed.
Okay, so what is he going to do to fix the economy?
Well, I know that there's going to be jobs that are going to be brought back here to the States. They don't need to be across seas.
Really, like through the Chips and Science Act? The Chips and Science Act actually brought back jobs to the United States for chips manufacturing. So how do you feel about that?
Well, we need a lot more brought back. Just like right now, the John Deere Corporation is going out.
Yeah, can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that did this?
Well, can you?
That Donald Trump? No. But I can that Biden Harris did. I just named you one. I just named you one, the Chips and Science Act.
Well, that's just a big scam there.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It's going to bring us to 20% global production of chips, which is a huge portion of our economy.
Can you prove that?
Yes, that's you read the Chips and Science Act of like that's
yeah, but can you prove it? Can you prove it? That's something you read.
It's in the Chips and Science Act. Like you have to read the Chips and Science Act. It's written in. Look up Chips and Science Act. Hit Control F.
Did you write it? Did you write it? And can you prove it yourself? That is something.
No, I didn't write it because I don't write bills in Congress. Genius.
That's what I just said. You're not listening. You did not write it, so you take and you need to have somebody else explain it to you then.
No, I don't need anyone else to explain it. I'm just telling you that the Chips and Science Act, quite literally, it reads in it. If you go to the Chips and Science Act, appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you so much. On Congress.gov, you can see quite literally where it says that we're going to meet the 20% global production of chips. Like you can see, it literally says it within the bill.
That's something somebody wrote.
Yeah, in the bill.
It's not a proven fact.
It is a proven fact because it's in the fucking bill, genius.
Okay, if it's in the bill, how come nobody's seeing any of this happening yet?
Because it's supposed to happen in the future, and it is already happening. There's already been funding. There's already been funding given to these businesses.
Oh, what about the American people that really need the help? Where's the funding at for them?
Yeah, the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, those things help Americans. The American Rescue Plan, that helps Americans.
Well, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, so just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it hasn't affected Americans.
Everybody I've talked to, they're not getting any kind of help with it or seeing any difference.
Do you know what an anecdote is, sir?
Who are you talking to?
Obviously, Parker. You know what an anecdote is, right? Like your personal experience isn't to be extrapolated on a greater scale and say that, oh, just because I know someone or don't know someone, that speaks for everyone.
Oh, thank you. That's the first time I've heard him be quiet because he doesn't know what to say.
I was talking to you, numbnuts. Oh my God. It's called sarcasm.
Jesus Christ.
I thought you was talking to Parker, you said.
It's called sarcasm.
Have either of you ever been in the military?
Holy hell, my neck.
10 tours. 10 tours.
10 tours.
Yep.
Right. How old are you?
22.
I'm actually 50 years old, but black don't crack.
Oh, good Lord.
What?
I'm just sitting there thinking, he says 10 tours.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
And what good did you do for our country?
10 tours.
Yeah, but what good did you do for our country?
I can't tell you, it's classified.
Did you help secure our borders?
Partially.
Really? Where at?
On the border. That was part
Which
of my
border?
part of my tour.
That is
Which
not
border?
a tour.
The U.S. The U.S. Canada border. The U.S.
We're not
Canada
talking
border.
chips anymore.
Yep. Like apparently we're not.
Okay.
Yeah. So do you want to talk about the Chips and Science Act, Ghost Man, or do you just want to pivot?
Oh, I'm going to bounce all over the place.
You're like a billiard ball, aren't you?
Well, of course.
Okay.
You must be a Biden supporter.
Yeah, because I stay on topic.
And he's factually based.
Ah. See,
Just wanted to throw in real quickly. This is from the Semiconductor Industry Association. About $246.4 billion are added to GDP, directly contributes to GDP and semiconductor manufacturing.
Yo, Doc, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Doc. It's always good to see you.
Nice,
Thank you so much, Doc. Can we get some W Docs in the comment section right now? And thank you so much, Harry, for the raid. Yo, W Harry's in the chat right now. W Harry's in the chat.
Oh, Lord.
Oh,
one question I do have, though, is why does everybody hate Trump so bad? And why does everybody...
Honestly, at this point, it is less so my disdain for the guy, and more so that I'm growing increasingly concerned for his mental well-being. I mean, just the other day, he held a half-hazardous press conference and said that he was in a plane with Willie Brown that went down, or a helicopter, excuse me. That didn't happen. No such thing happened. Willie Brown went on CNN today, said that he's never met Donald Trump and has, of course, never been in a helicopter with him, let alone a crash. And he's insisting that he was.
Well, maybe he's saying he wasn't because he doesn't want to admit to it.
There's no record whatsoever of him being in a helicopter with Donald Trump. You saying Willie Brown is the liar here?
I'm just saying maybe it's some kind of cover-up, too. You never know.
Chriselle, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Chriselle. Can we get some W's for Chriselle in the comment section right now as well? Thank you so much. And W Harry raids in the comment section. Thank you so much, Chriselle, for the $50. Thank you so much. But go for it. Sorry.
He said tonight nobody knows what Kamala Harris's real last name is. What the fuck does that even mean? He said windmills cause cancer and kill birds. At this point, it's not that I hate the guy. Like I said, I think that he is mentally unfit to sustain another 4 years and is very clearly not capable of governance.
Basically, like Joe Biden has been for the last 4 years.
Yeah,
if you think that's bad,
yeah. I mean, if you
kinda
say that
walks right into my point.
Biden's too old, so is Trump. You know, we should say both, right?
Exactly, both of them.
Okay, cool.
So Trump is
All
too
right,
old to be
so
president.
vote for the adult in the room, please.
He left. Of course.
Oh, okay. There we go. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, why don't you tell me why you're not? How about that?
Thank you, Little Crown. Thank you so much. And Patrick, it's always good to see you. Thank you so much for the rose. Because Trump has been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, and fraud. He has 34 felonies. He's been undermining our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. But multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. He denied climate change. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
Okay, you went through a lot of things. But you say sexual assault is one of the things you said. When has that been proven? I mean, when
he was held
March
civilly
9th.
liable for sexual assault. For sexual
March
abuse.
9th, 2023.
The charges.
Yes, March 9th, 2023.
Okay, and then you say climate change. Okay, so what about climate change?
It is an existential threat towards our populace and our well-being. It disrupts. What?
What's causing? What causes the climate change? What's causing it?
Excess amount of CO2 in the atmosphere.
I mean, that's the only thing.
That is primarily what contributes to climate change. Yes.
And I'm not on here to be a smart ass tech. I know everything. Like,
Neither am I.
Honestly, teach me something.
Yes, excess amount of CO2 being captured within our atmosphere alongside massive deforestation. Some millions of trees are cut down each year, leading to less filtration within our air systems. Trees produce oxygen, and with fewer trees, there's less pure oxygen coming in.
100% agree. 100% agree with that. So, but, when I look at climate change and I pull things up, they talk about BS about cows. They talk about, all kinds of crap. But what about the things that we do that generate the heat off this planet? If you're talking heat back in the atmosphere, it's going to mess up. It's going to mess up the climate. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, this is just another issue with factory farming, which is, and I didn't bring up this point earlier, but that's a massive consolidation of methane in one place. So you've got some thousands or so cows producing that much methane, then you're going to see that consolidation. Cars contribute a lot to that as well, CO2 coming from that. And ultimately, the move towards that is moving away from gasoline-powered vehicles in the next 10 years.
Okay, so we talk about, you want to go to cars, we talk about cars, because we know they put off emissions, and there's some places you have emission tests, and some you do not have to have emission tests. Now, when you walk outside and you walk on the, let's say, blacktop, you feel the heat radiating off that blacktop. So that goes back in the atmosphere, which changes the temperature in the air, which causes the climate change. So
no, that's not emitting carbon. No, blacktop. That's just a color thing. That's not having to do with any toxins being emitted into the atmosphere. That's not a carbon. That's not a gas.
I understand that you could, when you're talking about the gas, you're talking about the ozone layer, but when you also look at climate change, everybody's talking about the icebergs melting and so forth. Am I correct?
Yes, rising sea levels and disruption of ordinary tides.
And that's caused by heat.
Well, that's caused by raising heat, yes, raising temperatures.
So if we have things that human build, that we build, that cause the heat to build back up. Like, so I'm trying to think of how to explain this without sounding too damn stupid. Honestly, in my head, it sounds kind of stupid, but if you're radiating heat next to ice, it melts automatically. So if you're building more roads towards that area, it radiates the heat back. It's going to make the iceberg melt. So wouldn't that kind of play an effect in that as well? That maybe it's not just because of CO2, that it could be something else that's causing the icebergs to melt that raises the water level?
Yeah, it is the captured CO2 in the atmosphere causing it to melt. You got a warmer climate, specifically around territories where icebergs are found, they're less likely to be surviving. Otherwise, the lifespan that they would have survived had carbon emissions not been so prominent. So each year we're seeing rising sea levels and catastrophic storm damage as a result, disruption in usual storm patterns, and more severe storm outcomes as well. We just saw a few. Several rallies had to be canceled for the candidates in North Carolina because of how severe the damage was there.
Okay. I said, I'm not trying to be the smart ass. I don't know everything. I am voting him because economy-wise, y'all brought up your gas prices earlier. If you actually
what about the economy?
Prices. Well, you were talking a second ago about gas prices, and you said they were lower under Obama than they were on Trump.
Yeah, at a point, under 2016 in February, it was $1.87 in the United States, and then the lowest under Trump was $1.93 April 2020, when no one was leaving in COVID. Remember when we just locked down?
It was $1.77 in 2020, and it was lockdown time. It was, but and I hope I don't lose y'all. Well, I don't want to pull it back up, but he was actually had a lower point, and I can't pull up the year because I'm on my phone on my back porch. But he actually had a lower time, and I believe it was 2018 or 2019 that he was actually a few cents lower then too. Not a big difference, but for you, somebody like me that drives 300 miles a day, it's a big difference. But actually, the lowest under Trump was $1.77. That was in 2020.
No, so that's probably
where you
live.
That low.
I'm saying average in the United States, like during a month. Dollars per gallon, and the average, the lowest was 187 under Obama. So the point is, then, is Trump responsible for increasing the gas prices? Because gas prices went up as high as around, on average, $3 in 2018.
Well, we've had that. We got that right now.
We do have like around $3 right now. But what you're not understanding is that specifically, under Trump's administration, there was that much up from the 187 under Obama. So did Trump cause a massive increase in the gas prices?
Well,
because that's what it seems like you're saying here.
Who caused it? I mean, what caused it?
Because
we know the gas prices went up with Bush because we went, with our, the war and everything else. We know the gas prices went up there. Obama did bring it back down some.
Dude, all you can say is that it's really the supply and demand, right? It's not specifically the president of the United States. So when you sit there and you try to act like it's the president of the United States, that's ridiculous, right? And every economist would laugh at you.
No, that's why I said there was a war. So that caused the gas prices to go up.
Yeah, we're getting less oil from countries around the world right now.
It's in everybody's hands.
We're getting less.
I'm sorry.
We're getting less oil from countries around the world now. So obviously that's what has led to the increase in prices. You see the increase in prices happen around 2022 when there was global inflation.
No, I did not see that.
The main increase in prices happened in 2022.
Okay.
Yeah, inflation tends to operate on a 4-year basis, 2 years worth of peak inflation for it to reach its max, and 2 years of deflation where it hits its low. Right now we're in the deflation era. It's about 2.8. It's lower than it's ever been in the last 4 years. So it's trending downwards.
Let's put it... okay, obviously I did not do enough research to come up and compete with you guys, but I work all day long. So, but let's just say let's look at somebody else's point of view. Somebody that was making, I don't know, so we're in 2024. Let's say somebody was making in 2018, they were making $40,000, and now today's world they're making $100,000, but yet they can't afford what they could at $40,000 in 2018. What would cause that?
Gouging.
Wait, did you know in 2020 we had actually higher gas prices than we have now? Or not 2020, 2012?
No, I didn't go back that far. No.
In 2012 we had higher
Well, I knew
gas
they were
prices than we
high.
have now.
I knew they were high. We've had, yeah. That's why I said under Bush it went really high. They really did. But
That's under Obama. Under Bush they went up as
Oh,
well.
yeah, you're right.
Like
You're
pretty
right, I
high. Like I
apologize.
do see that as well.
Yeah, he went up to over almost $4 or $5 a gallon. But like I said, that was war as well. That was underneath the war. And Obama had the same issue. He was still dealing with this as well. So I mean,
So okay, I don't know why you would say that. Like in one scenario, it's caused by Biden, the other one it's not. I don't
I'm
know
not
why it'd be.
blaming-
Okay, so if you're
I'm
not
not-
blaming Biden, then why would this even be brought up? If you're not blaming Harris, why would this be brought up?
so what's the difference? Why is it always changed? Oh crap! I got crap popping up. All right, so why is it changing? I mean, why you get honestly, you look at
Why is it changing? So the reason why I just told you the reason why it changed is because of global markets.
But when Republicans in office, they're usually lower, as long as there's no war. And Democrat gets in office, that usually goes higher.
No, you can look at 2017 when Trump got in office. Like the prices are higher when he's in office than they were at the end of Obama's administration. Look at Clinton's administration. Clinton's administration, there was literally like $1 average gas. What are you talking about? Under Bush, it was higher than Clinton. I can't
Trump's
hear you right
4
now,
years
David.
in office had higher gas prices than Obama's. At least
And in
Obama's
most
last
of-
few
in-
years.
in most of Obama's, I would say.
Yeah.
The last few years, yeah, for sure. David, we can't hear you right now if you are looking at stuff, but it's totally fine. When you come back, we will be able to hear you. If you want to support me or Jaden, everyone, Venmo, Cash App is in the bio. Everyone tap that screen. Let's run up to 2.5 million likes, y'all. 2.5 million.
Damn.
Let's try to get to as many likes as we possibly can tonight. I think we
break
can
the
easily
record.
get up that high. I can't believe
You
Harry
there?
already got off.
I know.
It's kind of early for Harry to get off.
You got to word
All
that
right.
better.
What? Oh. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry.
I didn't even
The
think
opportunity
about
was
that.
there. Hello? Bettina.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh no, take me down, please.
Okay.
All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. Let's try to run up to 2.5 million likes, y'all. You already know the deal. I may have to turn that. It's getting to that point in the live where it's like I'm starting. My head is starting to hurt from the light.
Oh, yeah. Oh, is that what you have? A ring light?
Yeah, I have a ring light.
I
need
had to retire mine. That's why you never see me. Hurts too
Yeah.
damn much. Nancy.
Nancy, how old are you?
29.
You voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Oh.
I actually just had a few quick questions for you, and then I need to get to bed because I need to get to work tomorrow. Why are you voting for Kamala?
Because I know how to pronounce her name correctly.
I wasn't asking you.
I don't care.
Yeah, so I'm voting for Kamala Harris because it is the case that she's advocated for good policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the infrastructure bill that was bipartisan. And she's also not been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She tried to restrict women's access to abortion, overthrow the government.
That was actually all. You only listed the things that Trump has done, and why, like, you're not voting for Kamala because of what Trump has done. And that was the first time you actually, said why you're voting for her. Not why you're not voting for Trump. So that's all I wanted to know.
I said both.
Yeah, no. I'm saying that was the first time that I've heard you say both. So that was actually all I wanted to know.
Are you voting? You're voting Trump, right?
Yeah, I am. But like I said, I gotta get to bed. Have a good night, Parker. Keep doing your.
Peace. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Vote for Kamala Harris, please.
I know.
Let's go to the next individual. All right.
Johnny.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Johnny Bravo. Johnny, you there?
How old are you?
Can you hear him?
Nope. Let's get the next
All right.
individual up here, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all.
Kaylee.
What the
What's up, how
hell?
old are you?
It's me. I'm
Jeez.
Are
20.
you voting Trump?
No, I love you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. W's for them in the chat. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Everyone gets to 2.5 million likes, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are
I'm
you?
jamming. Hope you like jamming too.
All right, let's get this next individual, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Marty.
Yes, I do know who Johnny Bravo is. Yes, my mom has informed me.
Man, I'm pretty.
I've seen some of the episodes. Don't worry.
That show's basically about a fuckboy. What's up, Carter? Carter?
What's up? How old are you, Carter? Jeez, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section now and I'll bring you up. Try to get the next individual up here real quick.
Debates.
Give it a minute, everyone. Do give it a second, y'all. Oh no, oh no. It's gonna take a minute, everyone, so do give it a minute. I do apologize, y'all.
I'm especially
apologize.
intrigued by the women for Trump. The arguments are always so interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what they are. Caleb, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. It's really interesting. I don't get it. Cause like he has a history of violence against women, what he says, like
Right.
everything. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Tim,
Like
can
it
you
just
turn
doesn't
that down,
affect
please?
men, so men can just ignore it. But like,
Oh. Yeah, I know. It's just like, it's a weird thought process, I would say. Victoria.
how old are you?
Hello,
Yeah, are you voting
Hey.
Trump?
I am supposedly. I think that I want to be educated on y'all's opinion because y'all seem like y'all have a lot of statistics up in your brain. So I'm 24 and I'm from Georgia.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So, what are some of the reasons why you want to vote for Trump?
You briefly mentioned the word abortion, but I couldn't hear the word surrounding it. So I guess I wanted y'all's perspective on abortion.
Yeah, so I think that abortion should be allowed, elective abortion should be allowed up into 18, 20 weeks or so. Whenever it's sentient is when I start caring about it, which sentient means like first person subjective experience. So that's the point in pregnancy in which I care about it. And then as it relates to all the abortions that would happen after that, after 24 weeks, it's just induction of labor. So it's a non-lethal abortion.
Right. So whenever you're saying that you can terminate a pregnancy at about 20 weeks, I'm just trying to clarify so I can understand the perspective that y'all have. Y'all believe that the fetus cannot feel the loss of life that's happening at 20 weeks.
I believe it can't conceptualize or have any type of experience of any of that until 18 or 20 weeks.
Okay. I have personal experience that would say different. I just lost a baby in January of this year. And obviously it was like a traumatic experience for me. My baby had like one of the rare case scenarios where the left side would vote and say, absolutely, you should have an abortion because of the genetic mutations my baby had. And I can remember I was 25 weeks pregnant. And I remember being in the delivery room. Me and my husband did 46 hours of labor, and you could tell by the baby's heart rate, and all the medical professionals were telling me that.
How many weeks again?
I was
25.
25 weeks.
At 25 weeks, I already value it.
So my baby had a rare chromosome defect, and it was technically not compatible with life, according to the medical professionals that I was seeing. But amongst the talk of the medical professionals that were urging me for this induction that would ultimately end in my baby's death, you could see on the monitor that the baby was in distress. Based
Yeah,
on
25 weeks. I think it's sentient already. Al, I thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Brittany, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. And Devin, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Devin, again for the $50. Give me some W's for Devin in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Devin. I really appreciate that.
I think what's changed for me is I grew up Republican. My dad is the picture of, like, if you think of somebody who is going to vote for Trump, my dad is a Mohawk, like beer drinking, big country boy. And I never would have thought abortion would be in me and my family's vocabulary. And it was thrown around a lot, and it really made me think about how I should vote in the future for the president that's leading the country that's trying to implement these laws. And I do believe that at 20 weeks, a fetus or a baby, however you prefer, can feel its loss of life happening. There is distress happening in the womb for the fetus when it
At what week?
At 20.
Yeah, I was saying it's valuable at that point.
Okay, so when
Remember
is
I said 18 or 20 weeks?
okay? So and I think 2 weeks doesn't necessarily make that big of a difference whenever you're talking about second trimester. So we'll say what you're saying, 18 weeks. I do believe that a loss of life at 18 weeks.
Yeah, prior to those points, I don't have any moral value for it. Like for that specifically.
So that heartbeat and that brain activity.
I don't care about heartbeat. And brain dead individuals have some level of brain activity. It's about the necessary components of the brain to produce a subjective experience that I would care about.
What did you say the disorder was that the baby experienced?
The most common ones are trisomy. Like the most common one you hear about is Down syndrome, which is compatible with life. But the one that I had was triploidy is what I had.
Thank you,
and
Thank you.
What's it called?
Triploidy. It is so me and you have
Caleb, thank you for the $5.
46 chromosome.
Right. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah,
People
an
with
additional pairing,
Yeah, so
additional
people,
sets.
Yeah, so people with Down syndrome have 47, and then my baby had 69. So there was no compatibility with life, even though I made it to 25 weeks. There was a complication with me that made me be induced. So I think I understand what y'all are saying is, or I guess what Parker is saying is that before 18 weeks of a fetus, it's not of any value to you.
Well, like prior to this point, I don't think it has value, but after the point, I do think it has value. Appreciate the Tom Sugg, thank you. Like, for example, I think the idea can have value in a certain sense of, like, if someone's planning on having this, right, like the concept of like having a baby even before you do it, you kind of already value about or care, but that's just relating to the individual's desire. It's not like an entity that I think has rights.
Right. And I've never done this before. I can see all the comments, so I appreciate everybody that's giving me some sympathy. I'm actually currently pregnant with Rainbow Baby, so
I do apologize for everything that is.
No, it's
everything that you went through. That is definitely not something that, like, I would want people to go through, and I think that it can be traumatic for people.
Well, it's really wild, especially from a Republican side of view. I never in a million years would have thought the word abortion, because that's technically what I had. If you go in my medical file, I had a medical abortion because it was that's what they, I went to Savannah Memorial in Georgia, and even though I was 25 weeks, they classify it as a medical abortion because they knew that they were not going to sustain life to my baby because of the medical condition that she had. I could have fought for it, but I felt like that would have been child abuse. But anyways, I think the next topic that I would like to talk about, if y'all are up for it, is gun control.
I just want to put a cap on this. Yeah. Are you in favor of abortion or aren't you? I'm not sure.
So I think that there needs to be, I'm definitely not a black and white person, especially after the experience that I had. I think that there should be some exceptions. Like whenever you go into court for child support, usually whenever you go in front of a judge and there are certain situations, the judge can see and determine the gray area based off of certain cases, and I think that should be applied to abortion. I think for somebody, I was 23 whenever I got pregnant with the baby that passed away, and I believe that in someone's case that I had, I believe that they should have been able to have an abortion if they chose immediately. I found out at 20 weeks pregnant that my baby would not live. And I decided to wait. I felt like it would be best for my body to try to process things naturally, let the baby die, and then go into labor with, once you get to a certain point and the baby is too big to do like a DNC, you still have to go through labor even though your baby is dead. So,
I disagree with the notion that one's reproductive decisions should be arbitrated by a judge or any kind of legal expert in that degree. I think that's a choice that should be reserved for the patient and their doctor, and that involving this extremely bureaucratic, difficult system, which is the legal system, puts more people at risk in what could otherwise be, in your case, a life-saving abortion. And I don't know that it's worth risking that people ought to be thrust into that system that in many cases, in many ways, is so backlogged and is not fair.
So I think I might have misspoke or misunderstood. So whenever I was talking about child support and how the judge has a way on like decision making whenever it's a gray situation, so in my case, I had to go in front of a panel, and my medical staff had to go in front of a panel and say, this is legal. Like I'm not just aborting a baby. That's perfectly fine. And I don't want to take care of a baby that is 25 weeks. It's not compatible with, I had to go and prove my case basically. So
I don't think you should have to.
I think if my baby did not have a medical diagnosis with 100% fatality, I should go in front of a medical panel.
You can have that 100% diagnosis. I don't see any plausible reason as to why that needs to be verified by a court of law.
No. It's not verified by a court of law.
Or proved.
So it's not there. I misspoke whenever I brought in a judge. I was just making an example of how a judge has a final say in a child support case. A panel of medical professionals have the last say of if my decision on aborting a baby is legal.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were saying a judge should have that decision or a panel of medical experts, but okay.
At least in the state of Georgia, like where I live, I had to, not me personally, but my 4 or 5 high-risk OB doctors had to go in a chromosome, I don't know the term that she was, but she was like the person that specialized in the triploidy diagnosis. All 5 or 6 of those individuals that have medical backgrounds had to go in front of a panel with the hospital and prove, this was the diagnostic test that she took. These are the abnormalities that we saw on the ultrasound. This baby is 100% not compatible with life. And it was presented that way, and that's how I was able to legally have an abortion in the state of Florida.
Mm-hmm. Now, I have a question. Why would you vote for like a person who has like a known history of misogyny, violence against women, etc.?
I believe that it's really, really unfortunate that he has made past mistakes.
I
ridiculous.
don't think sexual assault is a mistake.
Ridiculous past mistakes. I believe that if you don't want to use, so I'm a Christian, if you don't want to use the term mistake, I would claim that as a sin. And I believe that he's apologized for those actions.
He's not.
He still defames her to this day and says he didn't do it. He lies about it.
And to be honest with y'all,
how is sexual assault a mistake? Boyd, think of the manifesting. Thank you.
I believe that he did wrong and that he was wrong, and two wrongs don't make a right is the best way that I can put it. I understand the significance and how a lot of people would be not open to the idea of having a president with a past history like that.
Yeah, so you don't think that's like a deal breaker?
No, I really don't actually.
Is being held civilly liable for child sexual abuse a deal breaker?
I think that I would like to go back to what we were just talking about, like the
And
first
we can
one.
talk about that in a second. I just want to ask you this question. So, would you draw the line at child sexual abuse? Like if he was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a child with Jeffrey Epstein?
What are you referring to whenever you say that?
Like I'm just saying, I'm giving a hypothetical. Like if it were the case that he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse of a minor with Jeffrey Epstein, would you vote for him?
I would have a really hard time voting for a man that would harm a child in that way.
But you would still vote for him?
It's really, again, I'm not a black and white person. I'm really a gray person. And when we're talking about my beliefs for someone who has one of the most powerful positions in the world, his beliefs align with what I believe.
Okay, so would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually abusing 100 children with Jeffrey Epstein?
What is Jeffrey Epstein? I'm sorry, I'm not aware of.
Okay, then just take out Jeffrey Epstein. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for 100 cases of sexual abuse of children?
I would have a hard time. I would need to know more of the details about what happened.
Why would that matter?
Sexual abuse with minors 100 times. Would you vote for them?
I have a hard time wrapping my head around it, just because it hasn't happened. You know.
I don't know. I think that I definitely would not vote for someone who is held civilly liable of 100 cases of sexual abuse of children.
Yeah, let's definitely be clear. I lost a child. I'm currently pregnant. If you hurt a child, I would.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I would want to.
So why would you vote for someone who's done that?
It's not on the platform right now, though. So it's hard.
What if he was held civilly liable for like killing 2 people?
Under what circumstances? Because there are instances where I would.
No, just like a serial killer would. Right, like he just found someone at a bar, he decided to unalive them, and did it. I don't know, just any condition, like just typical person. He was held civilly liable of that. Would you vote for him?
I'm curious because I don't know the answer to this. Would they even allow someone who is convicted of murder to
civilly liable of murder? Yes, they would.
Yeah.
I would question why our.
Yeah, I agree. Why is there a system like that?
I would question why our government doesn't have him in jail.
Listen,
like, would you vote for them in that scenario?
I would have a real. I don't know. It's not presented to me in the moment. I don't have the details or the facts behind it.
I think it's pretty easy. I wouldn't vote for someone who was held civilly liable for murdering 2 people.
I would. I don't know the case. You're saying hypothetically he murdered 2 people. Why did he murder those people? Because if you
asking why.
Look, just If you presented this man's resume before you, say he was applying to the job as babysitter for your newborn child, I think it would be very clear, and there's no gray area in this, in saying that he's not qualified even for that. He's got 34 counts of falsifying business records. He defrauded a children's charity, defrauded a veterans charity, was sued twice for housing discrimination along racial lines. The list goes on. He is not a good guy.
Jesus Christ, that's such a crazy thing to say, that you'd vote for someone who was held civilly liable of murdering 2 people. Like, come on.
Right. He violently essayed a woman. He defamed a woman.
This is all crazy.
He was cited 7 times on Epstein's flight log. Anybody that walked up to me, I would pepper spray them.
So Parker, can I defend that statement? What I'm saying is under, thank you, under what circumstances did someone murder?
Let's say he was just campaigning one day and stood in the middle of Fifth Avenue, just as a test, shot someone and said, "See, I didn't lose any voters." Would you still support that?
No, if you cause a loss of life for no...
I just said that.
Okay, so no, but they were only
say he wanted to test it out.
Hold on.
Look, no, I'm not going to lose any supporters.
And he was held civilly liable of it. Would you vote for him, given that he was held civilly liable of murdering that person on Fifth Avenue?
So I guess what I was trying not to jump to the conclusion is, whenever you were saying he's held liable for murder, I was thinking in an instance of self-defense, because I am pro-gun. I've had to defend myself against people before, and I would think that I would like to be able to defend myself if somebody's trying to harm me to the extent of losing my life. So I'm saying, under what circumstances? If he just goes into the street and shoots 2 people, no, he should not be president of the United States. But that hasn't happened.
No, if he was held civilly liable for murdering 2 people, would you vote for him?
Okay, maybe I'm not. Okay, I'm a Southern girl, and it's really.
I'm sorry, but it's just like
So civilly liable. What does that mean to you? Whenever
and
you
a jury determined that they more likely than not did this action.
Okay, so if he murdered 2 people, period,
on Fifth Avenue,
under Jaden's scenario, no.
Yeah, but we only know through a civil court. The civil court jury made the determination unanimously, based on the evidence they had. You have no other knowledge about the case. Would you vote for him?
Then I can clearly say I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge.
Jesus Christ.
I don't have enough knowledge on the put in front of me. Y'all are.
How do you not have enough knowledge? A jury determined that they more likely than not murdered 2 people, and you would still vote for them? You just don't have enough evidence? I have a question now. Would you hire someone to take care of your kids and babysit your kids that was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
No.
No?
But you would vote for them for president?
Why would you vote for them and let them take care of the country?
Because the benefit and not the benefit, let me backspace.
What does that say about his character, about his judgment, that he's so willing to pay that level of disregard towards another human being? Right. What does that say about his character, about his ability to lead, about his ability to take responsibility for wrongdoings, or as you put it, sins? It shows a person of very clear moral dilapidation and should have no foot even close to the White House with that level of disdain for the country.
So, and this is just the information that I have on hand in my worldly experiences. My ex-husband tried to murder me on 3 different accounts with a gun. So I
don't think you can say all these things on live, but holy shit, I'm so sorry to hear that.
No, my bad. I'm sorry, but that's just what my thought process is. I believe that he's moved on and I've moved on, and he got the help that he needed, and I believe that people can change. And I know that
Trump hasn't.
And I don't think people should just be able to walk away from that after. I think they should probably be in prison.
I chose not to pursue it, but anyways, what I'm saying.
I understand that from a victim's perspective, but even then, I do think that legally there should be things to hold them accountable.
Also, he shouldn't be allowed to own a gun.
He's not, but I'm I'm saying that all the
Do you think,
boyfriend
that
loophole?
violent? Actually, do you think that someone held legally responsible or civilly liable for sexual abuse of a woman? Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Should be able to own a gun.
you cut out the question again.
Yeah. Do you think someone held civilly liable for sexual abuse should be able to own a gun? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you.
I mean, I don't think that I'm educated enough to make that decision. I believe that should be brought
You
up.
don't think you're educated?
Just out of your own intuition.
Yeah. Should they be able to, get access to a violent weapon like, a gun?
I think the main reason why I came on here was because I was interested to learn how people who vote for the other side process information, and I feel like I'm getting lost in what I came here for.
Okay, so you
Okay,
think
well-
that people who are held civilly liable of violent sexual offenses should be able to maybe get access to a firearm?
I don't feel comfortable answering the question because I feel like the world is not white and black. I feel like the world is gray. There's so much gray in between.
I don't know what gray exists here.
I'm sorry.
No. In fact, allowing that gray area to exist only allows more harm to persist in this country. Saying, well, I can go either way. I'm wishy-washy about this. Well, let's look at the nuance of giving criminal rapists guns. Allows for more criminal rapists to have guns because there's not a clear-cut, definite answer on this. Everyone in this room knows that no one with that criminal background, such as your ex, should have access to that. This is a no-brainer.
So I do think that there should be protocols on owning and purchasing a gun. Yes.
Yes. And having that level of violence in their history, having especially towards a romantic partner or ex-romantic partner, should very clearly give one the notion that they should not have a gun. This is called the boyfriend loophole, and far too often is exploited by people such as him. I think that person who did whatever they did to you should in no way be granted any kind of credence and allowance to have a gun.
I do. Right. I think that there should be more security on the gun, except I feel like it should be.
No, it's not about security. I'm saying with his background, with his criminal history and recorded history of violence, especially towards a woman, he should not have access to a gun.
Agreed.
All right. That's all I'm saying.
So yeah, if they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
I think the main thing that's holding me back is the pro-choice versus. I think that's the main thing that's holding me back. After the experience that I had, I think that's the main thing that's really holding me back.
Okay, more women have died in anti-choice states, as have more instances of infant mortality and fetal abnormalities because there wasn't that level of access and had to go through the system that you mentioned earlier of courts doing away and sidestepping timelines that could have been met a lot earlier. And that's the fact. We see a 15%, sometimes an 11 to 15% increase in abortions nationwide, despite anti-choice laws, specifically in states such as Texas and others that have near universal bans. These rates that I mentioned are considerably higher. More people have died in anti-choice legislation.
And I agree that something needs to be done about that. I just think that if there's a perfectly healthy baby, and just to have a moment to agree with y'all, if we have a perfectly healthy baby past 18 to 20 weeks, then why are we having abortions on perfectly healthy babies?
We aren't. That is illegal in every single state. Typically, induction of labor or C-section, the safest alternative, is what's advocated for and is the process that they go about. People are not discarding of perfectly healthy fetuses.
Why Jaden, what statistic are you pulling from whenever you're saying that women are dying in states that don't allow abortions?
Guttmacher. Guttmacher Institute has a post Roe v. Wade study on this. I think it was released last year, maybe earlier this year, highlighting the increase of maternal deaths, fetal mortality, and fetal abnormalities in states that are anti-choice.
Okay. I'll definitely look into it. I'm here for education is all. I saw you debating with David and really liked the respectful tone, so I appreciate
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming up to learn. Thank you so much.
All right, take care, Victoria. I wish you the best with your pregnancy.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me or Jaden, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Damn straight. I blew so much goddamn money today. It was my friend's birthday.
Oh, good.
And
That's
I'm
fine.
a good friend, so to speak. But
What's up, guys?
What's up, Zoe?
How old are you?
28.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I just came on here because I wanted you guys to fact check something for me. Is it true that what's his name? Tim Walz?
Tim Walz.
Yeah. Is it true that he was once hospitalized for swallowing horse semen?
No.
It's not true?
No.
Jesus Christ, dude. Dude.
It's getting kind of cringe, you know. This is their response to the JD Vance fucks a couch joke. But, like, the thing is, Vance is weird enough for me to believe that that's plausible for him to do. You can't say that about Walz, okay? Walz is a normal fucking dad figure who, like, even if you just suggested that, that's far-fetched.
I know, right?
Too much. It's gross. You know why we call you weird now?
Seriously. Yo, it's a paladin?
This is the shit you fantasize about. What's up? Sorry.
Hello?
Okay. Meg? Oh, God. Leanne.
All right, do give it a second, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I am a Kamala fan. I didn't mean to try to join.
Nice.
That's all right.
Next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Dave.
Hannah, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it, Hannah. Thank you. Yo, Dave, how old are you? Hello? Hello, darkness, my old friend. All right, let's go
I'm
to the
right
next
here,
individual. Wait, what?
It's a joke.
Let's get this next individual. Dude, what is going on? It's like not adding people.
I don't know.
Sherry, thank you so much for the background. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting, Chump?
I am not registered to vote. I just will have a question.
Are you going to vote for Trump? Like, you can register to vote. And you can vote. You have time.
Yeah, I'm aware. I just have a quick question. I'm on your lives all the time, always watching, and it just always seems like you have something against Trump.
Yeah.
More so than talking about Kamala's policy.
I fucking hate rapists.
I just more so want to know, talking about, what do you support on her policy more than going against Trump's?
She wants to take the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, and she wants to keep it so that all the tax cuts applicable to people who make under $400,000 are the same, right? But she wants to increase taxes on people's income above $400,000 a year, so that she can bring back a 2021 child tax credit that would increase it from $2,000 to $3,600, right? For kids under the age of 5.
Okay. Is that it? Anything else?
How much more do you
policy is specifically the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. Those are just a few examples. She's going to come out with more of her policy proposals coming here pretty soon. So there'll be more things to specifically go off of. Right now, it's just kind of we have things that she's viewed in the past and things that they've brought up as it relates to the Biden-Harris administration. But otherwise than that, thank you so much for the golden policy. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I appreciate it. Thank you. We have to see what she's going to be in support of now. Obviously, she said things like she wants to ban assault weapons. She said things like she wants to expand access to child care and expand the Affordable Care Act. Appreciate the handout. Thank you.
I got you, brother. I'm definitely no expert. I just literally am curious. I appreciate it.
Sure. I appreciate you coming up.
Yes, sir.
Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes, everyone.
Turn that down, please.
All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all.
Thanks.
Keep tapping that screen, everyone. We can easily run up the like button. Trying to get to the 3 million.
Viking Realtor.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? Okay.
Hello?
What is going on?
I don't know that I'd buy real estate from a Viking, to be honest with you. Hello?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Jeez. Yo, how old are you?
55.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Why so?
Is there a way you can get close to your mic? I can't really hear you very much.
Yeah, I can get closer. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a question.
Go for it.
Why did you bring your buddy in to tag team?
For fun.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
Yeah. What do you do for a living?
I'm a voice actor. Couldn't you tell?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I do this.
What does that even mean? That's a compliment, actually. That's what I thought. Your voice is so good that it pays the bills.
Welder, what do you do for a living?
What do you think? Can't you read my name? Can't you read my name?
You're a welder?
Evidently. I don't sit in my mom's basement and play video games.
I live in a one-bedroom apartment.
Oh, yeah. All the time. Because that's what working people do.
I was out all day.
Yeah,
What do you do?
I work like 40, 50 hours a week, bro.
What do you do?
Parker's out here busting his ass, trying to fact-check these people, give them accurate information.
All right.
He does exactly what Tucker Carlson does, but better.
I probably work harder than Tucker Carlson.
I got a question. I got a question for you.
What's up?
What does methane do to the atmosphere?
Methane, it heats it.
It can actually trap heat to actually a greater extent than even carbon dioxide and the greenhouse gases. But it wanes over time. So how much it is more than okay. Go ahead.
Let me explain to you what it does to the trees. It feeds them.
No.
Yes.
Methane is not carbon. Carbon feeds trees.
So does methane.
No, it does not. Methane kills trees.
Have you never been to a lake?
What?
Have you never
You're thinking of carbon, my guy.
Have you never been to a lake?
What does it mean? Why are you asking me that?
Have you never been to a lake?
What does a lake have to do with methane and trees?
And watched it bubble?
What?
Methane coming out of the lake.
Here, yes, methanes can kill trees primarily by depriving their roots of the oxygen they need to survive through a process called root asphyxiation. This is because elevated methane levels in the soil result in lower oxygen levels. The depletion of oxygen shut up in the ground limits the amount of oxygen a tree can absorb through its roots. Without enough oxygen, trees suffocate to death. Methane kills trees, like I told you.
It comes right out of the ground, sir. Go to a lake.
It comes right out your ass, sir, and it sounds like you're speaking from it too, because methanes don't save trees.
Go to a lake and watch it.
What do fucking lakes have to do with it?
Oh, they come up from the fucking lake, sir.
It toxifies lake water.
Jeez.
No, it doesn't come from what?
Have you never been to the lake? Have you never
You
been
absolutely
in a coal
should
mine?
not be swimming in a lake with methane in it.
All lakes produce methane.
What? In some of them they do.
Look it up.
Des,
In
thank you
some
for
of them they
$5. Thank you so
do.
much.
Mr. Scientist, look it up.
Some of them, typically those that are heavily polluted.
We were supposed to be underwater by 2012, according to Al Gore.
How old are you?
Oh my God, dude! I'm not citing Al Gore as my scientist.
I am 55. Yeah, Al Gore is your scientist because that's
he's
what
not.
you listen to. Yes, sir.
I look at the 97% of climate scientists that say that there's climate change caused by humans. And what you're not understanding is that Donald Trump says that there's going to be global cooling, that science just doesn't know it yet. So he utterly denies science.
Your problem is you were listening to the wrong information when you were talking about energy, because we are trying to buy energy from other countries when we have
Marilyn,
it right
thank you
here.
for $5. Thank you so much.
We're seeing more energy independent now.
Yeah, we're way more energy independent now.
That's crazy. They are draining our strategic reserves.
Do you know why?
Do you not
it brings down
know
oil
that?
costs. Yeah, you know what happens when we do that?
Down cost.
Right,
Now,
we sell it off. It gets refined elsewhere because it's significantly cheaper. Then we buy it back less than what we sold it for.
That's because we filled it up when Trump was in office, because we bought oil for almost nothing a barrel when he was in office, because we were producing more oil in this country where we were.
No, we are producing more oil now than we ever have in this country, including under Trump's administration. So the reason why is because we are getting more oil from OPEC and from Russia.
Look it up.
That was actually us having more access to foreign oil.
Russia oil is dirty. That's why we produced it here in the United States.
We produce higher levels now.
Because you all gang up on people and try to make them look stupid doesn't mean
Let's take a look at that follower.
We don't have to do it.
Look
you do
it up.
yourself.
No, you do it
respectfully,
yourself.
I don't have to do it.
You should do it yourself. There's a 21-year-old kid that lives in your mom's basement.
Your mom's
who
basement.
don't know shit.
Are you married?
Dunking on you repeatedly over and over again.
Mr.
You're voting for a guy who's a violent sexual
that's
offender.
50-year-old that lives in his one-room apartment. That's probably a PhD teacher that teaches in some college.
I would not be living here if I taught PhD courses.
Some second-rate college.
I'm kind of done talking to him with any kind of fact information.
Right,
Do you think the 2020
because
election
you
was
know
stolen?
that I'm telling you the truth.
Welder,
Nothing you said has been true. You fucking said
Welder.
trees eat methane.
Welder, do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
Do I think it was stolen? Absolutely.
Of course. So why so?
Because Joe Biden said we have set up the most. How did he say that? He said we have set up the greatest election theft in history, and
That's absolutely what Joe Biden said. Those are real words that he said.
He did say that.
Yeah, when?
Look that up too, sir.
Okay.
Kamala Harris has no idea what she talks about.
No, Welder, can
Oh
you
my
give me a
fucking
source
God.
for that? Because I promise you I can't find that on the internet.
What has she done? The whole
Are you
time
gonna give me? Can you give me that? Because I promise you I cannot find that on the internet.
What?
Can you find me any source that indicates that specifically that Joe Biden said that?
Well, they've taken it down now.
They've taken it down now, so they don't have it
Yes,
anymore.
they did take it down.
So then they don't have it anymore. So where'd you get it from? They give you the hand art.
Oh, I got it when all the hoopla was going on over January the 6th.
Wait,
And
do you
that-
agree with
what- what-
Trump that the people who assaulted police officers on January 6th and were convicted of it should be pardoned?
Okay, what about all the cities that were
Do you think
being
those people
burnt
should be
down?
pardoned?
Jesus Christ.
Do you think those
What
people
about
should be
all
pardoned?
the cities that were being
Do you
burnt
think those
down
people should be pardoned?
that
Yes or no?
billions of dollars
Do you
were
think
being
those people should be
destroyed?
pardoned? Yes or no?
Most of them should be. Some should
They
not be.
they were convicted of assaulting police officers.
Mm.
One of them one of them had their back broke. Multiple had their spines broke. There was one that lost an eye. There was plenty that lost. That broke multiple bones. So, like, you think that people who were convicted of assaulting these officers should be pardoned?
I think that there was some that should be pardoned. You think
That's
the
so
officer
insane.
that shot?
That's so
you think
insane,
the
bro.
officer
Evie,
that
thank you for the
shot-
$2. Thank you so much.
You
Dizar,
think the
thank you for the
officer
5.
that
Anna, thank you for the
shot
10.
the
Holy shit.
innocent? You think the officer that shot the innocent woman should be pardoned?
Do you know what a kill
No.
zone is?
What?
In government
kill an
buildings, there's
innocent person, that's
designated kill
bad.
zones.
Janelle, thank you for the
What?
$10.
In government facilities, government buildings, there's designated kill zones where if you breach this parameter, you will be shot on sight. And this exists on military
that-
bases, that exists in the Capitol, that
that-
exists at the White House.
That government building belongs to the people, sir.
Right. He is that people. He's part of that people whose job it is to protect said building.
Yes, but it's also
Right. She crossed a parameter. Oh, he's gone.
You got civic and election integrity.
Oh, wonderful. What is this?
Plus, I was
How
gonna
do you
ask one for
pronounce
your
that?
expression. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I mean, I just think he has better policies.
What's your birth year?
Huh?
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, what policies?
I just like the border, the shutting down the border.
Okay, what did he do to shut down the border? Actually, why is that good?
Huh?
Why is it good to shut down the border?
Like, I don't mean shut it down, shut everything down. I'm just saying block it so illegal immigrants don't come through.
You know that they already tried to do that, right?
Who, under what presidency?
Under both presidencies, they tried to deport people that have come here through the undocumented process.
Yeah, but now there's much more people that have came through.
Okay, so how is that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, it's under the presidency, so I don't know.
Okay, so I also met my girlfriend under the presidency, so I should vote for Kamala, right? Because I met my girlfriend. She's so amazing.
Checks out.
She is?
Yep, right? They happened under the administration.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn. Is she back?
Harry, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Maybe I'll make that. Thank you so much for the $25. Aloni, I appreciate the $3. Are you okay? Are you messing with me?
What?
I feel like you're messing with me.
He's pro Kamala, that's what they're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Well, off
All
you
right,
go.
let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Danae.
Hey, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh.
All right, let's go to the next individual.
hardly
Only
knew
send a guest
ye.
request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Eric.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 35.
You voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Just because, like I said, I'm an independent. I'm not either way, but just whenever Trump was in office, my life was actually a little better than now. So, just like
How do you know he caused that?
What's that?
How do you know he caused it to be better?
How do I know?
Yeah.
Because before, whenever we had Obama, man, it just wasn't. Like I said, health insurance was really bad for me. Like I said, I'm a public educator, and health insurance was just through the roof. And then whenever Trump became in office, I actually had a lower health insurance, and then just said lower taxes and stuff
Yeah, so
like that.
how did he cause lower health insurance? And then you all know that taxes were still under the Trump tax policy, right?
Well, I understand that the Democratic government, like I said, I'm independent. Like I said, I'm one thing that I think is a problem with just this whole left-right is there's no compromise. Like people can't sit here and have a conversation like we're having. You know what I mean? And I just feel like there's.
I don't compromise with terrorists.
So here's what I would say is that the reason why we're not able to compromise is because we're so subject to conspiracy and we don't have a common basis of facts, right? People are believing in straight up conspiracy theories, and we have no ability to be able to get them to understand reality. It's just that they're always going to be divided.
Both sides of the street, though. It's a both sides of the street. Like
yeah, I know. That's why I argue against conspiracy on the left. I've done plenty of I've done lives where I've specifically argued against people who thought that it was staged, like the Trump assassination was staged, right? And on the left,
yeah,
they thought he had like a blood packet, a ketchup packet.
Yeah, I'd love to see his ear now, though, right? Like to see what it really looks like.
Sure, but like I mean, the point is that like I'll argue against conspiracy on both sides. I think it's harmful, and I think that's what divides us as a nation.
Well, can I ask you, what are you voting for? Because I said I just got on here. What are you voting for Kamala Harris for? Like just in general.
Yeah,
Kamala,
she hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. Specifically, she didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. They're both terrible candidates. To abortion. She specifically advocated for the Compact Act, the Chips and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill.
They're both terrible candidates.
Act.
Like this is the best.
What has she done that's as bad as trying to steal an election?
I don't think she's a terrible candidate comparative to what we've had in this country.
I'll
think of the $10. Thank you so much.
But there's got to be better out in the United States of both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. You got to be honest with that, right? Like, there's got to be better.
Kamala's not that bad. Kamala's not that bad. I don't know why people act like
I would say she's actually quite good.
Yeah, actually, I would say the same thing.
I don't think so, man. I just don't think.
In fact, I think we have woefully miscalculated her political gravitas.
Yeah.
I think there's just so much better Democratic candidates, though. There's better Republican candidates.
They should run.
Wait, name one.
I actually do like the vice, like her running mate.
Wait, name a better candidate right now.
Than Kamala Harris?
Than Kamala Harris.
I think her vice president could be better than her.
Okay. Wait. Are you progressive?
Wait.
There's no way you would say that unless you're progressive.
She picked him. What does that say about her judgment? She likes him. This is a governing
incredible
partner.
judgment.
You're right,
and honestly,
right.
he does not have as good of a chance to win
well
by
on her.
himself. He does not have as good of a chance to win by himself.
You don't think so? Do you think it's just too late? Do you think it's just too late for the Democratic?
Yeah, I think Kamala Harris has the unity of the party and has the best chance to win right now as the Democratic person who's likely to run.
I would agree.
She has the best chance to win, and if he's vice president, that's great. You know, he's passed great policies.
Yep. I don't know, man. I'm just at a mix. You know what I mean? Like I truly feel like whenever Trump was in office, my quality of life is better. Like I said, for other people,
how do you know that was caused by him specifically? And Larry, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Larry. Can we get some W's for Larry in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Larry.
So I have deep connections into like oil field, and I heard you talking about oil field.
Yeah, that's it.
We were talking about oil field. Like I said, I live in the Texas, New Mexico Permian Basin. And do you know how much oil is in that Texas, New Mexico Permian Basin?
No, I don't know.
There is enough oil. They did this whole like research and like this whole study. And there's enough oil to supply. Oh my God, please don't do that to me. Like I said, I'm just trying to tell a story, dude. I'm trying to tell you what I've read. Like I said.
No, that's fine. I would just love to know where you read this.
But like I said, I read an article. Like I said, I'm reading articles, man. I read newspaper articles. I read stuff like that. There's enough oil in there to supply the United States for 550 plus years. And
no, there's not.
After what's that? How do you know? How do you know?
Categorically, that's not true because there's hardly enough. Stop. Because there's hardly enough as it. Oh my fucking God. First of all, back your source for one. Secondly, 550 plus years, fucking nearly half 1,000 years worth of oil within one supply that we have now is practically impossible. I need you to prove that.
Well, I'm going to have to look it up and send it to you then, I guess.
Sure.
But anyway, well, I appreciate you guys chatting with me. I think I'm going to get off.
All right.
Okay. Like I said, no, for real. No, for real. I know we don't see eye to eye, but like I do appreciate the conversation. So.
For sure. All right.
You have a good evening.
All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Hello.
Hey.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, jeez.
Are you voting for Trump?
And I would like to just back up Eric in what he was saying. He was not specifically speaking about the United States. He's specifically speaking about the plentiful resource that is oil. Oil is the most...
No, he said like in a specific basin.
He's saying
there's, like,
our
500.
supply.
Yeah. If you're just saying like oil in general, I mean, I don't really care if oil can last that long. The point is that it negatively impacts the environment long term, and we need to be cognizant of that, so that we need renewable energy so that we can transition to other forms of energy.
So what do you think supplies real energy? Besides
What do you mean
solar?
real energy?
Whatever you're talking about.
Hydro.
Bars.
Like what am I
Thermal.
advocating for? Like tidal, solar, wind, and nuclear specifically to like
You think
deal
that's
with
plentiful
inconsistencies. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
actually.
Yeah,
In
that's
fact, it
absolutely
would keep
plenty.
us around for 550 more years.
So the second most plentiful resource behind water. When do you think water is going to run out?
It doesn't. You can power a generator with water into perpetuity. If you've ever seen a hydro plant, basically it spins the water and directs that energy towards electricity, creates that electricity. So you can keep spinning that pool. Nothing's going to come about from it. It doesn't drain.
Sure, that's the point. Oil is the second most plentiful resource behind water.
No, it is not.
Okay, we can agree to disagree on that, I guess.
Wait, even if that's true, what's the point? Sure, it's plentiful. You understand that it still has a negative impact on our environment, though, right?
So does electricity. So does everything
Not
else.
as bad. Nowhere near as bad.
According to who?
According to the IPCC, according to like the best climate projections, like globally.
Who created the mass climate projections globally?
Wait, do you deny modern science?
Of course, I agree with science, and that means
Okay, so if you agree with
that a
science,
woman
then
is a
you're going to
woman
agree with
and
the
a man is a
scientific
man.
consensus that 97% of climate scientists agree that climate change is caused by humans.
Climate change has been happening since the beginning of our time. It is a thing that is always
Yeah, but
going to be a thing.
but you can't deny that 97% of climate scientists say that it's caused by humans as it relates to the level in which it's increasing right now. You understand this is unprecedented in the last millennia, at least.
I mean, it's always going to be that way. Do you understand how urban our populations have become? Do you understand data centers?
It's not always going to be that way. You understand that we've again had an unprecedented level of warmth in this short of period of time. This is not like typical things
Dude,
that
this
happen.
is an El Nino year. Like, I
It's
don't
been
even-
hot, like hottest
It's
year,
because
hottest
it's a
year, hottest
Nino.
year.
It's a Nino year. This is part of science. Do you
What does
understand?
that mean?
Nino
This is not
versus
weather.
Nino?
Climate and weather are not the same thing. Nino refers to weather patterns, refers to a storm pattern. This is climate,
Because
meaning a constant,
climate-
meaning this is a
climate
pattern
has
of
been
increases
changing
that we're seeing.
for decades.
Wait, so
Thousands of years.
again, you keep disputing the climate science after you accept typical consensus. So why do you dispute this consensus?
I dispute this consensus. I'm not denying that climate has changed.
No. That's caused by humans.
Of course it is. Of course that's a contributing factor. But are you going to stop
contributing
driving your car? Are you going to stop?
Wait, we're doing that
living in a
long
place-
term. Hold up. Now you're just talking about like the practicalities of reaching that point, not whether or not there's an issue. So do you believe that there's an issue? You just like don't practically want to change?
Absolutely not. I believe there's no issue.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're just fucking delusional and you deny science.
Okay, first of all, I think-
Respectfully, you're delusional.
Can I respond?
He's right, you know.
Go
Can I
ahead.
respond without being interrupted?
Yeah.
It is delusional
No.
when you have to use curse words because you have
It's
no.
not diluted. It's true.
Am I allowed to speak? in here?
We'll let you speak, but like that was
If you
dumb.
say something intelligent.
If I say a curse word, that doesn't dispute anything I've
It
said.
is
So go for it.
delusional because if you have to use a curse word to back up your point, and I'm not.
Fuck this.
Okay,
I
let's
think
let
she
her
needs
speak.
to go. I think that's
No, go ahead.
that's
I'm you.
ridiculous. Thank you. If you have to use a curse word to back up your point, it's because you have nothing more intelligent to say. That's why. Right? So
Well, are you really just disputing what I said because I said a swear word? Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. What a fucking snowflake, dude.
That's such an ass of an argument.
That is such.
And the reason
such a
why is because
snowflake
it's
for
not.
that.
It doesn't present an alternative
Do you not
viewpoint
agree that
that doesn't
climate has been
correspond with
changing for
facts.
thousands
It's
of
just
years?
you're
So what do you
you're
Not at this
basically
rate.
labeling
Grace,
that.
I already responded to this. Not at this rate.
What do you think electric cars are going to do for society? What do you think that's going to improve?
It's not just electric cars, right? Renewable
Reduces
energies
carbon
will allow us to
But do you
transition to other
understand-
forms of
do you
nuclear
understand
power
what
like
is
fusion in the
happening right
future
now?
when it's developed.
Do you understand what is happening is that we are building an unprecedented amount of data centers. We are building an unprecedented amount of infrastructure that is not necessary, built by enormous corporations, and it is unnecessary, which, to your point, could...
Most of our society is unnecessary. What the fuck are you saying?
What do you mean most of our society is unnecessary?
Most of our society is unnecessary. Like,
What do
you understand that a
mean?
lot of our society is built around conveniences, not necessities?
Do you want to regulate those data centers?
This is a convenience, what we're doing right now. This is not a necessity.
It's a convenience.
Yeah,
With-
having social media is definitely a convenience.
And nobody wants data centers. Nobody wants artificial intelligence.
Nobody wants that?
is
Yes, people do want
ridiculous.
these things. You're delusional.
I'm delusional according to what you?
Yes, because you think that nobody wants artificial intelligence, which is objectively true.
Of
That
course,
people
it's true.
people do want.
Do you want artificial
No. I'm saying
intelligence to take your job?
I'm saying
Because
people
AI
do want
could
AI.
probably debate you better than you.
AI is not going to get rid of like different types of debates, and even if that
AI
is true, I would prefer society where everything is automated, where we don't have to work, and we can work on things where we want to rather than what we need to. As it
Okay, but
relates
there's
to our
going to be
current
no
economic
essential jobs
system.
left.
For sure, super. Thank you. What's up?
This is a dumb point.
No, it's not.
It's dumb. Yes, it is. It's. Oh God.
Why would people choose to watch other types of AI debates rather than watching like a human debate?
That wasn't the point. The point is that AI will take a lot of the jobs, office jobs.
Yeah,
Whatever-
that's typically a good thing. Like long term, okay. I'm not saying short term it's a good thing because people lose their jobs, which is bad at that particular point. What I'm saying is
Exactly.
long term, it's going to allow us to be able to not rely on those particular types of mundane labor in order to survive. We can then
But
choose to
mundane
work on
labor
the
provides
creative, the
jobs.
arts, what we like, right? Rather than like what we have to as it relates to our economic system so that we can eat.
Mundane labor provides jobs. Are you telling me that some office receptionist is mundane labor? Because I don't believe so.
Well, if someone wants to do it, they can do it. But like that's the point, is that they can do
No,
it
but if
voluntarily
it's- if
without
it's a
the need of
possibility-
like
if
having
it's
to
a
pay their bills.
possibility in a
Appreciate the handout.
corporation or
if someone
company-
wants to be a receptionist without having to like make money off of it, that's what they can do. That's their choice. That's what I'm saying they should be able to do.
All right, that's not the point. Point is, when AI gets so advanced, right, and
Yeah, I want there to be full automation in the future. Absolutely. And there's going to be. It's not. It's like just de facto reality. In like 500 years, 200 years, whenever it happens, all of that shit's going to be automated. It's just a fact. It's going to happen. Because you don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. A lot of people don't want to do it. If we don't have to do it, we won't do it. The reason why we have payments is because we're trying to incentivize people to do things that they wouldn't otherwise want to do. That's the whole basis of a monetary system.
okay, but there is a requirement for a certain amount of jobs in society to keep us sustainable and economically feasible, right? So if AI
Not always true.
That is true because we need to be contributing to our economy actively.
Right, yeah. They said the same thing about lamplighters at the turn of the century, but obviously now you don't see people with high sticks putting gasoline and lighting those lampposts today. Things eventually phase out because of improvements in technology, as Parker indicated, and those jobs therefore become obsolete. I don't know how there's an
understand that
argument to
AI
be
is
pushing
about to
for
become
more
smarter than
people
us?
to be building stagecoaches when nobody's driving those things.
AI is about to become smarter than us. That's the real issue.
It's not sentient. I don't know what you mean. It's about to be smarter. Like it already has access to like more information than typical people do. Like, ChatGPT right now, the language model itself scores better on most tests than most humans.
Have you ever submitted a financial statement to AI and and ask them what is
Push that message. Thank you.
the accounting statement on this financial statement, what is
Push that mustache. Thank you. What the fuck are you asking me right now?
do you know assets?
How did this
equals
become an
liability
AI
plus
conversation?
equity? I don't know. I hate this topic.
Why did you bring it up?
I'm sorry.
I thought we were talking climate.
I hate climate. I hate AI.
Okay, no, you hate
Talk about
me.
the
Is there
economy.
anything else you want to air out?
Grace, I just think you're very subject to conspiracy. That's why you're following Donald Trump.
Yeah, we can have at it with abortion.
Anything else besides AI or
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
tax cuts?
The tax
Keystone
cuts did not
Pipeline.
benefit. The tax cuts did not
Keystone-
benefit
yes, they
the middle
did.
class more than it benefit rich people. That's not
Yes,
true.
they did.
No,
It
you can
helped
seriously. I'm
everybody.
serious.
It helped everybody.
I'm
You're
not disputing.
brainwashed.
Wait. I'm not disputing that it helped people across the board. What I'm saying is that it mostly helped the rich. Most of the
And
tax
it
cuts went
largely
to rich
increased
people.
deficits.
Do you
Yeah,
understand
1.9 trillion
tax
added to the
brackets?
debt.
Do you
Yes.
understand how much the rich people pay?
Yes.
How
And
much
I think
is
they
it?
should pay more.
Do you
Want
understand?
to know why?
corporate
Because they
flat
make most of the
tax?
money. A lot of their income they don't have to spend on basic necessities.
I
They
understand.
spend a
that.
significantly lower proportion of what is their income on their necessities. So
Do you
they're
understand
ultimately
the corporate
taxed
flat
less by
tax?
society to live.
Do you understand that? Will
What's
you
that?
explain what a corporate flat tax is to me, and why that's the case?
I'm not advocating for a flat corporate tax. A flat corporate tax
understand
would just
that,
be like
but
the same
y'all-
tax rate specifically set for each company. Right.
But it's the same every year. So, do you want to elaborate on why
It's
that
not
happens?
the same. It changes. So, like, for
It's
example,
been
under the Trump
21%
tax
for a
policy, it
while.
was 21%. Prior, under the Obama administration, it was 35%. We're talking marginal tax rates, by the way. And Trump proposed to change it to 15. And the
He
Harris
wants to promote
administration.
American businesses. That's why.
Yeah, which I mean,
Do you not
don't
like
need to
domestic business?
If
Do
you
wanna
want
buy
like
everything from
typical.
China? Do you like having the?
That's going to happen
primarily
whether or
goods
not
coming from
you understand.
China?
That's going to happen whether or not you like decrease the corporate tax rate, right?
No, it won't, because if
It happened under Trump's administration, even though he decreased the corporate tax rate by 14%.
Should we increase corporate tax rates on data centers?
abso-freaking-lutely, data centers are ridiculous.
Why pick and choose, though? Why pick and choose one organization, $1 billion organization that you dislike, and not wait? Why not apply that same principle towards all billion-dollar corporations
It's
that
the
harvest
same
data?
regardless.
So why not hold that same standards towards other multinational corporations that harvest our data, that harvest our names and our addresses and our
Facebook.
credit cards?
It's Facebook. It's TikTok. It's foreign corporations. We have no legislative jurisdiction over any of that. It's us practically submitting to that.
You know what special pleading is?
Pardon?
Special pleading. You're holding this argument that we should raise corporate taxes on data centers, but not making this universally
I'm
applicable.
sorry, I misspoke.
No, you didn't.
Okay, I think data centers are ridiculous. That's only
I know
because
that.
I live nearby 17,000 of them, and it's ridiculous. I live in the DC area, and you wouldn't believe what is happening. It is
Dude, it's like, why do you care about a data center? It's like,
because it's equally as damaging to the environment. Do you understand how many trees?
So are hundreds of other corporations that dump toxic ash into our water system. So are the ones that hire people under the table and pay them less than what they're worth. So are corporations that utilize union bustings.
wait, you care
and
about
do away
that,
with
but you don't
collective
fucking
bargaining.
care about climate change? Fucking dumb.
Right.
It's so dumb.
Again, with the language, that's
Who cares?
Oh my God, Jesus! I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jesus.
yeah. Apologize to him, because can we get someone else up in here who's not gonna
Who's
be
more
it?
Jesus-y?
No,
Yeah, we want some more
Nobody's
MAGA. I'll give you some more MAGA.
nobody's talking. No, I have been in 3 lives tonight, and every single one, it is several people against one human being. That is not.
I've done most of my live one-on-one. I brought Jaden up for fun.
I would love to go one-on-one.
Okay, well, one of us can mute. You can pick either me or Jaden to talk to.
I don't care either way. Jaden.
Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Will you're
Me?
gonna pick.
Okay, what's up?
Whatever.
I'll mute.
What do you want to know? Clearly, you're.
Yeah, why are you voting for
Offended.
Trump? Specifically his stance on abortion. Why does that resonate with you?
Trump has openly stated he's not specifically pro-choice. He's not this radical individual who you believe he is, right?
I know he's not pro-choice.
Or pro-life, I apologize. He is not fully against abortion. What us as quote-unquote MAGA Republicans or maggots, what I was called earlier, is that we do not want full-term abortions because full-term abortions are ridiculous.
Full-term abortion, whatever that may imply, doesn't exist.
It means having an abortion when you are 9 months pregnant, you are about to give birth. It means prior to birth.
Yeah, elective abortion
in the late
that
stage.
late. Elective abortion that late into a pregnancy does not exist and is illegal, especially when it comes to especially when it comes to termination of the fetus's life. So unless it's a rare scenario in which there's a fetal abnormality or the life of the mother is in peril, an elective abortion to that degree at that late stage does not exist. Typically what is utilized is an induction of labor or a C-section, but nobody's going in 9 months, say days to the delivery date saying, oops, I forgot to get my abortion. I might as well do it now.
In Minnesota, it's allowed. You are allowed to have abortions up to as late as you want.
Right. That is the exception. That is as late as the terms of fetal abnormalities or the life of the mother, not elective.
So that's your vice president that you're voting for who allows
Did you not hear what I just said? It is not elective in the 9th month, especially in the state of Minnesota. That is the medical exception that they afford.
So what is your opinion? That's what I would like to know.
My opinion is that you are pushing bunk misinformation
Not about me, about abortion. What's your stance? When do you think it should be allowed?
I think it should be allowed all 9 months. But in terms of elective abortion, excuse me, can I finish? There's a lot more nuance to this than you understand. In terms of elective abortion, my threshold,
I'm a woman, and
I don't care. My comment was not sexist. I'm pointing out your lack of nuance and your quickness to interrupt me when there's more to speak about. So you can put that gender issue aside for a second.
Can you get pregnant? No.
Can you stop interrupting with this non sequitur shit, please? You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer you.
I don't mean to butt in, but Grace, I just want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Where in the body does conception occur?
When it's inseminated. In the uterus.
No, conception does not occur in the uterus.
Excuse me?
Conception does not occur in the uterus. But go ahead.
Yeah, my opinion, my threshold is at 24 weeks. That's typically what scientists measure to be the threshold of viability, 51 or more percentage chance of of living outside of the womb if they are premature, if there is a premature birth. Prior to that, at which point there is no level of cognition, no central nervous system developed, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with elective abortion taking place prior to 24 weeks.
I absolutely agree, but it's allowed past that in several states. So
no,
why
it is that. What state? What state allows elective abortion past 24 weeks? Minnesota. I already told you. I know the law better than you do. Minnesota does not allow late-term abortion. That is the medical exception.
Okay, fallopian tubes, whatever. Like,
what are you just saying parts of the female anatomy now? Vulva.
You people are vulva.
You people? What do you mean, you people?
Vulva? What are you talking about?
What are you trying to fucking say? Say with your chest, Grace. What do you mean? I don't know why you just threw out fallopian tubes that had nothing to do with the conversation. Minnesota, Virginia, California, and all the other states you guys try to straw man absolutely do not have elective late-term abortion in the 9th month. This is a disgusting lie that, unfortunately, due to this proliferation of this misinformation, you're putting more people in harm. This kind of rhetoric puts more people in harm in instances in which they are seeking out a medically necessary abortion. And when you put them into this box, into this position, as though their motives are to unalive people willy-nilly in the 9th month, then I think that's a disservice and a disgusting point for you to ever argue.
Are you a
What does
woman?
my gender have to do with the facts?
Because you are incapable of being pregnant. That's why.
Has anything I've said been unfactual? I don't know what my anatomy has to do with the facts here.
Girl,
Your
you
anatomy
literally
has to do with
thought
the
you
fact
thought
that you
conception
can
happened in the
impregnate
uterus,
someone.
girl.
Your
What are you
an-
talking about?
Your anatomy has to do with the fact that you can impregnate someone, but not be
I
pregnant
can
yourself.
impregnate someone, and I would rather they have that choice to keep said fetus or not. It's weird that you don't.
I never said that.
You've been arguing against that.
I said that I'm not explicitly pro-life. The Plan B pill has been available through Trump's term. So
He doesn't even know what the fuck it means. Have you heard his latest answer on that, on the abortion pill?
No.
He also doesn't have pronouns. Did you know that?
Right.
Why?
Let me find
Why do
this
you need
shit.
to have pronouns?
Where
Why
is
can't we
this?
see someone's face and identify them as who they are?
Wait, Grace, what are your pronouns?
She, her, obviously.
Okay, so how do you feel about Trump not having pronouns?
Dude, I don't need to use pronouns for you to know who I am. If you look at my picture, you'll be like, yes, that's a woman.
Do you think that so you're fluid? That was really funny. So how do you refer to him?
As a he, he's a him because he has a wiener.
Why are you using pronouns? What? He said he doesn't have pronouns.
He's saying that in terms of I don't want to identify as someone because you can obviously tell who I am from looking at me.
Well, how's that obvious? I don't know. Twinks exist.
How's that obvious?
It's kind of a gray area, so I don't know.
XX chromosomes.
Listen, I don't know what's in your
XX
pants. I don't know
chromosomes.
how your chromosomes look, so I can just make the assertion that either you're gender fluid, non-binary, or maybe just a very effeminate boy.
This
I
is the
couldn't
most
tell you either
ridiculous
way.
conversation
That's for
I've
you to
ever
determine
had.
because your pronouns are yours, and for you to assert that, for you to identify yourself,
have an Adam's
gives me the
apple or
tools
not?
to
Do
adequately
you have an
approach
Adam's
you.
apple?
Do I have an Adam's apple? Can you hear my voice? Of course I do.
That's the
Some women
point.
have Adam's apples, so that's not really a qualifier for who is or isn't
Women
a
do
woman.
not have Adam's apples.
Women
It's
absolutely do have Adam's apples.
Can I finish? As prominent
They're not as
men do.
pronounced. Okay, that's not to say
Exactly.
that they don't have them.
Because you wouldn't let me finish. You won't stop interrupting.
Because you're so goddamn insufferable.
Based on what?
Based on the lies that you have continued to push here and the
Like
fact
what?
that you continue to interrupt me. You oh my God, you just said that Minnesota allows abortion in the 9th month elective.
Late term abortion. That's what I said.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
It does exist.
My dear, that does not exist.
I'm sorry, I keep butting in, but like actually, under Trump's policy, it would allow states to do this legally speaking, but under Roe versus Wade, it wouldn't. So just letting you know.
So what does Trump have to do with Roe versus Wade?
He appointed the 3 Supreme Court justices that overturned its ruling in
Well,
the Dobbs decision.
Of course. So if Kamala Harris is claiming she can
Kamala.
change it, what Kamala, I don't know. Kamala.
You can save yourself time. Call her Madam President. Is that
Her
easier?
name is not that hard.
The
But
Vice
Margaret,
President of
it's
the
not hard
United
at all.
States.
It's literally Kamala. Like bruh.
Kamala.
Margaret, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Margaret. Can we get at least 50 W Margarets in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Margaret.
Can I just say, this is the point. The last.
You have a point? Oh, thank God. We got there finally.
Oh my gosh. You care so much about women's rights and you want to denounce every single point I make.
And you don't?
That has nothing to do with you being a
I'm
woman
sorry,
and more
Grace,
to
but
do
you
with
don't?
the fact that you're an idiot.
Grace, you don't care about women's rights?
I did not say that. You put those words
So
in
why
my
is it an
mouth.
issue for him to care about women's rights?
Because he won't let me finish. That's why. So he cares so much about abortion and all these topics, but he won't let me speak.
I absolutely have.
You interrupt every single thing I say.
You asked me what my opinion was on abortion, and you literally butted the fuck in when I tried to answer you. Remember that?
Okay.
5 minutes ago? Right.
Right.
I don't see how my stance, which protects more women, which protects more fetuses, which allows for full bodily autonomy of all people, is somehow a worse stance in this conversation.
When did we not have full bodily autonomy? If you don't want to get pregnant, don't
Prior
have
to
sex.
Roe v. Wade and after, you cannot argue that bodily autonomy is dependent on your zip code. on whichever state you live in. I don't think that's a good humanitarian policy to say that whether or not I live in Montana or California, I ought to be denied essential medical services to my well-being. And I don't care if I'm a male saying this or if a woman is saying this. This is the principle that I hold true, and I don't know why you don't.
Bodily autonomy has to do with if you don't want to have sex and get pregnant, don't have sex. Don't get pregnant. Period.
51 to 55% of abortions are caused, or rather, unplanned pregnancies are caused by
Wait,
failed
just telling people
contraception.
not to have sex is not going to stop us.
Also, states that do abstinence-only education have higher rates of teen pregnancy. Excuse me, I'm still talking. I just want to make my point. States that implement abstinence-only education have higher rates of teen pregnancies and grape.
Wait, all the people who are mentioning grape is an exception, right? Nobody's going to deny that grape is the exception. That's already a thing.
Right. That's the whole point. That abstinence is kind of at odds with the fact that men still grape women and impregnate them against their will.
Right. So
simply saying I'm going to be celibate isn't going to excuse another person's actions against one's will.
And Chriselle, thank you so much for the $10.
What?
Thank you so much.
You think you're going to get graped?
When did I say that?
You're
I'm just pointing to the
talking about
relative
grape like
I'm pointing to the relative likelihood of people who are abstinent, of people who are celibate being graped in states that do abstinence-only policy.
I don't even know what you're saying.
If you're telling someone I'm not having sex repeatedly, I would understand that there's a greater likelihood of one infringing upon that decision.
There is an exception for grape. There is an exception for
My point is simply saying don't have sex doesn't excuse that.
Yeah,
doesn't do away with that.
But I'm
and
telling
Roe
you,
versus Wade
what I'm saying
protected
is
federal
the
access to
mass
abortion for great
majority-
victims.
The mass majority of abortions are based out of convenience. Speaking
It's
as
not true.
yes, it is true. What percent do you think of women?
Okay, wait, even if it is based on
Can I
convenience, who
finish?
cares?
Can I finish?
I'm sorry, but I was just saying who cares? I was responding to what you said.
The mass majority of abortions are out of convenience as a result of someone who had you know what and then got pregnant and then wanted to unalive their baby. That's the point. Less than 1% of abortions are based on grape.
You know, you say the word, go ahead, finish.
No, you can respond.
Yeah, you say the word convenience quite a lot. You know what that convenience is dependent on? Finances. The fact that people physically cannot afford to birth
That's
children
why
in
I
this
brought up the
economy.
point, is if you can't afford it, don't have unprotected sex.
Okay, that's past the fact. And even with protected sex, I already told you, even with protected sex, contraception fails. Are we just going to excuse those people?
Of course,
Are we going to afford? Are we going to afford them the right to an abortion when they use contraception and it doesn't work?
Most abortions are in filled contraceptives. When contraceptives fail.
No.
Yes, they are. I can show you.
Yes, they are.
The Guttmacher Institute indicated. Yeah.
Please show me.
Per Guttmacher Institute, 51 to 55%. My numbers are a little bit between those two because of the sources that I've looked up, but it's about 55% at its max.
I don't believe that.
You don't have to. These are the facts. Are seatbelts 100% effective?
She doesn't wear that. So.
They sure help.
Okay.
They're not, right?
What'd you say?
They're not, right? Are helmets 100% effective? Do all motorcyclists survive with a helmet?
This is a ridiculous comparison, though.
How is it ridiculous? I think it's an apt comparison. Can you answer it?
Taking a calculated risk as someone who is having sex.
Right. Why should we remove that next level, that next deal of autonomy for them? Just 1 second. Just 1 second. I'm just asking a question. Why are they somehow exempt of medical decisions after that point, even understanding a risk? I understood the risk that I could get into a horrific accident by not wearing a seatbelt. And it happened Does that mean that I'm denied medical services that I so desperately need?
That's stupid. No, because this is a medical emergency and a pregnancy.
So is pregnancy.
No, a pregnancy is completely different. It is a 9 month.
How? It's worse, I would argue.
A pregnancy is not just something that happens overnight. It's something that you deal with for 9 months, right?
Right, and I would argue that the effects of pregnancy are as bad, if not worse.
You won't stop talking. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Go ahead. Miranda? Okay.
Okay, all right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Type MAGA in the comment section if you will want to come up, y'all. If you would want to come up. All right, let's get this next individual up here.
Hello, Mr. Dunn. Are you voting for me? Tremendous candidate.
If you're typing MAGA in the comment section, only type MAGA if you have already been in the guest box, y'all. Because I can only add people who are already in the guest box.
Yeah, hop on in, MAGA. Brittany. Hello, Brittany. Are you voting for your favorite rapist?
No, I just got on here to say,
Based. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I am trying to just get people up who are voting for Trump, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 43.
You voting Trump?
I sure am, yeah.
Why so?
I just think that Trump is morally, from what I can see, as far as Kamala, and then I see Trump, and I think
it's just so difficult to pronounce her name. She's been vice president for fucking 3.5 years and a senator before that, and an attorney general and a district attorney, and you can't say Kamala.
Kamala. Well, why is it that a big deal? I don't.
Because I'm not out there calling him Donald.
Okay,
Trump.
well, everybody has their own perception.
No.
Yeah, everybody has.
This
their
is just
own
This is just a blatant sexist,
everybody
misandrous attempt that you guys are doing.
So
Just deliberately. No.
You're picking on me.
This is a deliberate effort on your part.
Having my own way of speaking.
It's not your own way of speaking.
I have a different type of.
No, this is deliberate. This is a deliberate attack.
Wait, I'm sorry. Calling her Camellia is not even close.
I know. It's not even fucking spelled. It's fucking phonetic.
Chameleon?
Kamala.
Chameleon Kamala?
That's not an accent
Kamala.
Well, she makes it one, didn't she? Yeah.
What do you mean?
Act like she's black. She ain't acting black.
Oh, this is the perfect conversation.
A whole different story about.
Yes. Talk to the black person here about how Kamala Harris, who is the daughter of a Jamaican man, is not black.
Emily, think of the $5. You don't think Kamala Harris is black?
Oh, didn't she spice it up a little bit in the debates?
What?
What does that mean?
Huh?
What does that mean? Spice it up a little.
Why is she? Come on, man.
Tell me what that means. I don't know what spice it up a little means.
As far as her language, how her like, see, I'm from Minnesota, right? So I
got that.
Okay, so I have this different way of speaking. Like, people make fun of, hey, yeah,
I grew up in Iowa.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna break it. I grew up in Iowa. There's not that big of a difference. I literally grew up in Iowa.
There is, because my dad lives in Oklahoma. I live in Minnesota.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Okay. I live in Minnesota.
I grew up in Iowa.
Okay.
There's no way, like, fucking 200 miles really did it.
Well, people like to put on a little show and act like it did. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Right?
No, I don't know what that means. I don't know what spice it up means. Are you implying that she's putting on? Are you implying that she's putting on an act?
Please listen to me. when Kamala was
Okay.
speaking, right?
He
Kamala.
still can't do it. He still can't do it, dude.
There's Kamala.
Oh, why
Say
is
Kama.
this so hard?
Kamala.
God damn it, dude.
Kamala.
There you go. Kamala. Kamala.
Okay. And you know what? I think she is kind of attractive. She could be an attractive person, but I'm just saying that, like, she's over her head right now, you guys. Honestly,
Why don't you
there's
just win it?
gotta
Well,
be
I'm sorry,
something
why'd
for
you
a
just feel the
Democratic
need to say
Party to
that?
represent the Democratic Party that's better than Kamala. Come on. Step
Dude,
it up.
yes,
I don't know,
a little
man.
bit,
Your guys at
Don't you think?
34. Your guys got
Republicans are coming
34
back.
counts.
Karma. How about you heard karma? Karma's a
What is the
motherfucker.
karma here? That makes no sense. Your
Karma.
guy was on stage yesterday saying that he was in a helicopter crash with Willie Brown. That didn't
Come on,
fucking
you guys
happen. Are you
bagging
making
the guy,
if you're
taking
trying to
him to
argue
court
that
for all
he is
these
in his right
bullshit
mind,
fucking
that he
stupid
deserves another
excuses?
4 years, my guy, his brain is mush. He said tonight he didn't want that person
He's the best
deportated.
president that we've had for fucking I don't know how long.
No, he wasn't.
Well, before Bill Clinton. I like Bill Clinton. I do. The economy was like tremendously awesome.
Can you name one policy that Bill
Tremendously
Clinton?
awesome.
Can you name one policy Bill Clinton influenced to get passed?
To get past, I would say I really don't know. All I know is that our economy was good, brother. You know what I mean? Seriously, I mean,
Jesus Christ, shot. Okay, can you give me one policy that Donald Trump has influenced to get passed?
they can get past.
Can you name me one policy Donald Trump influenced to get passed?
I think he's going to make America great again.
Can you name me one
Policy,
policy that he
not
influenced to
rhetoric.
get passed?
I'd say that he's going. I would say that for the average person, he's going to make. Well, he's not going to tax freaking tips.
Dude, I asked what
I mean,
policy
that's-
did he
that's
influence
big
to
right
get
there,
passed?
When you motherfuckers are scrounging.
Are
out
you?
here,
Wait,
know?
sir, how much have you had to drink tonight?
I had 3 beers.
Oh God.
Oh, well, it is Saturday now, I guess.
I splurged a little bit. Sorry, guys.
Whatever.
I'm not really that outspoken. I usually keep to myself, but you know.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just surprised that I'm actually on live with you guys. Like, I've never done.
No, actually, I'm
any of
not.
this.
That what happened when you like down 3
But-
beers, you know?
Dude, I watch you all the time. You know that, right? I listen to your stuff.
Oh, shit, I got people to thank. Charlotte, thank you. Brady,
I mean, I
Janelle,
do
Ashley,
listen to your
Dakota,
stuff.
Sev.
Yeah, I
Damn,
see
all the
your
ladies
way,
came
but I
through
see,
tonight.
I see the other like I see how you explain it, but then I see how like in
Like their propaganda. Like
how
I'm
things
gonna
are-
give it to you how it is, bro. Like I used to be a Trump supporter. I used to be a conservative. I grew up in a Christian conservative household in Iowa. I know exactly all the points and perspectives you come from. I get it. I think that it is the case that there are better arguments, better positions, things that are more loving, right? Things that make more sense. You know. So if you care about those things, obviously, I think that you should vote against Donald Trump and vote for Kamala Harris. She's the adult in the room. Even
Yeah, but
Republicans
she-
are saying this, like Mitt
she
Romney.
hasn't really
Even
showed me
Republicans are
anything.
saying this, like Mike Pence.
But she hasn't shown
Yeah,
me.
and
she hasn't
Arizona
told me
Republican
what she
mayor
can do
came
for
out and
me.
endorsed Kamala
She hasn't
tonight.
She hasn't told me what she can do for the economy. She hasn't told me what she, can
wants to
do.
do it. She
for
wants to do a
the
child
border.
tax credit,
She
which will
hasn't told
decrease
me
taxes
what
on
she
the
can
middle
do
class.
for the average person. Was you know what? I'm struggling every day. I work a maintenance position at a medical facility, and I work on CNC machines. You know, I'm happy for that just because I save people's lives. Okay.
I think it's so funny
but
that
the thing
older
about it
millennial is begging to come up on my live stream again. Begging. You know, I'm gonna use the same arguments he was.
I know.
He's just begging, chat. He wants
I had
my
my
attention
first
so
interaction
bad.
the other day.
I know you're falling off, older millennial, and you just want some attention again.
You hunt? Hey, I'm gonna ask you.
but
you
I'm
hunt?
not gonna do it.
Parker, do you hunt? Do you hunt?
No, I don't hunt. No.
No?
I don't think I could like kill an animal like that. That's just
I
not
agree.
my
You
forte.
fish? You go fishing?
I haven't gone fishing since I was a kid.
Bro, man. Alaska. Go some halibut fishing.
I feel like I could go fishing then.
Yeah, I might go just for the halibut.
There you go. He's got jokes. But I don't want to waste you guys' time. You know, I have my beliefs, and I feel you guys too. But I just think we could step it up a little bit here. You know, as far as the Democratic Party, they do need to have something better than Kamala. I just say caramel every time I.
Dude, okay,
I don't know.
Appreciate you coming up, man. Kamala Harris. Kamala. Jesus. All right, let's get this next person up here. By the way, everyone, I'm not engaging with older millennial because I've already debated him multiple times, dunked on him. He called my friend Athena a terrorist. He said that you should throw mentally disabled people off of a mountain and kill them. He said it would be justified to kill people like me, Harry, and Dean. He said that women should be sterilized if they get one abortion. Yeah, he's just fucking delusional and crazy.
I know. And haven't we had enough drunk asses on this live tonight? Do we really need one more?
Dude.
Mitch.
He's also said he said also colonization is good.
Hi.
Jesus. Hello there, Mitch.
Hey, what's up, Mitch? How old are you?
No, I didn't mean.
You didn't mean to come
Oh
up?
no, I didn't mean to join.
You're good.
That's okay. Dave.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? It is. What time is it for everyone in the chat, y'all? It's literally like midnight for me. It must be late as fuck for a bunch of y'all. How's y'all nights going? 3 o'clock? Jesus. You know, speaking of it being 3 o'clock, we should get to 3 million likes. Everyone, tap that screen. I know it's like 2 in the morning. Shit. I know that you're trying to like listen to this while you're laying in bed, but just destroy the screen by tapping it 1,000,000 times.
What's up, you guys?
Are you voting Trump?
What's up, Izzy?
I am not voting Trump, but my parents are.
Nice. Also, everyone, if you want to check out the rally video I just posted, make sure to do that, everyone. I just posted a new rally video. I still have a few clips I can post, I think, if I can find them.
Den.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello, Benjamin. How you doing?
Yeah, hello.
You voting Trump?
Hi there.
Yeah, I'll vote Trump.
Why so?
Well, for the last 40 years, he's been the best president. You show it in the economy. He was the only president in many years that, brought peace. He was the first president that,
How do you bring peace?
How? Well,
How,
look,
yeah.
there were no wars under his...
He's got a kid.
There was...
yeah, for sure. I got three, actually.
The Turkish-Kurdish war happened. There was a proxy war between Russia and the United States and Syria. There was the Yemen genocide.
Actually,
there was a self-proclaimed war on ISIS by Donald Trump.
There was a botched raid in the Congo that cost us lives. You freed the Taliban. You got Iran closer to a nuclear weapon.
He got what? No, he was actually
you got
the
Iran
only
closer to nuclear weaponry.
Listen, he was the only president that actually had the, a democracy, and he could put, King Jong-un on the same table. Actually, it was the first president who stepped up in the North Korea. Can you believe that?
They didn't do anything. They resumed nuclear testing in the same month.
He recognized Jerusalem as to be the capital of the Israel, which this is supposed to be, from a long time.
Wait.
Did.
Ben, I have a question. Are you in the United States?
Yeah. Right now, I'm not anymore.
Oh, are you voting in the United States?
No, I would not. This time, I won't.
Man.
Okay, because I was like, why are kids awake right now?
I know. That was weird, yeah.
I was about to say, I was like, holy shit, those kids are up late.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I was about to say, bro, those kids are having fun, bro. Yo, what's up, how old are you? That's like me playing the DS underneath the sheets.
Yellow?
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Yeah.
I absolutely am.
Why so?
I'm sorry?
Why are you voting Trump?
Well, I'm against a lot of Kamala's policies, and I like Trump's stance on abortion.
Okay, so so why do you think it should be left up to the states?
So I believe that there was no constitutional basis for the fundamental basis on Roe v. Wade on the final Supreme Court ruling on it. So I think there was no basis for that, which it should just been left up to the states. And I think
no. Why do you think it should be left up to the states?
First of all, I believe that the states should have more sovereignty. So I believe the states should have more control over that. So.
Okay. So do you think it is like more representative of the people? Chelsea, thank you for $5.
Yes. Like I don't.
Okay,
think
you know what's most representative of the people?
Can you not interrupt me, please? I appreciate what you're doing.
Okay, I mean, you answered my question. I was gonna ask you another leading question.
I like your thing, but when if I live in Montana or I live in California or whatever, I shouldn't have to abide by the same laws and regulations as someone who lives in New York. You could live completely different lifestyles. Why would I need to abide by the same kind of lifestyle regulations and laws that you do in your state? And your hellhole democratic policies.
Hellhole? Yeah, because we're talking about like literal individual rights. Do you think slavery should be left up to the states?
I'm sorry. Do
you think slavery should have been left up to the states?
Yes, of course.
Why?
Because I think the majority of the states were right that slavery shouldn't have existed. That was absolutely wrong. This is exactly why we won.
But it doesn't matter.
You think it should have been the right of the southern states to continue slavery?
I don't think it's up to the federal government to regulate every single thing in every single state. So I think
Wait, then what do you mean? What do you mean when you say that's why we won? The reason why is because of the federal guarantee that slavery was not the law of the land anymore.
Bro siding with the Confederates.
The federal government didn't have that much control over what was going on in the South.
Right, until it did.
Until it never did. Until
it did. Slavery is illegal. How are you to say that it's not? That possession, that ownership of another human being in chattel slavery is illegal.
The Civil War was basically like just people straight up going down to the South and fighting themselves. They just grabbed their guns.
No, the South fired first.
There was basically no federal funding for the Civil War.
Thank you for the $5.
What does that mean? The Union was federally funded.
Okay, why are we even talking about slavery? We're talking about...
Well, it's just a matter of principle. Why you think certain rights, why you think certain human rights should be dictated by your zip code.
Because I already made my
literally
point
think slavery should be...
No,
so wait, I just want to clarify. He thinks that slavery should have stayed around longer. That's
no, I do not. Absolutely not.
That's what you're saying, because if you think it should be left up to the states, those states would have kept it for longer. Chriselle, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Chriselle in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Hey, by the way,
random question.
Sponsored by the DNC?
Honey, you think I'm sponsored by the DNC?
Are you? I was just asking.
I'm actually paid by the RNC. I'm a black Republican. They're in short supply these days, so they got me.
Jesus Christ. Honey, why do you think I'm a Dean ripoff?
You're a Dean ripoff shot.
Okay, that's definitely
a kid.
Oh my god. I apologize about the one.
Apologize for the slavery shit. What the fuck?
That's
no. I was
crazy,
talking. I apologize about the previous people that came on here talking about like how AI is like
I don't care about that. Apologize for that.
Dude, wait, you just said that slavery should be left up to the states, bro.
I don't care about fucking AI.
Policy should be.
You're talking to a black person right now. In what way is my life benefited by slavery being kicked back to the states?
I never said slavery should be legal. I said that.
I didn't ask you that. My question was, how is my life better if slavery were never abolished and were kicked back to the states? Can you answer that question, please? Can you answer that? How would slavery have otherwise been done away with if it was left
Sorry,
to the
thank you for
states?
the $5.
Because it wasn't the federal government that went down there and fucking fixed it. It was barely even...
Yes, it was. And implemented the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment.
By the federal government during the Civil War.
Then what stopped slavery?
The efforts of all of these states, all of the individual states...
All of the Union states.
I mean, the Union states were, obviously federally funded, but the majority
of the efforts... You said that they weren't!
But the majority of the efforts were basically funded locally by just the people of the state.
A majority of those funds did not come locally.
Dude, they were literally fucking starving out there, and they were going out there with their own weapons and their own fucking horsebacks and everything else, dude.
What difference does that make? This is a pivot, frankly, but you're not answering my question, and you know that you're not. Stop. You're not answering my question, which was how, excuse me, how would slavery have otherwise been, to stop talking, how would slavery have otherwise been done away with in these states?
I already explained this to you.
No, you did not.
If you just keep asking the same question, I'm going to
No,
leave.
you did not explain it. You pivoted
on.
towards another subject that I didn't ask you about.
Oh, okay, so explain to me then how the federal government had more control over than the individual states over the war efforts in preventing slavery from persisting.
Because they outlawed it after the reclamation of the southern states that previously.
Some policy? Is that what they did? Okay, so they rubber stamped something, and then guess what? Everything just was fixed.
It was enforced. Yes.
It was enforced.
This was federal policy. What is the argument against that?
Okay, but I don't know what this is even. Is this somehow now?
What are you even saying? Nuts? What the fuck are you trying to get out of your mouth right now?
Let me fucking speak.
We amended our constitution
really quickly right now, and I'm like.
I'm really not. I want you to speak logically.
In the morning.
It shouldn't be that difficult.
I'm sorry?
It shouldn't be that difficult no matter what time it is. If your argument is sound, you could say it at fucking 6 a.m.
What do you want me to say? Slavery bad? Okay,
explain how those states would have done away with slavery if not for the federal government intervening.
What do you mean? They fucking went down there and they
Holy hell. Who went down there?
The people of the state.
Of the union government went down there.
What are we even talking about right now?
Formulate an argument or get the fuck out.
Are you trying to support Kamala Harris?
Are you trying to support the Confederacy?
Some kind of like slave argument? I'm not really sure what point you're trying to make.
Oh my God, holy fuck. Track your argument. I know it's early in the morning. Your argument.
Why I should vote for Kamala Harris. You're not doing a very good job right now.
That was not my argument. It was to
Okay, so then why the fuck are we talking
because
about
the comparison was towards abortion and whether or not human rights should be dictated based on the states you live in. So the question was, would you favor sending slavery back to the states? You said yes, and that the federal government shouldn't have been involved. Hence why my question was, stop talking, Rip Van Winkle. My question for you was, how would the states have done away with slavery if not for intervention from the federal government?
There was never any constitutional basis for the Roe v. Wade, the judgment on Roe v. Wade.
Can you just answer my question?
So that's why I said it was going.
You still have not answered my question. The constitutional basis was the 4th, 9th, and 14th Amendment. But my question was, how would states have done away with slavery if not for union intervention?
I can't hear you while you're talking over me.
I know. I can't hear you while you're not answering my fucking question.
Constitutional basis for Roe v. Wade. There was no constitutional.
4th, 9th, and 14th Amendment. Hey, we get it. You think there's no constitutional basis for Roe versus Wade, but we asked you a question if you think other things should be left up to the states. You thought that slavery should be left up to the states. Can you please respond to that?
That's not a question. You said respond to what?
Oh,
yes, that was my question.
You were disputing you said that, but you did say it.
Do you know what a question is? You have to formulate it like a question.
Oh my God, yes. I'll ask it for the 5th time.
And then you said for me to respond to your statement.
I'll clarify.
What do you want me to say to your statement? I disagree.
I'll clarify. Right? Like, why are you just being so dense?
I'm trying to like listen to what
he's
you're saying.
not used to defending this position before black people.
That I'm saying.
No, what you're trying to do is you're trying to basically, you're like, oh, okay, because he's voting for Trump, he must just therefore be inherently.
No, your argument is
fucking
racist.
Dumb, dude. You literally said that slavery should be left up to the states. Everyone fucking heard. Don't sit up here and gaslight us and act like that didn't fucking happen. You said that shit. Own up to it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Unmute your microphone and man up to it. Say it.
I don't know how it turned off. It literally just turned off.
I muted you, genius. Say it.
I said policy should be left back to the states.
And in this scenario, I said you said that slavery should be left up to the states. That's what you said. Acknowledge it. Do I need to speak in a higher tone for you to acknowledge what I'm saying?
Traffic laws, all different kinds of policies.
Do you think slavery should be left up to the states? Yes or no?
I think all policy should be left back to the states,
including slavery.
Okay. So do you think that child marriage should be left up to the states?
So now what you're trying to do is, are you trying to argue?
It's a consistency test. Listen, do you think that child marriage should be left up to the states? Unmute your mic. Click the microphone in the bottom right. Do you think that child marriage should be left up to the states?
Child marriage? What do you mean? You mean adults marrying children or children
Yes.
marrying children? I don't
Adults
know
marrying children.
So you need to be coherent
Adults
when
marrying
you're-
children. Holy
you're
fuck,
asking a
dude.
question, dude. You were brain dead fucking tired right now. I can tell you.
Adults marrying a child!
Should adults be able to marry children? Is that? Are you asking?
Should that be
about
a state's right?
Are you asking if that's moral? Or are
No,
you
that's not
asking
the
if state
question.
have
Should
that
the state
decision?
have the
I
right to
think the
guarantee
state should
marriage licenses to children? Okay, he's gone. Numb fucking nuts.
He's just too dumb today. I'm sorry.
Apparently.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Never would. Hey, sorry, I don't know how I got out there.
You're good, don't worry.
That's okay.
He was being like purposefully dumb.
Obstinate.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? It's really
Harambe.
weaponized incompetence. That's what annoys me the most. I've picked up. I get annoyed at weaponized incompetence.
And a bit of Dunning-Kruger and cognitive dissonance too.
Yo, what's up, How old are you?
Mitch, weren't you here earlier?
23.
Yeah. Yeah, are you
Yes,
voting for
actually,
Trump?
I just had a question.
What's up?
I'm undecided, but I just I have some issues
Thank you
with
so much
like
for the galaxy.
the way Kamala has like supported Israel and her like continued support of Israel, like even meeting with like Benjamin Netanyahu and all that. It was
Yeah,
just,
she literally called him out like to his face. By the way, I just want to let you know. Secondly, as it relates to this, she's way less support for them. She called for an open, like a ceasefire. She advocates for way less support of them than does Donald Trump. So I don't know why you would say that like it would be like an issue for voting for her if it's worse on Donald Trump's side.
No, I understand that. I would more rather than
Sidar,
not,
thank you so much for the
support
firework. Thank you so
somebody
much.
who wants to send money to Israel to continue the massacre, which has like been their whole thing.
She wants a ceasefire.
She really doesn't, but I don't see how you're in the middle of this when Donald Trump is calling for them to finish the job.
No, that's
She's
fair.
been the only
I-
candidate in this race to call for an immediate ceasefire and release of hostages.
I can't really say I'm like undecided because I'm really not voting for Trump, but like I just have some problems with Kamala Harris. That's like just like pertaining like to Palestine and Israel. That just like is super concerning to me.
Yeah, Mitch, but you care about women's rights. You care about the fact that Trump's not going to do anything for climate change. He's going to pack the courts with even worse judges, right? That are
Right.
going to be there for even longer. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He tried to undermine our American democracy. There's so many things that we lose out upon, and she's actively advocating for change that we have not seen in American politics almost ever in the presidency. Literally, name one other president that's ever advocated for like something like this.
No,
Like
that's,
this
that's
is
totally-
a once in a lifetime type of opportunity for the United States president. Kamala Harris is actually pretty good for a U.S. president.
That's completely valid, I guess. That's really my only issue with her is that, like, I know her husband is, like, Israeli, and that's, like, what it is, but, like, I also know that she's, like, supported Joe Biden in his sending over millions of bombs to massacre children and women, and it's just, like...
And Trump increased those military drone strikes in the Middle East by 450%.
Yeah, I know it's not good on either side. It's just hard for me to kind of overlook that she has in the past supported Israel, and it's like it's kind of led to a lot of not good things, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Obviously, yeah, but like, isn't it good that you want someone who's not as bad as the other one, or that you can acknowledge that someone has had bad positions in the past but has had growth? Have you had bad positions in the past?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
For sure. That's fair. I just wanted to bring that up, and I don't know, just see what you guys had to say about it. I'm sorry.
Sure. No, I appreciate you coming up.
All right. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Or, 100,000, 3 million likes. What the fuck?
3 million, yeah.
3 million,
Selling
chat.
yourself
We're
short
almost
there, Parker.
I know, 100,000 likes is crazy.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, we're always looking for that, you know.
Livia.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you
How
hear
old are you?
me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not American, but
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. It's okay. We still love you.
Still love y'all. Still love y'all. Everyone, do tap the screen. Let's get to 3 million likes, y'all. 3 million. Let's see if we can do it. It's getting late. Honestly, I might need to go.
It is, yeah.
Yo, what's
I
up?
gotta
How
get
old
up
are you?
tomorrow. Lady Cost.
I think once we get to 3 million, I might get off for tonight.
That's a good goal, yeah.
That's a good goal for getting off.
Flaco.
Yeah, are you voting
Hey.
Trump?
Yo, you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for
That's
Trump?
a little sharp.
Yo, Chad, please don't stop tapping. I'm probably not going to stay on much longer. I just want to hit 3K.
Yeah, nah.
3 mil.
Or 3 mil. Fuck, I can't even
Yes,
speak.
sir.
It's getting that late, Chad. It's getting that late.
Yeah,
Nathan, thank you so much for the... Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's in the chat right now for Nathan? Thank you so much for the $75 on Venmo.
Holy shit. Thank you, Nathan.
Yo, thank you. I appreciate it. That is exactly what you're going to get. Thank you so much, Nathan. I really appreciate it.
Maya Monet, thank you for the $1 there. Chelsea, thank you for the 5.
Bro.
I want to know why y'all guys are voting for Kamala.
Kamala Harris, because she hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't deny climate change, call for a complete and total shutdown on Muslims entering the country. She's advocated for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, effective policy for the American middle class.
Oh, but the thing is, she's already VP, and I ain't heard from her for the past fucking, what, three years?
Well, then you haven't really looked into her then. She's been engaging. She's been doing things. Did you hear much of many other vice presidents?
Yeah, what did Mike Pence ever do?
Yeah, I have. But I'm voting for Trump because I work in fracking, and it's been slow, and that's what pays the bills. And you know, I need to provide for my family. And
the Biden-Harris
slow,
administration upped fracking permits.
What I see, and it used to be booming whenever Trump was in office. I ain't never had no problem. And now Biden got in office, and there ain't no work. Everyone's
Okay, he's got MAGA Mobile. We're just gonna go to the next person.
Oh, thank God.
MAGA Mobile, next person. We'll probably get one more person, everyone, and then I'm gonna get off for today.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Yeah, we're almost there. Everyone, keep tapping.
We're just 300,000 away, everybody. We're so close.
And everyone, follow this account. If you don't follow this account already, make sure to do so. We're trying to run this account up. This is my third account. This is probably where actually Dean got to the 90 days and he didn't get his account warning to go away. So I don't know if I'll get my account warning to go away. I might just have to do this from now on. But yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
You voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Many reasons. I think he's just the better candidate to choose from.
And why is he the better candidate?
I mean, for one, I think the border was in a better state than it is now currently.
Okay, well,
in
do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Maybe not today, but there has been in the past 4 years. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think there was so if there's not a border crisis today, then it seems like they fixed the issue. So what's your problem?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure about. That's why I think your argument was going to be that like it's doing okay today, but I mean during Biden's whole administration. During
today, then it seems like they fixed the issue. So I don't. What's your problem with the border?
Well, I don't think they necessarily fixed the issue. I think that there's still an issue going on. I think.
Okay, so there's still a border crisis.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't know if you can.
So if there's a border crisis now, then there was a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration.
Yeah, but if you look at the encounters, like the encounters spike.
There's actually fewer. It's fewer than there was in 2019.
No, not
Yeah.
the encounters. I
At
looked
the
at
end
the
of Trump's
encounters.
administration in
I
2021.
have the numbers.
Yeah, at the
Yeah,
end
I
of
also have the
Trump's
numbers in
administration
front
in
of
2021, January 17, 2021, they're the same as now, which actually, if we want to look at that, doesn't that tell us that Trump didn't get rid of the border crisis if you think there's a border crisis right now?
Where are you getting your data? Because I'm on the border. I'll have to pull it
Yes,
up.
this
Exactly,
is
but-
total illegal alien apprehensions by month. United States Border Patrol.
.gov.
As of June, yes, .gov. As of June 2019, 95,000 total, and July 72,000. As of June and July of this year, 84,000 in June, 65,000 in July.
Okay, hold up. Let me get my computer because yeah, I mean,
No
I
problem.
don't know where you're getting your data because that doesn't sound right.
Well, I just told you.
What doesn't sound right about it?
Accuracy.
You guys are saying that there's less encounters.
So should they hand out? Thank you.
There are fewer crossings and apprehensions per month than there were in 2019 under Trump.
By the way, everyone in the chat, the bags under my eyes, they're genetic. I literally have pictures of me when I was younger.
Yeah, that Goob profile picture is actually Parker.
Okay,
No, seriously.
what was
Does
your,
not meet the
source again?
Robinsons.
What was your source again?
United States Border Patrol total illegal alien apprehensions by month.
The URL.
Yeah, cbp.gov's. This is a PDF file, so I don't know that you can actually get to it, but cbp.gov/sites goes on. But if you just look up Customs and Border Patrol and what I told you, you'll find it.
Yeah, I'm on CBP.
The monthly apprehensions. Yeah.
Slash newsroom stats, CBP enforcement status. So total enforcement encounters in 2018 was 600,000. Total enforcement encounters in 2022 is 2 million. 2023 was 3 million.
Right, you're looking at total year. I gave you the monthly average. So monthly averages today are lower than they were in 2019.
Oh my God, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking
No,
about.
you gave me the yearly average. I'm giving you monthly.
Yeah, that's why I
So,
said.
and this
it might
fiscal
not be a
year is
crisis
not up
today.
yet. So,
It might not be a
right, I'm
crisis
only
today,
measuring
but
it.
I'm looking at, don't measure it monthly, measure it yearly.
Why would I not measure it
Thank you for the
monthly?
3 million, everyone. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, definitely. Now they're going 5 million.
I told you
Let's go,
monthly
let's go.
border crossings are lower now
tapping.
because recent actions have taken place.
You're talking about like today, and then your window is very small. It might be better today. Yeah, it's better within the past few hours. Like,
It's
is that
trending downwards, though.
Is that something that you want to really argue? Like, yeah, it's
I think it is worth arguing.
There's
Yeah,
no crisis
that-
in the last 4 hours. We're doing all right.
right, because his
kinda
recent executive
Tap
orders
the
are what
screen.
deterred these crossings. So I can only look at how things have taken place after that policy took into effect, which is lower border crossings
That's
monthly.
crazy.
Andy, thank you for
Actually,
the
that's
fireworks.
It
crazy.
is
Thank you.
great.
That's crazy. I said that's crazy.
Yes, border crossings are trending downwards.
In the
It is,
past 4
it
hours.
is 20,000. It is 20,000 people lower than it was the previous month.
Yeah, in the past 4 hours. Cool. Right on. That's like
Great. Are you even listening to what I'm saying here?
no, not really, because
You just don't care.
It's not
Right, I
relevant
know you do.
anymore.
I know it doesn't matter because like you can't face the facts that your Republican Party in the House killed a Senate bill which Biden advocated for, the strongest conservative bill that a Democrat could sign, and Biden took action that has now deterred these
but
border crossings.
Biden also
Bison?
created, Biden also created his own issue, and then now he's trying to save.
How
now
did he
he's trying to
create the
basically-
issue?
he's trying to
Biden did
fix
not
his own
create
issue
global
on
economic
election year.
collapse in the global South.
Biden created his own problem. Now he's trying to fix it on election year to be the hero.
We did hit 3 million. I'm trying to keep going, everyone.
He tried to pass this bill in February.
Election year, yeah. February is election year, sir.
It was drafted in December of last year.
Yeah, aware that election year would.
It then. Either this is a necessary thing we need to tackle now and sooner than later, or it can wait till January 20th.
So now you guys want to tackle it.
Well, I mean, you're claiming that Democrats have made it an election issue. This is literally what Donald Trump did, and the reason why he told Republicans in the House to stall it.
That's crazy.
It is crazy, I know.
No, it's
right?
insane.
It's
Yeah,
contradictory. You're saying that this is an election issue and that he's doing it for political points, but also Democrats should not sign the bill because it's for political points.
It's like saying this. Let's artificially create our own issue.
Either you want it or you don't.
No, hold on.
Do you want that bill or not?
Did you hear what I said?
I don't care what you said. Do you want that bill signed or not?
Let's artificially create our own issue.
It wasn't artificially created. There's
And then
global
fix
economic
it on election
disruptions happening that we can't control.
and then fix it on election year. That's crazy.
This issue was not created by Democrats. What are you not getting?
Oh my God. Yeah, but so anyways, that's we can agree to disagree, but that's one of the
Okay,
issues.
shiz lord, you have no argument, and I think that's apparent before the 6.5 thousand people watching. If there's another topic you've got, then by all means.
That's what I'm saying, dude. We can agree.
Okay, we cannot agree to disagree. You have no facts.
Dude, I'm on the CBP.gov looking at yearly stats.
I know, I gave you the same website. I don't know why you're not getting it.
I'm looking at yearly stats while you're looking at hourly stats. We're not
looking at monthly stats. There's no hourly stat, and I'm not.
You're looking at minute stats.
I'm going by month per month to make an average of what the monthly total is.
That's crazy.
Sure. And if this is your argument, why is it that border crossings more than doubled between 2018 and 2019? Did we have an open border under Trump?
We can agree to disagree.
Hello? Did we have an open border under Trump?
We can agree to disagree and move on.
Can you answer that?
Did we have an open border on Trump? No.
Yes. Border crossings more than doubled in a year span.
Oh my God, bro. I just gave you the
If we want to go yearly stats, it was 230,000 in 2018. It is 859,000 at the end of 2019.
What are you looking at? Because I'm looking at enforcement.
The exact same goddamn thing you are.
I'm looking at enforcement encounters on the bottom there. Total enforcement.
And what does it say? What does it say in 2018 and 2019?
Yeah, almost 700,000.
Do you see it? Read it out loud.
Okay, 683,000 in 2018 in total enforcement encounters. 2022, we'll jump to 2022. There's two.
No. Don't jump.
2023.
There's kind of a point that you're missing there where you see the very clear increase in border apprehensions, right?
Dude, that's what I'm saying. We can agree to disagree. We can.
No, you're wrong. I can't. Stop. This is lazy shit.
This is basically trying to crawl out of that hole, and it's okay. But we can move on to the next topic.
Because you know you're wrong. This is what everyone fucking does. We'll just agree to disagree. That's just a telltale sign that I know you're right and I'm wrong, but I can't fucking admit it because my pride is too high.
No, I'm willing to agree to disagree. You're not. That's
this is not an agreement to disagree. Either acknowledge that there was more than double of border crossings under Trump, or you can leave.
Dude, first of all, you brought up monthly stats.
And I gave you the yearly, of which it more than doubled. Clearly, we had an open border out of control. In fact, he declared a state of emergency over it.
I don't know what you're looking at. That more than
the same numbers you are.
Yeah, I don't know.
It just doesn't align with your perception of Donald Trump's handling of the border.
Like 10x during Biden's term. So, yeah. Okay. Well, we can agree to disagree, dude.
No, we can't. You were wrong. You know you're wrong, and that's okay.
That's what I'm literally telling that to you, but it's okay.
You are not. Either concede, but I'm not going to say we agree to disagree because we're not agreeing to anything.
Yeah, you have an issue with.
I have an issue with accepting your ignorance. Yes,
accepting anything. I understand that. But anyways,
well, is there anything else you want to say before I get off for tonight?
Yeah, Parker, you look pretty tired, dude.
That's a good place to kick this guy.
Yep.
Dude, what you got?
All right, Amanda, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Amanda. All right, it was good seeing you, Jaden. It was good seeing you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. It was fun. Thanks.
Of course, as always.
Take care. Get some sleep.
Night. You as well. All right, everyone. I'm going to get off for tonight. Everyone, go check out the video I just posted. I just posted a rally video. It's kind of funny. Go check it out. Literally go like it. Watch the whole thing. It's only like 25 seconds, so it's like not that crazy. But go watch it. Click on my account right here. Also follow this account if you haven't already. I go live on this account every day. Go make sure to follow it because this is going to be where I'm going to be live. You can also follow my main account as well if you are new here and you've only followed this account and not my main, if that is even the case. But yeah, love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. Peace out, y'all.